tonight's Facebook record sale. There's already several people on watching the wrong feed, so I had to go ahead and immediately get started. Let me set this record down in 5, 4, 3 as soon as I see the first comment. But if you're watching this is a live stream. Mike Massey, congratulations, first commenter. I was actually right in the middle of making a poll for the group. Grateful Dead, Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Bruce Springsteen. Who else do we have back there for theme night? The Who. We have The Who. No, it should be right there on the counter. Yeah. The Word document needs to be printed, please. I think I've got all the pre-orders keyed in except for Bush. That's the only one from last night. I still don't have it keyed in. All right, settings. Okay, done. Okay, yeah, allow people to choose multiple options. What should be our next themed night? All will happen within the next week. Just need to decide on the next ones for Friday and Saturday. Okay, I think that's close enough. I had to post a poll in the group. It's loading, and there's the poll. So I'll see how that goes. I also have another poll to poll y'all about tomorrow, but we'll do that tomorrow. Let's first go ahead and get this all shared and posted everywhere. Seth, if you don't mind to go ahead and share also on your page and on Hackett Pharmacy page, if you don't mind sharing it on there, that'd be great. You need to let me be the admin of the Hackett Pharmacy page. No, Bush, I hadn't actually keyed it in. It's in the crates, but that's the only one that's not on there. So it's just something I'll have to do after the sale. You're going to key them all in? Okay. I trust you.
I'll go ahead and print.
That would be great. Okay, so I'm in the process of getting everything shared right now. I please ask you to do the same. It's going to be one of those crazy busy nights where we have so much stuff going on. Wow, the poll already has like 9 votes. That was fast. People's getting on the group trying to find the feed, and they've seen the poll instead. Okay, so here we go. I'm starting to share the main feed for tonight. I usually share it in 2 different groups. Let me copy the link. Let me go over here and whole lot of records. And let's see here. Okay, so here a couple pre-orders. Stevie Ray Vaughan pre-order, Oingo Boingo pre-order, Violent Femmes pre-order, Ween pre-order, Fiona Apple pre-order. I posted all those earlier today. There's the first shared post for tonight. Tonight we've got some featured bootlegs up for auction. So I pulled some autographs right before we went live now. And then let's go over here to this. I can't see any comments right now. Well, I can, but I won't be able to keep track of them. So if you have anything, lots of vintage bootlegs there. So my sound keeps dropping in and out. I might need to go ahead and change my mic then, but we're not freezing. There's just nothing going on the screen right now, unless it actually is freezing. So, okay. Now, what was I about to do? Okay. So we're about to start the show. Yes, Killers of the Flower Moon. They're actually doing the soundtrack for that. Music on Vinyl, the new Leonardo DiCaprio film. They're actually, Music on Vinyl's doing the soundtrack for that. I will be posting a pre-order. So this is very cool. So they have found the original photograph of this man. Of course, this was a painting that Robert Plant found in like a thrift store over in the UK. They used it for the album artwork for their 4th album. but the actual photograph of the man has been discovered, and they have figured out who it is. So I'm going to share the article for that. I thought that was really, really cool. It's always intrigued me where that painting is, though. Of course, that photograph would, they're going to put it in a museum over there in London, but the painting hasn't been discovered. Could you imagine? That'd be like finding the lost Mona Lisa, right, Tanner? That'd be some serious collector would want to own that in their house, like Seth. It's only Led Zeppelin, so. Okay, new compilation called out now. That's what I call 80s rock. Wow, I'll definitely do that. Yeah, and there's supposed to be a new Now yearbook. There's supposed to be a new Now yearbook out for this week that I missed, and I've got them ordered, but I hadn't got them out. Hadn't got them yet. So, okay. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button on the Facebook post, okay? Please hit share. I would really appreciate it if you would share it. That would be very, very helpful if you would share it. And if you don't mind, also hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I'm over here grabbing my last crate of auctions. And then we're going to get started with our first crate of new vinyl. Whew, I'm already out of breath. Okay, only thing I don't have is my drink, but I'll get it in a second. Okay, let's see here. Neck is adjusted. Let's get started showing some new vinyl. If you haven't already, hit the like button everywhere you see it. First is the new Five Finger Death Punch album. This is the newest album by Five Finger Death Punch. I didn't post a pre-order, but I have 3 available for tonight. This is Five Finger Death Punch F8, new gold edition, on tour now, $36.99. New album by Five Finger Death Punch, $36.99. Gold vinyl, I have 3 of them available for tonight. If I know I can get more, I'm probably going to make a post anyways, but there's the new Five Finger Death Punch, $36.99. New Jimi Hendrix, big pre-order on this. I'll read them off in 1 second. New Jimi Hendrix for Friday. This is the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Hollywood Bowl, August 18th, 1967. Never before released performance, which is somewhat true. I think it's been bootlegged for years, but this is the official release from Jimi Hendrix. They're numbered. We've got number 502 of 5,000. They only pressed 5,000 of them. Never before released, 12-page book, 150 gram, pressed at QRP. A newly discovered 2-track soundboard recording. That's going to sound really good. Live Jimi Hendrix. Anytime you can hear Jimi Hendrix for the first time, an undiscovered source in 2023, I think that's really cool. $33.99 for Jimi Hendrix. The pre-order for that was Chris Kirkley, Jeremy Vite, Juan Gonzalez, William Simmons, Darren Wortman, Jason Walraven, Stephen Young, Sherry Darnell, Scott Beebe, Chris Crowley, and Shepard Michael. And that is $33.99. Let me read that pre-order one more time. Chris Kirkley, Jeremy Vite, Juan Gonzalez, William Simmons, Darren Wortman, Jason Walraven, Stephen Young, Sherry Darnell, Scott Beebe, Chris Crowley, and Shepard Michael. First sale of the night goes to Shane Devers. He gets a copy of the new Five Finger Death Punch album. That is $36.99. It's on gold vinyl. That is sold to Shane Devers. Also, we have Bill Samus, Shane Devers, and James Rayner on the new Jimi Hendrix album. That is new Jimi Hendrix live at the Hollywood Bowl, 1967. I've only got one left on hand, and it's a huge pre-order. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party, new limited edition. I actually posted a pre-order twice. That's probably why I don't have any extras. I accidentally posted a pre-order twice. I've went and cross-checked all the names. And this is $29.99. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. Oingo Boingo. This is limited edition 500 on pink and purple vinyl. And the pre-order for Oingo Boingo was Walt Cruz, Wendy Michelle, Jerry Stone, David Eberly, Matt Algram, Melinda Gernhardt, Monica Malley, Jared Benoit, Cynthia Herdrin, Chris Weiser, James Bragg, Jamie Butler, Jamie Sperlin, Fred Carnell, Mike Massey, Brent Robley got 2, Chase Burr, and Scott Beebe. That's 1 copy left. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. Includes the hits Weird Science, Just Another Day, Stay, and Dead Man's Party. Of course, that's Danny Elfman's Oingo Boingo. We have Paul Brothers getting a Jimi Hendrix. I've got 1 copy left of Jimi Hendrix. Brian C. wants an Oingo Boingo, and that's my only copy. Tanner, we can set that aside. Since we're showing some of these great new releases early, I'd like to show that again in just a second. That's my only copy. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. New order is supposed to come in this week, Bob. There's only a few pre-orders. I ordered 5, and they said they was only sending me 2. But just like a lot of things, that doesn't mean anything until the week is done. So right now, I don't think it could be here tomorrow, but I don't know for sure how many I'm getting or if everybody's getting one. So you might want to, tomorrow will be the final answer on that. Dokken, Heaven Comes Down, $39.99. Okay, this is the indie exclusive. This is Dokken, Heaven Comes Down, $39.99 for Dokken. And we have there was one person waiting for that, Aaron Jolly. Now I know Aaron's local. Aaron, if you're watching, I've already got you one of those pulled. I know you was asking if I was going to restock it. I was very lucky to get these last few indie exclusives on purple vinyl. And that's the last 2 copies I have. Count the one I've already set aside for Aaron. That is $39.99. So Aaron, that's on your ticket. It will be available for pickup on Monday, if that's okay. Details on Jimi Hendrix. I've got 1 copy left. It's a new release. It's never been released before. Hollywood Bowl, 1967. Newly discovered soundboard quality, enough for them to officially release it. They're numbered on the back. It is $33.99. $33.99. So we've already sold out Oingo Boingo. I've got Dokken, Five Finger Death Punch, Jimi Hendrix, and this has been surprising. I almost missed it, and I only ordered 5, and then I was like, man, I need to get a pre-order out for this because I talk all the time about how hard this is to get, and then we pre-sold like 20 copies of it, and I've only got 1 extra, but I already have more on the way. They're available. They might not be here till next week, but here's the pre-order. Here's everybody who's pre-claimed one. Nikki Cox, Kara Bauer, Troy Robinson, Sherry Darnell, Jason Walraven, Matt Ogden, Walt Cruz, Stacy Metternich, Stephanie Wildwoman, Jerry Pinnick, Joe Maynard, Marnie Wilder, Paul Brothers, Michelle Miller, Lily McCurry, and Stacy Brown. And that is the best of the KC and the Sunshine Band. Finally, their stuff's pretty much not been available at all. There was 1 music on vinyl or 1 MoFi pressing of their first album, but this has got all the essentials on it, $29.99. All right, so Jimi Hendrix, and so did Joshua. Joshua gets to Jimi Hendrix. Let's go ahead and start a waiting list for that, and let's also keep that aside with Oingo Boingo. I'll go back through all these again. Joshua gets that one. Darren Meyer was second. We'll put him first on the waiting list. Jim Nelson first on KC and the Sunshine Band. Jerry Stone, you're second. I'll put you first on the waiting list, and the set list for Jimi Hendrix. Introduction, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, Killing Floor, Wind Cries Mary, Foxy Lady, Catfish Blues, Fire, Like a Rolling Stone, Purple Haze, and Wild Thing. That sounds like an epic concert. If we could only go back in time. Calvin Ward, you were next on KC and the Sunshine Band. I will put you on a waiting list. All right, our first auction of the night is going to be a Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. First auction. So if you're just hopping on, you haven't missed anything. This does have a clip corner. It looks like it's an MCA repressing of this album. Very clean. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, 2 LP. Has master disc and the dead wax. I'm looking for the initials RL. Some of these were mastered by Bob Lugwood. I think this is a reissue, so it's not. I'm only going to start it for $15. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. 2 LP, Greatest Hits compilation. Some of the best music ever right there. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. Does have a clip corner, has the original inner sleeves. $15 start. Let's also put James Lugwood on the Jimi Hendrix waiting list. I have Doja Cat. Now, I hope Troy Robinson's watching. Troy Robinson asked me to order some Doja Cat. Here's the first one I have, Planet Her, and that is $34.99. Doja Cat, $34.99, Planet Her. So if Troy's watching, Troy, if you want that, it's so do you. If not, then if anybody else wants it, it's available, Doja Cat. I've got several M&Ms. Is this the M&M crate? This is one of the M&M crates. Not the chocolate candy. This is the wrap M&M, of course. Recovery, $39.99. This is 2 LP. I was trying to figure out words to describe them. M&M, $39.99. Like, he doesn't need words to describe them. M&M, that's the first one, Recovery, and that is $39.99. I've got like 6 different M&M albums tonight, all new restocks. So there's that. Let's see what I have over here also in my auction crate. We got a lot of different stuff to auction. So Steely Dan's just a $15 start, I think is what I said. Leslie Silverly's in. And we have Dave Matthews Band Come Tomorrow. Dave Matthews Band Come Tomorrow. I found this in the back in a bin. It's on colored vinyl. It's on like clear and black, smoke, hazy looking vinyl. And it's a Target exclusive. Let's see what they call it. Clear and black marbled vinyl. It was originally in a clearance bin at Target. It's Dave Matthews Band Come Tomorrow, $15 start. $15 start. So that's our first two auctions. Oingo Boingo was $29.99. So James Ludwig got on the Jimi Hendrix waiting list. What's the Dockin'? The Dockin's the newest album, Heaven Comes Down, indie exclusive purple vinyl. That is $39.99. Slim Shady, yeah, there you go, Slim Shady. There's, that's the Steely Dan, 15. I've lost my train of thought. Martin Pryor on Recovery. We'll sell that one to Martin Pryor. Eminem. Now, I'm not really a fan of rap and hip-hop, but I don't, you'll never hear me say anything bad about it. You know, I sell music, but no, I'm not really a fan of it, but I have nothing against it. So I think he was just letting me know. Yeah, I think he was just letting me know. That's another thing to call Eminem. Slim Shady. Recovery is sold to Martin Pryor, Dave Matthews Band. So Steely Dan 16, Dave Matthews Band 15, Dave Matthews Band 17, 20. Jeff Brindley wants the new Dockin' album. We have Steely Dan 19 and Steely Dan 17. There's Elton John's Captain Fantastic, $36.99. I was going to order one. If no one buys it, I think I'm going to keep a new remastered copy. I'm starting to like this album more and more. Remastered includes the lyric book. It's a nice gatefold, $36.99, $36.99. Ozzy remastered, Blizzard of Oz, Crazy Train, a 30th anniversary edition. All original performances remastered from the original master tapes, $31.99. So we got a Steely Dan's Greatest Hits and a Dave Matthews Band up for bid. And we got a restock of Creed, Human Clay, 20th anniversary edition. 2 LP from Kraft that sounds fantastic, $39.99. There was somebody waiting on one of these, and the person waiting on one of these was G. Michael Toynton. So G. Michael, I've already got you down for a Creed Human Clay. I've got 2 extras if anybody else wants one. Brooks Valder wants an Ozzy Osbourne. That's sold to Brooks Valder. Creed and a Perfect Circle. This is called Mur de Noms. And Sean Mankel, this is the one I was talking about last night. I knew there was more on the way. Sean, I've already got you one pulled. That is Mur de Noms by a Perfect Circle. And that is $46.99. $46.99. Brooks got an Ozzy. Dave Matthews Band 20. Brian C. wants an Elton John. That's Captain Fantastic. Jerry Stone, I'll put you on a waiting list. All these will be in next week if that's okay. I know these are in stock if I can get them. I would have ordered more than one, so sometimes I just order one. We'll take waiting list. Sean Mankel, I've already got you a Perfect Circle. I've got 2 extras there. And the next M&M is the M&M Show, $39.99. We have lots of Slim Shadys tonight. M&M, the M&M Show, $39.99. $39.99. Now, there's also been a lot of people recently asking about Share. I've ordered a couple different ones. This is called Share Believe, $31.99, sealed, foil cover. Cher does not have a greatest hits in stock, at least her solo work. There is no Cher greatest hits. There is a Sonny and Cher greatest hits, lots of different ones, versions of those. But as far as Cher as a solo artist, there is no greatest hits. So I've ordered a couple of her studio albums. This one's called Believe, $31.99. And I did get even more copies of Kicks, Blow My Fuse. Kicks is $39.99. That's on blue vinyl. Update on our auctions. Hugh Lynch is at 21 on the Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. No condition notes. Very clean copy. EX Plus Near Mint Minus. And Tanner, I think we've already got disconnected from Facebook. It happened last night, and I think we're disconnected right now. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. This is at $21 with Hugh Lynch. And Dave Matthews Band Come Tomorrow is at 21 with Anthony Gray. I am trying to see if it's trying to connect to Facebook. It's trying. It says connected. Okay. Hope we don't have to restart like we did last night. About what? It was about 30 minutes. It was about, right now, it's about 30 minutes in. We completely lost connection. We had to restart the feed. So I think we're back on right now. It's not that y'all can't hear me. I just can't see you. So if I say we're not connected, y'all can still hear me and see me. But I can't see your comments. So I think we had a blip for about a minute there where I couldn't see your comments. So if I've missed anything, let me know. Quick update though, we just had a new bid come in on Steely Dan. So let me tell about those one more time. These have clip corners. It wasn't a cutout bin. It does have the original inner sleeves though. It's probably technically listed as a reissue. It's a gold stamp promo on the front, MCA. That is at $22 with Fred Carnell. And then the Dave Matthews Band Come Tomorrow is up for auction. That was at 21 with Anthony Gray. It's on colored vinyl. Anthony Gray had that for 21, and that was also going once, going twice. Fred was at 22 on Steely Dan. We have Patrick Moscow, or Moscow. Moscow, that's the capital of Russia. Patrick, I don't think I'd ever try to say your name for that reason. Patrick M. Let's do that and cover all of our bases. 22 with Dave Matthews Band. Leslie bid $22. Martin Pryor wants the Eminem Show. That's sold to Martin Pryor. Dave Matthews Band $25. We have Tracy Miller, A Perfect Circle. That's sold to Tracy Miller. Steely Dan, $23. Dave Matthews Band, $25. Like the country, like the city, and it is pronounced Moscow. I think maybe I've called you that before. Maybe you've told me that. Eminem, Curtain Call. This is Eminem's greatest hits, essentially. There's another Eminem, Slim Shady, $39.99. Joe Willinger wants Kicks, Blow My Fuse. That's on blue vinyl. That's sold to Joe Willinger. We have Steely Dan 25, Steely Dan 26, Dave Matthews Band 26. Blink 182, $39.99. This is on black vinyl. This is Blink 182, Jerry Stone. I've already got you one pulled. It's their most recent album. I never did get around to posting a pre-order for that either. I've got one extra, Blink 182, $39.99. $39.99. So Jill Willinger got Kicks. Chris Frazier wants Eminem. That is sold to Chris Frazier. Leslie's out on one of the auctions. And Anthony's out on Dave Matthews Band. And Kevin Blackfox has put me down for Eminem Show waiting list. Yes, I've only got one copy of all these Eminem albums. So if anybody wants on a waiting list for one, they'll be in next week. Kevin Blackfox wants on Eminem The Show. Dave Matthews Band 27. Leslie Silvey says she's out on both auctions. The last bid on Steely Dan was Jim Nielsen at $26. Dave Matthews Band's at $27. We've got one extra, one Blink 182. Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP. This is $46.99. The Marshall Mathers LP, $46.99 for that one. Eminem. And I'll skip that one, and I'll show the other Cher album, which is Dancing Queen. Cher is $31.99. So there's another Cher album, Dancing Queen, $31.99. And I did get a restock of Dirty Honey, Can't Find the Breaks, their newest album, but this is on black vinyl. This is on black vinyl. This is not available anymore on clear vinyl. I cannot get this anymore on clear vinyl. You got lucky if you got one of those. Now, somebody was on a waiting list. I wasn't going to tag him unless he was okay for that. It was Matt Ketron, I believe. I don't have it wrote down. But Matt Ketron, if you're okay with black vinyl, and if you're watching right now, I'll go ahead and pull you one. But that's the new Dirty Honey album. Clear vinyl is not available. You can't even back order it. They are done pressing that on clear vinyl. It's now just on black. Dirty Honey, Can't Find the Breaks. All right, Dave Matthews Band 27. Fred Cornell's out on Steely Dan. Hugh's back in at 27. And Chris Frazier wants on Eminem The Show. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Waiting list on that. Or not sold to him. He wants on the waiting list for show. Same thing as Kevin Blackfox. Here's the other Eminem. This is the Slim Shady LP. $39.99. This has My Name Is. $39.99. That's the Slim Shady LP. And there was a waiting list for this one. This is called Relapse, Eminem Relapse, $39.99. There was a waiting list for this one. Troy Robinson and Arthur Wyman was on a waiting list for that one, and I've got one extra. That one's called Relapse, $39.99. New bid on Dave Matthews Band, $28. New bid on Steely Dan for $27. Martin Pryor wants the Slim Shady LP. That's sold to Martin Pryor. Dirty Honey is $28.99. Greg, there wasn't any waiting list. Now, there were some pre-orders a while back, but those have already been billed and invoiced and billed, so if you don't have one, I'll give you this one right here. That's sold to Greg Preston. Dirty Honey's $28.99. Pryor says he'll take Relapse. That's sold to Martin Pryor. And last record in here is Brown Eyed Girl, Van Morrison, 2 LP. That is $29.99. 2 LPs. This is one of those very similar, like semi-bootleg type deal. So it looks like a lot of those Neil Young and Eric Clapton ones we've been auctioning from the Pittsburgh collection, but this is actually new from my distributor. Not bad at all for a 2 LP Van Morrison compilation, $29.99, Brown Eyed Girl. So I'll have to message Matt Ketron because this one was actually for him in case he didn't want clear vinyl. But we'll go ahead and give it to Jerry Stone, and I'll just confirm with him that he's okay with black vinyl. Debbie Blair takes Van Morrison. That was a great first crate. We still got our first 2 auctions going too. We hadn't even got to anything featured yet. Steely Dan, Greatest Hits is at $27 of Hugh Christopher Lynch. That is a final call, not anymore. Jim Nielsen's at $29. Once again, this is a 2 LP Steely Dan compilation. It does have clip corners, no condition notes on the vinyl, very clean copy, original inner sleeves, new bid on that. Jim Nielsen is at $29. Then we have a Dave Matthews Band, Come Tomorrow, Target exclusive. Someone kept the original shrink wrap and hop sticker. It's on kind of grayish, blackish, clearish vinyl. And the last bid on that was $28 with Patrick M. Patrick's at $28, and that's a final call. Let's put down Sandra on a waiting list for Van Morrison. Let's put Paul Brothers on a waiting list for Eminem Relapse. Let's put Fred Carnell on a waiting list for Van Morrison. And Alex wants SSLP. SSLP, Slim Shady LP. We'll have to put Alex Unrain on a waiting list for Eminem Slim Shady LP. I figured those would be popular. I clicked on my distributor's website. I looked up Eminem, and pretty much his entire catalog was in stock. And I was like, wow, this never happens, because his stuff always is desirable. It always goes out of bid. So Brother Kane has not come in. Jeff and Masters, the new high bidder on Dave Matthews Band. And who was else bidding? Christopher Lynch. Let me know if you want back in on Steely Dan. Okay, let's start back from the top. We have bids still going on our first two auctions. New 5-Finger Death Punch. We've sold one. I've got two left. Gold Edition, F8, 5-Finger Death Punch. I'm assuming that's their 8th album now. $36.99. $36.99 for 5-Finger Death Punch, new album, gold vinyl. Eddie Manning, you're the reason I ordered the Cher albums. There is no Cher Greatest Hits available. You cannot order a Cher Greatest Hits. She does not have such a thing in stock on vinyl, or if it is, it's not in print. This is Dancing Queen, $31.99, and Believe, $31.99. That's the only two I can get right now. Dancing Queen and Believe. Those are $31.99 each. If you want one, I kind of ordered those for you, but those want exactly what I think it's F8, Fate. Oh, Fate, okay. I thought it was like F8 as in their 8th album. So I've got two of those left on Go Vinyl. Now we've already sold out of these. I've already read the pre-order, but we have a waiting list already going on. New Jimi Hendrix, Hollywood Bowl, August 18th, 1967. Never before released. Amazing live Jimi Hendrix concert, $33.99. New The Best of Casey and the Sunshine Band. There's a waiting list for that. If you want on any of these, they'll be in next week for the next invoice. Casey and the Sunshine Band's Greatest Hits, $29.99. And Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. Now, those are very limited. I would get on a waiting list for sure if you're interested in those. Dead Man's Party, they only pressed 500 this time on purple vinyl. Those are all waiting list. We still got one copy left of the new Dokken album, Heaven Comes Down. That's on purple vinyl, $39.99. Doja Cat, I was waiting to see if Troy Robinson wanted this. Doja Cat is $34.99. Let's put Chad Smith down on the Oingo Boingo waiting list. I'm about to do some final calls. These are our first two auctions. I've got to sell them and move on. The new high bid is Jim Nielsen on Steely Dan at $29. I was waiting for Mr. Lynch to let me know if he was in or out. And we have a new high bid also of $29 on Dave Matthews Band. So if y'all are not Jeff McMaster or Jim Nielsen on those, then you're not the high bidder. I'm about to sell them. Creed Human Clay is $39.99. Creed Human Clay is $39.99. One copy of A Perfect Circle left. Whoever asked about the other albums, give me a second. I'll try to find them. $46.99 for A Perfect Circle. We've got several copies of Kix, Blow My Fuse on blue vinyl, $39.99. The new Blink-182 album, $39.99. And Eminem. This is the only one that didn't sell. The Marshall Mathers LP. 2 LP, $46.99. The Marshall Mathers LP. Mike Massey takes a new Blink-182 album. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Fred Carnell, Oingo Boingo. You were not on. You have already got one, Fred. You have already got one. You was on one of the original. I actually posted that pre-order twice accidentally. That was our first crate of new vinyl. That was eventful. We've got 4 more like that. 3 more. 3 more crates of new vinyl like that. So lots to go through. Hope everybody's pacing themselves. Some great stuff there. Is this a Paul crate? Paul is, he left this up here, and I think he has stepped out. Yeah, Paul's, I'm going crazy. Yeah, Paul's already left. I was about to say, Paul's back there pricing records. Paul's not back there pricing records. He's already brought me the records he's priced. He has left. And let me show this crate. Let me flip through it right quick and familiarize myself with some of these. He said there's some pretty cool sealed stuff in here. Let's see what we got. Let's go through our first crate of pre-owned / vintage. I call it pre-owned because there's some stuff in here that's sealed, but it's pre-owned. We have, thanks for checking, Mitch T. I meant to take myself off. Yes, Mitch T, I didn't put you on here. I saw your comment. Okay. Paul has left the building. Yes, Paul's left the building. Today is actually Paul's 33 1/3 birthday. 33 1/3 birthday. I was like, I wouldn't be wise enough to even think of something like that. Leslie Silvley on the KC and the Sunshine Band waiting list. Let's have, let's go ahead and sell these. No one else bid, but no one else set out, so I've got to sell these. Jim Nielsen gets Steely Dan for $29, and Dave Matthews Band is sold to Jeff McMaster for $29. Kevin Scott wants, is Kicks available? Kicks is available right now. I have them in stock. No waiting list on that. If you want one, Kevin, just say sold. Whoop, I can't start showing the bin until I put up new auctions. Let's go ahead and start going into some of the featured stuff that I had on the Facebook post. We're going to start right off the bat with The Clash and with Stanley Clarke, which is, I think, one of the few official pressings we've got tonight that are from the Pittsburgh collection, that is. I have lots of other officials, of course, but this is Stanley Clarke, I Want to Play For You. This is a 1979 promo sampler with Jeff Beck. A promo sampler with Jeff Beck. Stanley Clarke, I Want to Play For You. This is from the Pittsburgh condition, and this is a $15 start. $15 start. Stanley Clarke, I Want to Play For You. Stanley Clarke, I Want to Play For You. This is a $15 start. White label promo sampler, Stanley Clarke. That's our third auction of the night. Our fourth auction of the night is The Clash. This is a vintage bootleg, live at the Roundhouse in London, May 9th, 1976. It's a vintage live Clash, C-L-A-S-H, $35 start, Clash, live at the Roundhouse in London. That's May 9th, 1976. That is up for bid. That is up for bid. Let's see here. We have, Kevin Scott says he'll take a Kicks. Kicks is on blue vinyl. It's $39.99. Kicks is on blue vinyl. It's $39.99. That's told to Kevin Scott. There's our first two auctions of the night. Any Cheap Trick? I think we've already sold them. We've had this collection out for 3 months. And if y'all remember, right off the bat, we were selling some bootlegs right off the bat. So, yeah, I think the Cheap Tricks are already sold, if y'all remember those. But, yeah, very cool. All right, so Greg Preston also gets a Kicks. Let's go ahead and start going through this bin. We've already got a bid on The Clash for $35, looking for a $15 on Stanley Clarke. We have a film by Jim Jarmusch, Dead Man. Music by Neil Young, sealed from 2019, $79.99. I know that's not easy to get. That's a soundtrack Neil Young did. This is sealed from 2019, $79.99. I almost said Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks is sealed. It's a 2020 pressing, Rhino, start your year off right on gold vinyl. Gold vinyl is $44.99. That's Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, gold vinyl, $44.99. Talking Heads, Fear of Music. This is sealed $39.99. A high fidelity, high quality virgin vinyl reissue. Very nice, high quality pressing here of Talking Heads, Fear of Music, 180 gram. It is sealed $39.99. So Stevie Nicks, Talking Heads. The Ramones, Road to Ruin. That's also sealed on virgin vinyl, $29.99. The Ramones, Road to Ruin, also sealed. And Linkin Park, Meteora. This is a 2021 Record Store Day misprint. The Linkin Park logo on the front, black instead of white. Blue vinyl, sealed, $124.99. So this is supposed to be white. Is that what Paul has made a note here? The Linkin Park logo on the front is black instead of white, I think is what that is trying to say. It's on blue vinyl, and it is sealed, $124.99. Interesting. Sealed blue vinyl from Record Store Day 2021. I've never seen that before, $124.99. Okay, update very quickly on our auctions. Final call on The Clash. Tom Dearlove has The Clash for $35. Live at the Roundhouse, vintage bootleg here from The Clash. That's at $35. That's going twice, going 3 times. Stanley Clarke is a white label promo sampler with Jeff Beck. Stanley Clarke, I Want to Play For You. That was at $15.15. Patrick Hummer is going to get the Talking Heads. That's sold to Patrick Hummer. We have Stanley Clarke at $16. And we have Clash is at $37 with Craig Thomas, and Stanley Clarke at $17. Eddie Manning wants Share. Did I miss something? My wife, I'll take the Believe album for her. Okay, I missed that. Believe album for Share. Believe album. Okay, Share, Believe. That is sold to Eddie Manning. Thank you. I still got Dancing Queen if anybody wants that one. That is sold to him. Next is Madonna. This is called Madam X. It's sealed. It's a website exclusive on clear vinyl. This version was only sold through her website. It is sealed, $44.99 on clear vinyl. So new bid on The Clash at $37. That means Tom Dearlove, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And we got new bidders on Stanley Clarke. This is 9 Inch Nails, Deviations 1, sealed from 2017, $69.99. 9 Inch Nails, Deviations 1, sealed, $69.99. So right now we're in some pre-owned sealed records. Pre-owned sealed records is what some of this is. Then we get into some vintage pre-owned here in just a second. Black Sabbath, this is also on Virgin. I can tell you for sure that's an older pressing. I haven't seen that in a while for Black Sabbath 13th. Also has the hop sticker, $39.99. Black Sabbath 13, and that is sealed, $39.99. McCartney 3, Imagined. McCartney 3, Imagined. This is sealed, $34.99. This is the indie exclusive with bonus track, $34.99. Now, I wonder if this is the one that has the... some of these have hidden autographs in them. They randomly inserted hidden autographs, and I think it was on the indie exclusive, white vinyl. I don't know, though. I don't know if they've all been discovered either. He autographed like 20, and you have to open it up. It's a card, which would be like finding like $1,000 if you're lucky enough to find it. $34.99. We have Joshua on Black Sabbath. That's sold to Joshua. Kevin Crowell was second. Chris Bijak third. Jeff McMaster on Paul McCartney. So Tom's out on The Clash. Final call for $37. The Clash is a final call for $37. That's about to be sold. And also a final call on Stanley Clarke. Preston Rose has that for $17. Both of those auctions are about to be sold. We have, what is this? Sealed, $24.99. It's Eric Church, 61 Days in Church, Volume 2. Never seen that before. Eric Church, sealed, $24.99. And the Rolling Stones, A Bigger Bang, live on Copacabana Beach. The Rolling Stones, limited edition 3LP on multicolored vinyl, sealed, $44.99. Sealed Rolling Stones live on colored vinyl, $44.99. David Bowie Lambert soundtrack, that's also sealed. This is back unavailable right now. I can't get these anymore. $39.99 for Lambert, and that is sealed. All right, these are sold. The Clash is sold to Craig Thomas for $37. That's nice. And Stanley Clarke is sold to Preston Rose for $17. Let me grab our next two auctions. I don't have any new MoFi pressed. No, I do not. No, I do not. Now, I do have some autographs over here that have not been advertised yet. Let me go ahead and grab one of these as far as just say authenticated autographs. And I'll go ahead and grab one of our next bootlegs, which is going to be one of our, what should I grab first? Let's do a Dire Straits. Let's go ahead and do a Dire Straits. And here's an autograph that has not been shown yet, nor advertised, and that is John Mayall. This is called Bottom Line, which is an album I don't see as often from him as well. JSA authenticated, signature. It's autographed by John Mayall, not personalized. I think the album itself is really nice too. It is. DJM. John Mayall's a $45 start. It's autographed there on the front very nicely and boldly. There's the JSA authentication. That has been verified and guaranteed. $45 start on John Mayall. And we have Dire Straits. Here's some vintage bootlegs Paul got ready for us today. This is Dire Straits live, vintage bootleg, 1979 in Philadelphia. Also live in London, 78, and live in Germany, 1979. So several different live recordings here. $55 start. It's a 2LP vintage Dire Straits bootleg. And that's live recordings from Philadelphia, 79, Paris, 78, and Germany, 79. $55 start on the vintage Dire Straits. And that's called In the Gallery. In the Gallery. That's up for bid. All right, Brent Robley on the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Brent Robley. Clay Moore on EC. EC was Eric Church. That's sold to Clay Moore. Jeff Brindley on Lambert. That's sold to Jeff Brindley. Jim Nilsson's already in on the John Mayall at $45. Jim Nilsson has that at $45. Looking for a $55 start on Dire Straits. That's Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam is sealed, $39.99, and that one's called Gigaton. Pearl Jam Gigaton. New and sealed, $39.99. Also, Vandergraaf Generator. Vandergraaf Generator is $29.99. It's also sealed. Fantastic Prague Remaster. Fantastic Prague Remaster. Vandergraaf Generator, that is $29.99. $29.99. JK wants Pearl Jam. That's sold to JK. JK gets the Pearl Jam. And Jay-Z, we had JK, got Pearl Jam. This is Jay-Z, Volume 3, Life and Times of S. Carter. That is sealed, $39.99. Sealed, $39.99, a 2014 pressing of Jay-Z. That's the Life and Times of S. Carter. All right, final call on John Mayall for $45. Michael Bohannon's the new bidder on Dire Straits at $60. Craig's at $65. We have 9 Inch Nails, Add Violence. Sealed, $29.99. 9 Inch Nails, Add Violence. That's sealed from 2017, $29.99. Makato Ozone, Now You Know. That is $14.99. Makato Ozone, maybe. Now you know. That is $14.99. Debbie's the new bidder on John Mayall at $47. Patrick Hummer wants 9-inch nails. Thomas Hujar was second, and William Simmons was third. This is called Silent Treatment. Human Contact, $11.99 for Silent Treatment. Country Music Laugh Out. That's Hee Haw. Tom Perryman and the stars and guests of Hee Haw, such as Buck Owens, Junior Samples, Grandpa Jones, George Jones. That is sealed and never been opened. $14.99. Michael Bohannon's at $70 on Dire Straits. The John Mayall autograph is at $49. Jimmy Lewis and the Checkers. Yeah, right. That is sealed for $14.99. And the United States Air Force Academy Symphonic Band. This is the United States Air Force Academy Symphonic Band. That is also sealed and unopened, $11.99. Stacy Metternich wants the Hee Haw record. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. And Johnny Cash sings the songs that made him famous. That's on yellow Sunrise vinyl. Johnny Cash is $24.99. So that's a gold vinyl reissue of one of his first LPs, which was originally on the Sun label, $24.99. Toby Grimm, you were second on Hee Haw. Debbie's at $50 on the John Mayall autograph. And Screams. Screams is $14.99. That's self-titled. And update on Dire Straits, Michael Bohannon's at $70. Craig's out. The Dire Straits vintage bootleg is going once, going twice to Michael for $70. Siren, All Is Forgiven. That's a 1989 U.S. pressing. It's on a promo label, $14.99. Siren, All Is Forgiven. That's on the Mercury label. El Mero Tigre. That is Carlos Landon and the Rondells. I don't know if I said all that correctly in Spanish, but that is $19.99. This is, I can tell we're definitely in a Paul crate. Only Paul would dig up such a record. Very interesting looking though, $19.99. And this is $14.99. This is Arrival, I Will Survive. For some reason I wanted to say ABBA because I know they have a helicopter album cover very similar to that. Liner Notes by Dusty Springfield. Liner Notes by Dusty Springfield. So kind of an endorsement there by Dusty. $14.99. Paul Brothers wants the Air Force record. It's time to do some final calls. John Mayall is at $50. Jim Nielsen's out. Debbie Blair has that. And I've already done a final call on Dire Straits. I'm going to sell those at the same time. Nat Reynolds, Jay-Z was $39.99. $39.99 for Jay-Z. It is sealed. Man, Slow Motion, $19.99. And that's I remember this from the Pittsburgh collection. He had, whose artwork is that? I thought he had it written on the cover. He collected some, like a lot of people, from the Rick Griffin, yeah. That's a Rick Griffin artwork. Of course, the famous concert poster designer. It looks like a Mad magazine, but that is called Man, Slow Motion, Rick Griffin artwork. Also, we have The World in Sound, 1970. The World in Sound, 1970, $19.99. There's the Kent State Massacre, known for the song by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Ohio. John Mayall is sold to Debbie Blair for $50. That is a JSA authenticated autograph from John Mayall, and the Dire Straits is sold to Michael Bohannon for $70. Those two are sold. Let me go grab our next auctions. We have a Woman from Tokyo, which is a vintage Deep Purple bootleg, and I have a couple other autographs over here, but first I'm going to pull something from a crate that I hadn't got to yet, which is right. Is this it? Yeah, Eric Clapton. This is called The Survivor. Eric Clapton Survivor. So I had a lot of Clapton albums from the other night that we didn't get to. This one's called Eric Clapton The Survivor. Early live recordings, guest artist Sonny Boy Williamson. I don't know, I know it's somewhat, I think this one wasn't listed as an unofficial actually. So it's on Thunderbolt label, and this is Eric Clapton, early live recordings, guest artist Sonny Boy Williamson. So that's a $20 start, Eric Clapton. Lots of information here about it on the back, but there's Eric Clapton. That's a $20 start, and then this is a Deep Purple. This is Deep Purple live in Germany, July 11th, 1970. It's called Woman from Tokyo, vintage Deep Purple bootleg. Very cool there. $45 start on this. This is Deep Purple live in Germany, very clean, and that's July 11th, 1970, Deep Purple. So $20 start on Eric Clapton, $45 start on Deep Purple. Those are now up for bid. We have Chuck Berry, Back Home, VG Plus condition, $16.99. Chuck Berry, Back Home, VG Plus condition, $16.99. Isaac Hayes, Don't Let Go. Isaac Hayes is EX, $17.99. And Lennox Robinson presents William Butler Yeats, Poems and Memories, Broken Arts, $14.99. Spoken Arts, Spoken Arts. James Baum. Hanna-Barbera presents James Baum, starring Super Snooper and Blabbermouse. And that is a VG Plus $14.99. And yes, I already have this. I got to keep all the James Bond spoofs. This is James Baum, $14.99. It's a Hanna-Barbera record, actually. Jeff McMaster gets James Baum. We have Michael Nath at 20 on the Clapton. No bid yet on Deep Purple. Going once, going twice on both. George Carlin, Toledo, window box. George Carlin's in VG condition, $9.99. Sly and the Family Stones, greatest hits. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Sly and the Family Stone, greatest hits. That's on the yellow Epic label. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Shane Devers on George Carlin. Chad Smith was second. Vicki Allison third. Don't Send Me No Flowers. Sonny Boy Williamson. VG, $39.99. This is a 1968 UK pressing. 1968 UK import. This is $39, and it's on the Marmalade label. And Paul has a note that's a very collectible label from the UK, the Marmalade label. That's Sonny Boy Williamson, VG condition, $39.99. So Shane got George Carlin, Chad second, Vicky third. Nat says he'll go ahead and take the Jay-Z. That's so did Nat. Sean, you were fourth on Carlin. Brian was fifth, and Thomas Hujar is going to get the Sonny Boy Williamson. Clapton is not listed as a bootleg. No, it's one of those kind of borderline ones, but no, it's listed as an official, and that's called the Survivor. Final call, $20, and also a final call to get a bid in on Deep Purple for $45. Understanding and appreciation of the short story. That's a tongue twister. EX condition, $12.99. It's a 1966 US with booklet. That's understanding and appreciation of the short story. I don't think that's correctly titled. Understanding and appreciating the short story would be a better title, I think. EX, $12.99. That's a 1966 pressing from the Folkways. Freddie Hubbard, Windjammer, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Bobby Nunn, Second to None, EX condition, $16.99. Bobby Nunn, Second to None. Sweet and Funky Gold, that's a Sam and Dave greatest hits, VG Plus condition, $9.99. So new bid on Eric Clapton, 21. How much was Siren? Siren was $14.99. Eric Clapton, 22. And Patrick Hummer wants FH, which is Freddie Hubbard. Eric Clapton's now at 24. And we have Medusa. Medusa's a white label promo, VG Plus condition, $12.99. If anybody wants Deep Purple, it's a $45 buy it now. Vintage Bootleg live concert here from Germany. July 7th, 1970. Deep Purple is now a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants that. That's Deep Purple live in Germany, $45. Debbie Blair says she's in on Eric Clapton at 25. Javi wants the Siren, and Thomas Hujar is going to get the Deep Purple for a $45 buy it now. Our next auction, we've had several from Miss Coco Taylor. There's two different collections we've bought, and they've both been fans of Coco Taylor. First, that collection in South Carolina that had a lot of blues autographs, and we've sold a lot of those. And then Dale met Coco Taylor up in Pittsburgh, and he had a lot of her stuff signed, including albums, CDs, photographs, but we have sold a lot of them, and I think we're getting kind of to the end of the autographed albums. I'm getting to a little bit more new-looking albums, but it's stuff I've never seen before, like Wang Dang Doodle, Coco Taylor. Now, this one isn't JSA authenticated, but I've seen enough of her autographs now. I can spot a Coco Taylor autograph. Wang Dang Doodle. It's a $35 start. It's from 1990. $35 start. Autographed by Coco Taylor. Wang Dang Doodle. That's now up for bid. $35 start. Eric Clapton's at 25. Jesse's out. And Michael Knapp's at 28. We have the Spencer Siegel Band. Hot. EX condition. $11.99. Sparks, number one in heaven. Sparks is in VG condition. $22.99. Sparks, number one in heaven. VG, $22.99. George Carlin, FM and AM. VG Plus condition, $12.99. George Carlin, FM and AM. VG Plus, $12.99. Great Memories at the Grand Ole Opry. That's a 2LP country compilation. VG Plus, $14.99. Minnie Pearl, Chet Atkins, Dolly Parton, Porter Wagner, Ronnie Millsap, Jim Ed Brown. Great Memories at the Grand Ole Opry. And we have Sea Level on the Edge. Sea Level was on the Capricorn label. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Eric Clapton's at 30. Coco's at 35. Coco's at 35. And Brandon Jackson on GC, George Carlin. George Carlin sold to Brandon Jackson. Eric Clapton, 32. We have Coco Taylor, 40 with Michael Nath. Brian C., you were next on George Carlin. And another $35 bid. And yes, it's raining here in Lebanon. It was raining pretty hard earlier here in Lebanon, Tennessee. It's kind of slowed down, but if y'all hadn't known, since I've been streaming live on Facebook, if it rains, the connection's bad. There's something about rain, something about cloud cover, I guess, that does not, it messes up our feed. So it's probably going to be glitchy tonight. There's nothing really we can do about it, but I think it's much better tonight, surprisingly, on Facebook than it is on YouTube, is what people have been saying. So sorry about the feed. We have last two records, Rune at the top, Rune Gustafsson. That's in EX condition, $12.99. Looks like a guitar album. And Moms Mabley, The Men in My Life. Moms Mabley's in VG Plus condition, $11.99. All right, Coco Taylor. High bid right now is $48 with Michael Nath, and the high bid on Eric Clapton's $35. So that was our first crate of vintage and pre-owned vinyl. I've got 4 more crates to go through like that. I've got 3 more crates of new vinyl. I've got 3 crates of discount bins, and I've got 2 full crates of auctions and a whole nother stack of auctions. So I've got enough for 2 shows, and I'm going to try to do it all in one show. So I've still got 4, 7, 10 crates to go through tonight, and we've already been through 2, and we've got to go through a lot of new vinyl. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time recapping. I'm going to go straight into the new crate, but I am going to read off what's left in here. If you want prices, let me know. The Dead Man soundtrack by Neil Young, Stevie Nicks, The Ramones, Linkin Park, Madonna, 9 Inch Nails, Vandergraaf Generator, Makoto Ozone, Silent Treatment, Jimmy Lewis, Johnny Cash, Screams, Carlos Landon, Arrival, Man, 1970, Chuck Berry, Isaac Hayes, Spoken Arts, Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits still available. Understanding and Appreciation of the Short Story, Bobby Nunn, Sam and Dave's Greatest Hits, Medusa, the Steve Siegel Band, Sparks, Great Moments at the Grand Ole Opry, Sea Level, Rune Gustafsson, and Moms Mabley. Those are all still available. Update on our auctions before I continue. Coco Taylor is at 50. Coco Taylor is at 55. And we have Michael Nath is at 40 on Eric Clapton. Michael Nath is the high bid on Eric Clapton at 40. Also the high bidder on Coco Taylor at 55. Jackie Reynolds wants the Grand Ole Opry. That's the Great Moments. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. Brent's at 60 on Coco Taylor. The Stevie Nicks is actually a limited edition 2020 Start Your Ear Off Right on gold vinyl. Start Your Ear Off Right. I sometimes want to crunch that into one word. Start Your Ear Off Right. $44.99. It is sealed. It's on gold vinyl. Darren Davis was second. 42 on Eric Clapton. Michael Nath's out on Coco Taylor. And the Linkin Park, I'm getting some words jumbled tonight. The Linkin Park is actually a misprint. The word Meteora is supposed to be in white. It's listed as a misprint on Discogs, and it's on blue vinyl, and it's sealed, $124.99. So Linkin Park is sealed, $124.99. 2 people asked about that. Todd Tipton asked about 9 Inch Nails. Deviations 1, also sealed, $69.99. We have Michael Nath also out on Eric Clapton. Paul Brothers is going to take the Madonna. And Troy Robinson, I need to know, I got a Doja Cat album. You missed the first crate of new vinyl. Troy, I mentioned your name like 5 times. I didn't think you was on because I never did hear back from you, but I'm about to go back through some more new vinyl as well. I've had 4 crates set aside for tonight. This is crate number 2. Let's go ahead and go through it. We've went through a lot of the new releases, but I'm also about to do some final calls on these 2 auctions. The autographed Coco Taylor, Wayne Dang Doodle from 1990, autographed by Coco. Brent Ribley has that for $60 final call, and Davey Blair has Eric Clapton for $42. That's called The Survivor. Early live recordings with Sonny Boy Williamson. Those are final calls for $60 and $42. Next crate is new vinyl. We have Seven Dust, $36.99. Exclusive and strictly limited Napalm Records mint colored vinyl, Seven Dust, and that's called Truth Killer. Seven Dust is $36.99. I've only got 1 of those. 1 random restock of Trick or Treat by Fastway. That is on orange with black swirl pressing, limited to $750 and hand numbered on the back. This is number 117 of $750, $39.99 for Fastway Trick or Treat. I got a restock of Cake Fashion Nugget featuring He's Going the Distance. Cake Fashion Nugget, that's new and sealed for $33.99. And Old Dominion, this is a new album by Old Dominion, Memory Lane, $39.99. Old Dominion, Memory Lane, $39.99. Coco Taylor does not say to Dale. No, it just says Coco Taylor. It just says Coco Taylor. Since Jeff's asked about that, let me give that a few more seconds. I'm going to go ahead and sell Eric Clapton, though, to Debbie Blair. No one else bid on that, $42. Alan Jonathan wants a trick or treat. I've only got one. So John Martinez and Andre, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. And Jeff McMaster, if you want to bid on that, it's at $60. That's a final call. Let me go grab our next auction. I've got more vintage bootlegs. How about some from King Crimson? This is King Crimson live at the Plumpton, what's that say, festival? Let's show this right quick. This is King Crimson live at the Plumpton Festival. August 9th, 1969. Early King Crimson. It's called Schizoid Man, like the 21st century Schizoid Man, like from In the Court of King Crimson. King Crimson is a $45 start. Vintage bootleg here. $45 start. $45 start on King Crimson. $45 start. Schizoid Man. Live 1969 vintage King Crimson bootleg. That's really cool. I'll let Paul work on these today. I knew he was a big King Crimson fan. I'm sure he probably listened to some of them, if not all of them. Okay. We have Troy Robinson said sold on Doja Cat. That was from the last crate of new vinyl. Yeah, I've got 2 different Doja Cats tonight, so I didn't know which ones he wanted. I just had a note that said Doja Cat. So if anybody else wants me to get you one, this one's sold to Troy. It's called Planet Her. Planet Her. And that is sold to Troy. I'm going to call this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's sold to Brent Robley for $60, Coco Taylor. And $45 start on King Crimson. I do have some more autographs over here. I have a, what happened to it? Oh, here we go. We sold one last night. We had nobody bid, and then the buy it now, there was 4 people on it. And I'm very curious what the vinyl looks like, because the one last night was nice. I'm getting down to the end of Mr. Steve Cropper's autographs. We had several when this collection first came in. I've saved, in my opinion, the best ones for last. We sold the Blues Brothers, where he autographed the Blues Brothers. And then I had 2 Otis Redding LPs. This is Otis Redding, and this is an autographed copy by Steve Cropper, who played guitar on this album. The vinyl is in low-grade condition, typical for most Otis Redding albums. That's when I show a nice Otis Redding album. I'm like, guys, this is nice. That's why we're asking a $55 start. This is how they normally look. They're like VG minus. So I hadn't really cleaned or touched that, but I can tell you it's low grade. However, it is autographed by Steve Cropper, who played with Otis Redding. And like we found out last night, he co-wrote Dock of the Bay. JSA Authenticated. JSA Authenticated. That's autographed by Steve Cropper, famous session guitarist. Same thing as last night, $55 start on Otis Redding. Those are back up for bid. All right, so the last record I showed was the new Old Dominion album, $39.99. New Grateful Dead. This one's called Without a Net, $84. I almost posted a pre-order for this, and I didn't because sometimes I have to prioritize our pre-orders. This is a 3LP, New Grateful Dead, over 2 hours of historic performances from October 1989 and April 1990. Newly remastered 3LP, $84.99. Grateful Dead Without a Net, $84.99, new release. Also, a new pressing of Christmas with Buck Owens, $33.99. All analog on colored vinyl, $33.99. Buck Owens Christmas album, all analog, $33.99. Chris Cornell, his first ever hits collection. I haven't had this in stock for a while. One of our all-time bestsellers. It's a Chris Cornell Greatest Hits, $46.99. It's a 2LP. It has stuff from Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, of course, Hunger Strike, Audio Slave, and then his very successful solo career. That's Chris Cornell, $46.99. Sell that to JK. We have Fuel. This is also, I want to make sure this is the one Troy Robinson wanted. This was a request. Troy requests a lot of new vinyl, and we can do this for anybody else too. He'll send us a big list of all the stuff he wants, and we'll go ahead and either post a pre-order or I'll order it for him, and y'all can do the same thing. Whenever it comes in, we'll bill it for you. This is called Fuel, Something Like Human, $38.99. That was for Troy Robinson. And Tanner, I didn't write that one down, so I'll go ahead and pull that for Troy. I have one left. Dominic, I only got one Chris Cornell, so if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. New release from Power Man 5000. First time ever, I think it's been reissued. And this is called Mega Kung Fu Radio by Power Man 5000. The vinyl debut. Yep, first time ever on vinyl. The 1997 metal funk rap monster blue with black swirl. That is Power Man 5000, $38.99. $38.99. So Dominic on the Chris Cornell waiting list. Craig Ruth is going to take a copy of Fuel. Final call to get a bid on these two auctions. Final call, and then I'm going to make them a buy it now. No bid on the live King Crimson for $45. And no bid on Steve Cropper, Otis Redding album, $55 on that. Final call. We have Scream, music from the motion picture, The Killer new soundtrack, limited edition mirror board jacket. Mirror board jacket, printed in a sleeve with cast notes, and that is the Scream soundtrack, $34.99. I've only got one of those. Albert King, I'll play the blues for you, or I'll play the blues for you. Albert King is $33.99. New and sealed Albert King, and also the classic Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. $36.99, $34.99. Craft, all analog mastering. That is something you might want to pick up because when those become unavailable, they disappear. Albert King and new Jack Russell's Great White. It's been out for a while, but I think this is a new reissue on pink colored vinyl. Pink colored vinyl. Jack Russell's Great White. Once Bitten Acoustic Bites. Great White, Jack Russell's, and that is $28.99. All right, King Crimson's a $45 buy now. That was a live concert from 1969. If anybody wants in on that, King Crimson, $45 buy now, and a $55 buy now on Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart, autographed by Steve Cropper, JSA authenticated. So there's King Crimson, Skizward Man, and there's Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart. If anybody wants in on that, $55 buy now. So $45 on King Crimson, $55 on that. We have two claims on Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. GC wants one, and this is Fred Carnell also getting one. Trick and Treat was on the limited edition 750. It's the newest repress for 2023. That was the Trick or Treat. Jason Aldean, Highway Desperado. Try that in a small town, $31.99. Jason Aldean, I've got two more of those. New album from Missing Persons on pink vinyl. Missing Persons is $29.99. That's their newest album on pink vinyl, Missing Persons. Let me grab our next auctions. I have The Clash vintage bootleg, and I have a vintage Bob Marley bootleg. Let's go ahead and pull those. The Clash is live at the Brixton Academy in London, July 17th, 1982. July 17th, 1982. The vinyl overall is in VG Plus condition. Let me show you the cover. This is The Clash. This is live at the Brixton Academy in London. And it's a 2LP vintage bootleg, $45 start. Overall in VG Plus condition. Vintage bootleg there from The Clash, 1982, July 17th. That's now up for bid. $45 start on that. Anthony Gray, I'll have to put you on a waiting list for Born Under a Bad Sign. Fred Carnell wants the new Missing Persons album. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Bob Marley, Wailing for the Last Time. This is live at the Stanley Theater in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. If y'all remember, not too long ago, we had an official pressing of this. It's out in a box set. It's now out of print. Dale had one, and he also had this. Bob Marley's last concert was actually in Pittsburgh. $55 start, September 23rd, 1980. And this is the vintage bootleg, original bootleg of that. $55 start. $55 start. This is Bob Marley, Wailing for the Last Time. $55 start. The Clash is at $45 with Paul Beal. We have Grateful Dead, Built to Last. Grateful Dead is $31.99. The Dead Stack the Deck, the final studio album remastered. That's a new reissue. I actually posted a pre-order, and no one pre-ordered it. That rarely happens. Grateful Dead, Built to Last, $31.99. New remaster of that. New Foghat album, Sonic Mojo, limited edition fluorescent purple vinyl. Lots of artists sneaking in new albums I didn't even know about. Foghat, Missing Persons. There's somebody else that we had this week that's in this bin or the next bin. Foghat's $39.99. Foghat is $39.99. The Clash is at $45, and The Clash is at $50. Queens of the Stone Age, this is Songs for the Deaf, $48.99. Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf, $48.99. There's a restock of that. And there's the Twisted Sister we had the other night. Under the Blade Anniversary Edition, $74.99. $74.99 for Twisted Sister. There was somebody waiting for one of those. Twisted Sister, I think it was Paul Brothers. Yep, Paul Brothers. I've got one extra to sell. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade, 40th anniversary. That's a 2 LP from Friday Music, $74.99. The Clash is at 50, 51, 55. Stacy Metternich on the new Foghat. Clash is at 56. And we have Paul Beal out on the Clash. New reissue from first time in a long time. This one almost slipped by me too. REM Up, the 25th anniversary edition, 2 LP set on 180 gram. REM Up. First time that's been reissued in a long time. 2 LP REM, and that's $46.99. I actually have 3 of those. And a new Dangerous Toys. This is $29.99. Dangerous Toys is called The Artist, formerly known as Dangerous Toys. The Artist, kind of like a spin-off or a spoof of Prince or something going on there. That's on pink vinyl. Dangerous Toys is $29.99. So Tom Dearlove is the high bidder on the Clash. No, Brian Arrigo is at $56. Tom Dearlove and Paul Beal's out. Troy Robinson on the other one. So the Clash is at $56. The other 2 bidders out. That's a final call, $56. And no bid on Bob Marley. We're looking for a $55 buy now. And that's a final call on Bob Marley. That's a final call on Bob Marley. Twisted Sister was $74.99. Brooks, I think you've already been billed for Smith & Myers. That was on one of your other invoices. Joe Willinger gets Dangerous Toys. And we have Type O Negative. Type O Negative. This was actually a pre-order. This is called Dead Again. Ghostly green vinyl, 2 LP, limited edition to 1,500. Type O Negative, and that is $38.99. $38.99. Type O Negative, $38.99. We have a pre-order for Type O Negative. Type O Negative is Sarah Long, Felix Quintanilla, and Rich Recor. Sarah Long, Felix Quintanilla, and Rich Recor. Aaron Jolly's the high bidder on Bob Marley at $55. That's going twice, going 3 times. Let me go ahead and sell the Clash. That's sold to Brian Arrigo for $56. I'll grab our next auction. This may not be a new album by Dangerous Toys, but it's a new release. No, they're reissuing a lot of their stuff. It's new for Friday, yes. This is not a new album. Sometimes I say new, meaning it's a new reissue, just like REM or some of the other ones we had in there. Let me do another Deep Purple. This is called Deep Purple Perks and Tit. I think that's how they want you to say that. Deep Purple. This is a vintage bootleg. This is, wow, Paul's got a lot of information on this one. $45 start. Looks like they're live in 1974 in San Diego, also live in Ontario Speedway in 1974. And there are some studio tracks. Studio tracks A4, A5, B3, B4 are studio tracks with the MK2 lineup. $45 start. So that is a new Deep Purple. That is Perks and I guess that's Tit. That's a $45 start for Deep Purple. Vintage bootleg. It's no condition notes on the vinyl. Very clean. And the cover is actually in shrink wrap. That's a $45 start. $45 start on that. Bob Marley, Fred Carnell wants Type O Negative. I don't think he's on the pre-order. He wasn't. Bob Marley 56. Fred Carnell wants a Dangerous Toys. We have Troy. I've already got you tagged for Fuel. And I'm pretty sure Bob was a buy it now. If I was, I didn't mean for it to be. I thought I said final call before I make it a buy it now. $55. Because that was, but whatever we need to do. It looks like we have bids now. That was a final call for a buy it now, is what I meant to say. Aaron has it for $58. The Deep Purple is at, the Deep Purple had already sold from earlier. And I've got 2 Type O Negatives left, and I have Chris Cornell Patience, $16.99. Chris Cornell Patience, this is Record Store Day, white vinyl, 7-inch, one of our all-time best sellers as far as new vinyl. It has Patience, the Guns N' Roses cover, and Nothing Compares to You. That's Chris Cornell, white vinyl, $16.99. Put Jerry Stone on the missing persons wait list. Final call to get a bid in on. So what I do, put them up for auction, no bid, and then I do a final call to get a bid in. If not, I'm going to make it a buy it now, and then you may or may not get it. Just like Bob Marley, I must have misspoke. There was 3 people waiting to get the buy it now. Now we're at $58. $58 of Aaron Jolly. So if you want it, it's up for anybody's consideration. That's at $58. So it's maybe a good thing that I didn't make it a buy it now, because 2 other people were trying to get it that wouldn't have, it looks like. So that's at $58 with Aaron Jolly, final call. Jerry Stone on missing persons waiting list. Debbie Blair and JK on Chris Cornell. Let's also put Dominic and Sean on a waiting list. And Matt, I'm going to stay at 45 on King Crimson. All these are buy it nows. That's the price for them right now for sure. They're buy it nows at whatever price. No discount or kind of offers on the auctions. Sometimes I do them late, like later tonight. Something may not get a bid, but usually because just like last night with the Steve Cropper, it's buy it now, whatever the starting bid is. Okay, we have, one more time on this, 7 Dust is $36.99. 7 Dust is $36.99. That's called Truth Killer. That's new and sealed. Cake Fashion Nugget is $33.99. Cake Fashion Nugget is $33.99. And Old Dominion, Memory Lane, newest album by Old Dominion, $39.99. Grand Funk is $84.99. Grand Funk without a net, $84.99. 3 LPs, that's a new and sealed official release. Christmas of Buck Owens, all analog, colored vinyl sealed for $33.99. Power Man 5000, Mega Kung Fu Radio, first time on vinyl, $38.99. Scream is $34.99. Music from the motion picture. And Albert King, I'll Play the Blues for You. Albert King is $33.99. Okay. Now Deep Purple's a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants this. Vintage bootleg, there's 3 different live recordings and there are some studio tracks on here. $45 buy it now. Bob Marley is sold for $58 to Aaron Jolly. That's sold to Aaron Jolly for $58. Brian Arrigo gets Deep Purple for $45. Jack Russell's Great White, Once Bitten Acoustic Bites. That's on pink vinyl, $28.99. And Jason Aldean, Highway Desperado, $31.99. Grateful Dead, Built to Last, $31.99. Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf, $48.99. The newest Twisted Sister reissue of Under the Blade, first time that's been reissued in a while. Anniversary edition, it's from Friday Music, $74.99. And the newest reissue of REM Up, $46.99. REM Up. Let's grab our next 2 auctions. I have another autograph by Coco Taylor. This is the Earthshaker, Coco Taylor, $35 start. This is on Alligator Records, Coco Taylor. This is on Alligator, and I think also this is very nice. Yes, very clean, Alligator Records, $35 start for that. The Earthshaker, autographed, that is a $35 start. So I had Chris Cornell, 7-inch singles. Debbie Blair got one, JK got one. Dominic on a waiting list, Sean on a waiting list, and now Fred Carnell on a waiting list. Craig Ruth wants the Jack Russell, Great White, that's sold to Craig Ruth. Also, Dangerous Toys is $29.99. And Typo Negative, Ghostly Green Vinyl, Dead Again, $38.99. Stacy, there is no damn Yankees on schedule to be posted. There's none. No pre-order available for that right now. All right, next auction is Taylor Made. I've never seen a James Taylor bootleg. This is James Taylor, vintage bootleg, Taylor Made, live at the Anaheim Convention Center, 1971. Perfect. Classic James Taylor, $35 start. Very cool bootleg here, $35 start. The vinyl is in EX condition. EX condition on James Taylor, Taylor Made. It's in shrink wrap. Looks like there's a little bit of wear down here in the corner. That's a lot of music. 1971, $35 start. James Taylor's now up for bid. Steve Wright wants DT. That was for Dangerous Toys. That was my last copy of that. Dangerous Toys is sold to Steve Wright if anybody wants on the waiting list for that. And Johnny Williams said the band. I think he was fixing one of his comments from earlier. So there's our next 2 auctions. Let me grab, was that new vinyl? That was new vinyl. Let me grab a crate from over. I don't know, actually. I don't know on that one. Let me see what we got here in our next bin of new vintage stuff. Boy, there's some nice looking LPs in here. First glance, for sure. Nice looking LPs. Let's see what we have here. Okay, let's go through some new vintage stuff. Let's go through some new vintage stuff and see what we have in here. I've got lots of crates to go through. I'm going as fast as I can. The REM is $46.99. Final call on Coco Taylor. Michael Nath has that for $40. And final call to get a bid in on James Taylor. That's a $35 start. Final call to get a bid in and final call to bid against Michael Nath on Coco Taylor. I'm about to sell both of those. New vintage arrivals. We have Vocalist, Singing Till the Girls Come Home, various artists. This is $19.99. This is Vocalist. Let's see what we have here. Carmen McRae, Mose Allison, John Hendricks, The Gordons, Tony Bennett vocalist compilation, 1999. That's on Contemporary Jazz Masters label. Sound Musical Advice, 1999, featuring Miles Davis, Al Di Meola, Maynard Ferguson, Eric Gale, Benny Golson, Dexter Gordon, Herbie Hancock, 1999. Pause at 35 on James Taylor, going twice, going 3 times. Aretha Franklin, Aretha, 1999 on Aretha Franklin, Aretha. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street. This is a classic live 2 LP concert from Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $36.99. And Young, excuse me. The Bad Seed. This is $9.99. This is maybe The Bad Seed, $9.99. Also, Wild Eyed Southern Boys, 38 special. Wild Eyed Southern Boys is $19.99. About a VG Plus cover, no condition notes on the vinyl though. 38 special, $19.99. Jesse Johnson's Review, Can You Help Me? $9.99 for Jesse Johnson's Review. And Tommy James, Midnight Rider. Tommy James is $19.99. Midnight Rider. That is Tommy James, as in Tommy James and the Shondells. Also, we have Dean Martin, You Can't Love 'Em All. Dean Martin is $9.99. Let's sell Cameron Martin, 38 special. Let's also sell Coco Taylor to Michael Naff for $40, and Paul Brothers gets James Taylor for $35. I find that extremely shocking. James Taylor just got one bid for $35, but great deal to Paul Brothers. Our next auction is a vintage original pressing of Quiet Riot's Metal Health. This is a $25 start, very clean copy. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, $25 start. Bang Your Head, Come On Feel the Noise, $25 start on that. Michelle Miller takes the Dean Martin. That's sold to Michelle Miller. And Living Eyes, the Bee Gees, that's $9.99. And Bob Seger, Live Bullet. This is the classic live Bob Seger 2LP, $24.99. Jimmy LaCroix's at $25 on Quiet Riot. Our next auction is going to be a Eric Clapton. This is Eric Clapton Unplugged. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It was originally a 2011 Record Store Day release. An original 2011 Record Store Day release. Record Store Day 2011, limited edition, initial pressing of 3,500 on 2 LPs. It's in a perforated poly bag, and this is going to be a $45 start. Eric Clapton Unplugged, Record Store Day from 2011. That's a $45 start. That's now up for bid. Quiet Riot's 25, 25, 25, 30, and 30. Next in the bin is Frank Sinatra Sings Only the Lonely, $14.99 for Sinatra. And Band on the Run, a 1983 South African pressing. Wow, that's unusual. South African pressing of Band on the Run, $39.99. Very unique there. If you're one of those serious Beatles fans collecting all the variants. Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes, $14.99 on Pete Townsend. And Aretha Franklin, Live in Paris. This is in shrink wrap. It's an OG pressing too of Aretha Franklin, Live in Paris, $29.99. Josie Sinkbell's the newest high bidder on Quiet Riot for $35. I'm going to step over here and grab my drink. Is that okay, Seth? Yeah, I did before. Seth says he gives me permission. Maybe I should give myself permission to fire you. Any comment? He says do it. All right. I'll do it later. I don't want to fire you right now. Okay. Right now we have Quiet Riot at 35 and Eric Clapton's at 45. So Eric Clapton's at 45 and Quiet Riot is at 36. Do we have any claims? No claims. I'll keep going. Try to find something. This is hot on the tracks, the Commodores. I don't think I've ever seen that before. $14.99, the Commodores. Bee Gees, Take Hold of That Star. The Bee Gees is $9.99. Commodores Night Shift, the Night Shift, $14.99. Commodores, Humble Pie, Rockin' at the Fillmore, $26.99 for Humble Pie, Rockin' at the Fillmore, and Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. That's a live Grand Funk Railroad, $26.99. Quiet Riot 36, Quiet Riot 37, Quiet Riot 37. Darren Davis is at 45 on Eric Clapton. Babe Ruth is $14.99. Babe Ruth and Bee Gees Gold, $14.99. Bee Gees Gold. Eric Clapton's at 48. Dion, as in Dionne Warwick, that's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Also has a hop sticker on it. The Allman Brothers Band, $34.99. This is on the Capricorn label, $34.99 for the Allman Brothers Band. Very clean copy of that. the classic album. Stoney and Linda Ronstadt. This is a compilation of the classic music with Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies, $9.99. Anthony Gray is going to pick up the Allman Brothers Band. Great decision there. And Darren Davis, I think there's 3 different Commodores albums. No, there's 2. Let me know if you want Hot on the Tracks or Night Shift, or you can have both of them. There's another Linda Ronstadt. It's pretty much almost the same thing. This is called Different Drum, $12.99. I think it has very similar track listing. It's not the same, but it's similar. 2 different Linda Ronstadts. That's earlier Linda Ronstadt music. She was in a group called the Stone Ponies before Linda Ronstadt. Derek, before she had a solo career. Derek and the Dominoes is $34.99. Live in concert, Derek and the Dominoes. Great stuff there. Live Derek and the Dominoes, $34.99. So Debbie, let me know which one of those 2 you want. Darren Davis wants the Night Shift by the Commodores. Darren Davis, you're also outbid on Unplugged. The new high bid on that's Michael Nath at $48. Just let me know if you want back in. And Quiet Riot, Metal Health. The highest bid on that is Matthew Krause. He's at $37. No, Josie was in first at $37. Josie Sinkbell was in first at $37. Everybody else is out on Quiet Riot. Let me know if you want to bid again. Davey's going to take both Stone Ponies. Chris B. Jack, you were next. And Darren's at $49 on Eric Clapton. Another Commodores. This one's called Heroes. It's a 2 LP. $22.99, the Commodore's Heroes. Also, the best of the New Riders of the Purple Sage, $19.99 on the best of the New Riders. Gypsy Tramps and Thieves, Cher, $19.99. Gypsy Tramps and Thieves, there's a Cher album. 24 Greatest Bluegrass Hits, and yes, this one has Rocky Top on it. The Osborne Brothers, first track, Rocky Top, $24.99 for 24 Bluegrass Greatest Hits. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, $39.99. This one actually has a sticker on the cover that has all the great track listing on that. That is $39.99 for Hot Rocks. New high bid on Quiet Riot at $38. Matthew's back in at $38. Brian Arrigo wants Babe Ruth. That was right here. That's sold to Brian. New bid on Eric Clapton's at $50. Michelle Miller was first on Cher. First on Cher. Travis Wade, you were a close second on that. Michelle Miller was first. Chuck Berry, this is called Golden Decade. This is $29.99. It's in shrink wrap. It's a Chuck Berry 2 LP compilation. Near mint and shrink wrap. Chuck Berry, $29.99. Darren's out on Eric Clapton. Michael Nath, you have that for $50. And if everybody's done on Quiet Riot, Matthew has that for $38, going once, going twice. Blind Faith, we have her covered up. That is $34.99, Blind Faith. That is on the Yellow Atco label, too. I hadn't seen that in a long time, actually, on the Yellow Atco label. Classic album. I still don't think it's a first pressing, but Blind Faith, $34.99. Steve Winwood, Eric Clapton. The Byrds, Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, David Crosby, Roger McGuinn, and Michael Clark. That's known as The Byrds, $26.99. Gatefold, The Byrds, $26.99. All righty. So, 50 on Clapton. That's a final call because Darren Davis is out. The Eric Clapton is a sealed Record Store Day. Record Store Day 2011. They only pressed initially 3,500 of these. John had it marked. We're still below sticker, what we was going to price it for. High bid on that is $50. It's down to one bidder with Michael Nath. It is sealed. Hop sticker. Very nice. Eric Clapton Unplugged. Jimmy's out on Quiet Riot, so it's between Josie and Matthew now. And Brian Arrigo is going to get the classic Blind Faith. Great music. First time I listened to this, well, first time I was like kind of scared to listen to it. I was like, what in the world? And then I realized how great it was. And that's Hendrix, Lambert, Hendrix, and Ross, and the Gordons. And that's $19.99. It's a vocalist compilation. Sound musical advice, and that looks like a jazz. The very best in progressive music. It looks like a compilation, actually, now that I look at it. Yeah, it's a compilation. Weather Report, Chick Corea, Herbie Hancock, Al Di Meola, Eric Gale's on here, Maynard Ferguson, Miles Davis, and Dexter Gordon. And that is $19.99. Matthew, the high bid on Quiet Riot is $39. You are outbid. We was just waiting on you. Josie has it for $39. Michael Nass back in on Clapton at $60. Aretha Franklin, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, The Bad Seed, Jesse Johnson, Tommy James, The Bee Gees, Bob Seger. The classic live album, still available, Live Bullet, the original label, no condition notes, just $24.99. Also, Frank Sinatra, Band on the Run, a South African pressing, Pete Townsend, Aretha Franklin, the Bee Gees, the Commodores, Humble Pie, Grand Funk, the Bee Gees, Dionne Warwick, Derek and the Dominoes, the Commodores, New Riders of the Purple Sage, the Bluegrass compilation, the Rolling Stones compilations, Blues and Rock Project by Chuck Berry, and the Byrds. Wow. Still some great titles in there. We have an out on Eric Clapton. We have an out on Quiet Riot. I'm about to sell those. The Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young is $36.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, $36.99. Matthew says he will take the Bob Seger. That's sold to Matthew. Troy Robinson wants to know which Jesse Johnson. Jesse Johnson is Jesse Johnson's Review. Can you help me? $9.99. Joe Willinger wants Funk. Funk. I don't remember saying the word funk unless it was Grand Funk. That's sold to Joe Willinger. The Byrds is EX Plus, Near Mint Minus. How much is Aretha Franklin? Aretha Franklin is $29.99, and that is Aretha Franklin Live in Paris. There's also another Aretha Franklin. That is Aretha Franklin Aretha, and that one's $19.99. Chuck Berry is $29.99, and that is Chuck Berry's Golden Decade, 2LP gatefold in shrink wrap, $29.99. Also, how much was the Sinatra? The Sinatra was, I believe, $14.99, but let me find that. Only the Lonely is $14.99, original Capitol label. How much is the New Riders of the Purple Sage? The New Riders of the Purple Sage is $19.99. Troy Robinson says he'll take the Jesse Johnson. That's sold to Troy Robinson. Debbie Blair says she'll take the Byrds album. That is sold to Debbie Blair. Corey Gaston's already sold, and Jetstream says he will take the Chuck Berry. That's sold to Jetstream. And we have Michelle Miller says she'll take the Sinatra. I'm glad I answered all these price questions because everything is sold. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Was that Tyler asked how much Franklin? That's Tyler. Tyler asked how much Aretha Franklin. Hello, Tyler. I just now realized that. I saw Tyler. Coletco, for those that don't know this, Coletco wouldn't be where it is right now without Tyler. Okay, he's the one that asked how much Aretha Franklin. We would not have any of these records if it wasn't for the help of Tyler. He is basically a member of the Coletco family for sure. Let's go ahead and sell these auctions. Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot is sold to Josie Sinkbell for $39, and Michael Nath gets Eric Clapton for $60. If you see us go on these crazy trips across the country and load up like 10,000 records, Tyler's usually the person driving the truck and actually loading the records. Paul sometimes helps them probably. Tanner may help them, but I can promise you this. If Tyler's there, he is loading records. He helped us move that collection in Dallas. He was driving the trucks. He was loading records. He was making boxes. He also did all the work on the outside of our building too. So Tyler says, want both Aretha. Sold to Tyler. We have Troy, you've got one Doja Cat. I'm about to show you the other. Okay, let's go ahead and pull those from that bin. Let's go ahead and pull those from that bin. Those are right here. What we got on? The Panthers and the Bears. Sounds very exciting. Okay, we have, let's see here. Yeah, he also did all the work on that front, outside of our building. So, Tyler, I'm filling up this trailer. I've been tossing stuff. I was out here at 4 a.m. last night throwing stuff in this trailer out here in the parking lot. I love having a big empty trailer. I am chunking stuff left and right trying to get this back room cleaned up. It's been a mess. Let me try to find our next bootleg. We were unsuccessful with the first King Crimson, which was shocking. Let's do another King Crimson. This one's called Indisciple Mining Rocks. Is that what that says? Interesting. Indisciple. Am I crazy? Am I not reading this correctly? It's probably something I'm just not using my brain on right now. And I have another John Mayall autograph. So let me grab one of these. I've also got Emmylou Harris on deck too. So we have our next autograph, John Mayall. John Mayall. So I think we've already done one from John Mayall tonight. This is autographed by John Mayall. Cool album to be autographed too. Of course, y'all know John Mayall worked with Eric Clapton. So, pretty cool stuff here. This is the London Collector Series called Primal Solos. Beautiful copy. I mean, the vinyl is extremely nice. It's in the original inner sleeve. John Mayall, this is a $45 start. It's been JSA authenticated. So there's the JSA authentication. There is the JSA sticker. John Mayall autographed album, and it's called Primal Solos, Legendary Performances from the Archives with Eric Clapton, Mick Taylor, and Jack Bruce. Autographed by John Mayall, JSA authenticated, $45 start. So our next bootleg from the Pittsburgh collection is going to be called Indisciple Mining Rocks. Am I saying that correctly? Am I crazy? That is by King Crimson, and that's live at Stony Brook. That is February 28th, 1982. Tracks A1 and B1 were recorded on Friday's ABC TV show on 1981. So essentially, it's two different live recordings, 81 and 82. And this is Indisciple. I'm not crazy, right? That is a $45 start. $45 start for this vintage King Crimson. And they've bootlegged it to make it look like a promo. So let me show you that. It's in shrink wrap, but they've bootlegged it to make it look like a promo from Warner Brothers, but it's completely a bootleg. Live King Crimson concert, $45 start on that. Okay, so there's our next two auctions. We have John Mayall at $45 and now $50. Fun bidding on that one. New vinyl that has not been shown tonight. First was a restock of Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. $31.99 for Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Holly Safe, you was on a waiting list for that. Holly Safe, so we've already got you one pulled. I have two extras. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $31.99. This has the hit song In the End on it. $31.99 for Linkin Park. Next is The Cure Disintegration. The Cure Disintegration is $44.99. The Cure Disintegration, that's a restock of that. It is a 2LP gatefold import, $44.99 for The Cure. There was one person waiting for that, maybe two. Where are you, The Cure? The Cure, or also known as Cure or The Cure. I'm having fun lately with the thes in front of names. Where is Cure at? I know somebody was waiting for one of these. I hope I copied and pasted it over. Where are you, Cure? I don't see it on here, though. Maybe that was on a previous order. Maybe I did that the other night. I also got some puzzles coming up. Where's Jerry Stone? I had some people on a waiting list for some puzzles that actually came in. I don't see that on here. But that's $44.99, The Cure Disintegration. Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory, $38.99 for Oasis. I hadn't had this in a while. $38.99. I actually got them in stock. I just hadn't shown them in a while. This has the hit song Champagne Supernova and Wonderwall on it. Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory, $38.99. So update on our auctions very quick. The John Mayall autographed album Primal Solos is at $55 with Michael Nath. We do have a bid on the King Crimson bootleg. That's at $45 of Homeland Conspiracy. Indisciple Mining Rocks, $45 bid on that, going once, going twice. Mike Helton wants Oasis. I don't have them in the bin, but I've got two more if anybody else wants one. Oasis, What's the Story? That's sold to Mike Helton. Iron Maiden, a random restock of Somewhere in Time, $36.99 for Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. And I have one copy of Doja Cat Hot Pink. Now, this is sold to Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Doja Cat Hot Pink, $28.99. Beatles box have shipped from my distributor. The tracking says delivered tomorrow. Beatles box sets will be here. Everybody's getting one. I have 20 on the way. I haven't counted my pre-orders, but I think there was 16 or 18 pre-orders. So I've only got a couple Beatles boxes if anybody's interested. The new Beatles box set, that's the way I posted a pre-order. I didn't order any individual ones. I figured if somebody wanted red, they was going to go ahead and get blue. They'll be in tomorrow. And by the way, the other night we took a big waiting list on all the Beatles singles. We had a waiting list for the blue marble, the black, the clear, and the 12-inch. All of that's on back order. All that's on back order. So if you are on a waiting list for the Beatles single, I'm waiting for them to ship more, but right now they weren't in stock. That's been a huge success, obviously, for the Beatles. No surprise there. And they're all gone. So I can't get any more right now, but hopefully they do a repressing of that. But I do have everybody's waiting list, and whenever they come in, you'll definitely see them right here. I went ahead and ordered extras of all of them. So initially, when I put that out there, I didn't know how well that was going to do, but I should have expected it to do well. But I ordered a bunch. We just sold them all. We've sold every one of them. So John Mayall 57, King Crimson 55, Troy Robinson got Doja Cat, John Mayall 60. We have Linkin Park. This is an unofficial, almost acoustic Christmas LP. Linkin Park, it's on clear vinyl, $39.99. Linkin Park, almost acoustic Christmas. That's an unofficial, $39.99. Also, I think I need to check on something, but I have a massive pre-order out for an album called Eric Carr Rockology. I am almost certain that has now been switched over to a record store day only release, and they're not going to let me have that. That was originally announced like back in February. I think I've got over 150 pre-orders for that. I saw today where it said embargoed, meaning I couldn't post it, and I was like, they announced this back in February, and it looks like I don't know if anybody has a record store day release. We don't participate in that, but it looks like that's out for record store day. So I think they're going to do another very limited edition run on that thing too, which is not good for me and probably not good for y'all if you've been looking for one. So not official yet, but when I searched it, it said record store day and it wasn't where I could order them. So if you ordered the Eric Carr with us back like 8 months ago, I don't think we're going to be able to get them anymore. I think they've changed that over to record store day, and I can't get those. So, and probably even if I could, they probably wouldn't send me I think I ordered 200 of them, and it doesn't look like we're going to get them anymore. So that is the picture disc. Yeah, that's the new picture disc. Initially, they had it where we could order them, and now they've made it a record store day title. So yeah, we can't get, it's not looking good for those. Okay, sorry about that, but that was a couple important announcements. The Beatles will be here tomorrow, and whatever else I just talked about. Okay, King Crimson's at $56. Vintage King Crimson bootleg here. Indisciple Mining Rocks, that's at $56. John Mayall autograph, we're at $61. We're at $61. JSA authenticated on that. Michael Nath was at $62. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan's Greatest Hits Live. This is an unofficial. It's on colored vinyl. Stevie Ray Vaughan's Greatest Hits Live. $38.99. $38.99. Gatefold Greatest Hits Live. $38.99. Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 1. This is $49.99. Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 1. $49.99. There was somebody waiting for one of those. Michelle Billings. Oh, there's The Cure. Jeffrey Walker. It got blended in with Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses, Michelle Billings. I've got you on a waiting list for that. Use Your Illusion 1. And The Cure, Disintegration. The waiting list for that was Jeffrey Walker. The waiting list for that was Jeffrey Walker, $44.99. If anybody else wants one, I still have them. The Cure, Disintegration, $44.99. Jeff Masters at $63 on John Mayall. Alan Jonathan wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan, and Kara Bauer wants Guns N' Roses. Update on King Crimson. New high bid is Brent Robley at $57. The other bidder was Homeland Conspiracy, so Homeland Conspiracy, let me know if you want back in on that. And John Mayall, Michael Naff's out. The high bid on that is Jeff McMaster, $63. Very nice there. One Stevie Ray Vaughan left. Gorillaz, a random restock of Demon Days, $36.99. $36.99 is Gorillaz Demon Days, $36.99. Also, Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP2. Marshall Mather LP2. So there's another random Eminem. We've had almost his entire discography tonight. $46.99 for Eminem. And the other Linkin Park, Meteora. $31.99. Linkin Park Meteora, $31.99. That has the hit song Numb on it. I've got two Meteoras there, $31.99, black vinyl. And I've never had this one before, Oasis. This is a new anniversary edition on colored vinyl. Thank you, Jerry Stone, for asking me to order this. I missed it. It's on colored vinyl, Oasis Master Plan. I've got one extra, $46.99. The Master Plan Oasis, $46.99. That's now on colored vinyl. It's a 25th anniversary edition. One copy of Rush, Spirit of the Airwaves. That's live Rush from 1980. It was a Missouri concert. It's on blue vinyl, $39.99 for Rush. And Guns N' Roses Unplugged. That's an acoustic show from Guns N' Roses Unplugged. That's on colored vinyl, $39.99. I don't have any Chili Whack puzzles. Chili Whack puzzles, not that I'm familiar with. All right, so Final call on both auctions. Homeland Conspiracy's out. We're having out on John Mayall. There was a waiting list for Guns N' Roses Unplugged. Where is Guns N' Roses Unplugged? Guns N' Roses Unplugged. James Rayner. James Rayner, you was actually on a waiting list for that. I've only got one extra. We're going to give it to JK, and we're going to put Mike Helton on a waiting list now. Let's put Mike Helton on a wait list for that. And, of course, the very, very popular, we sell these just like the Chris Cornell single, Ozzy and Motorhead doing Hellraiser. So what it is, you got Motorhead and Lemmy doing Hellraiser, Ozzy doing Hellraiser, and then there's a mashup where, you know, it sounds like they're doing it together. $16.99. $16.99. That's a 10-inch Ozzy, Motorhead, and Ozzy and Motorhead. We have Mike Helton wanting a Linkin Park Meteora. That's sold to Mike Helton. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. John Mayall is sold to Jeff McMaster for $63. And this is King Crimson. It's sold to Brent Robley for $57. There's only two auctions over here that hadn't sold for tonight. I'll get to those in just a second. But first, let me offer this to the backup bidder, Homeland Conspiracy. I have another one of those. The same thing, just a little bit different looking cover. Homeland Conspiracy, same condition. It looks like the same thing. If you want this one, I'll sell it to you for the same price of $57. If you don't want it, anybody else, I've got one more of that King Crimson Indisciple Mining Rocks. I have one other, $57. Our next autograph is going to be, yeah, this is really cool here. And I think it's one of the few that I have that's not personalized by this artist. And let me grab the next vintage bootleg. I don't think, it's been a while since we've done one by Dire Straits. That's one of the first ones we did. Here's another one. So first, let's show the Dire Straits. Homeland Conspiracy said he will take that for $57. That's sold to Homeland Conspiracy. And our next vintage bootleg is Dire Straits Viewpoint. Live at the Vigorelli Velodrome in Milan, Italy. I was about to say, that sounds very Italian. 1981, only 500 copies were pressed. VG Plus, vintage bootleg, Dire Straits. Overall, the vinyl's in VG Plus. It has Dire Straits kind of custom labels on it. And that is a live concert from 1981 in Italy. Oh, wow, it's got two separate jackets. So two separate jackets for them. That's interesting. So it's those go together. It's the same concert, just two different LPs. Very cool. So that is a $45 start. 500 were pressed, vintage bootleg there by Dire Straits, $45 start, VG Plus condition. Now, we have Emmylou Harris. Emmylou Harris. This is Bluebird. It's an autographed copy. Very, very nice signature. Non-personalized. JSA authenticated. This is JSA authenticated. Very nice signature. Black Sharpie. Very bold. Not personalized. And the album itself is very nice too. Very nice jacket. Hype sticker. Gold stamp promo. Near mint minus vinyl, original inner sleeve. That is a $55 start for Emmylou. Emmylou Harris, Bluebird, autographed, JSA authenticated. That's now up for bid, $55 start. Very, very cool autograph there. Now up for bid. Emmylou Harris. Emmylou Harris. I was talking with another autograph collector. Autographs are interesting. You've got stuff that are like, there's a lot of autographs that are $25 to like maybe 150 or 200, right? And then after that, it just seems like there's a huge jump. You got all kinds of autographs between $25, let's say, and $200. And then after that, it seems like everything is $1,000 up. It's just like you have a lot of really cool signatures, and then there's some that we call just, they jump into a different threshold. So Dale had everything. He's got some of those $1,000 signatures, and we have a lot of really cool, really cool autographs around the $25 to $200 range. That's a little bit more affordable for everybody. And then we've got some pretty crazy ones too. So very cool that he had all these. He got to meet all these people. Man, his entire collection and story is worthy of like a full-length YouTube cinema release. We need to send a camera crew up there and just interview him. The story, I mean, he met all these people that we have signatures from, thousands and thousands of them. It's amazing. So, quick recap on this bin. We have Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $31.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $31.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. The Cure Disintegration, usually not available. We have them in stock now, $44.99. $44.99 for The Cure Disintegration. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $36.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $36.99. Linkin Park, Almost Acoustic Christmas. That's on clear vinyl. Linkin Park is $39.99. Almost Acoustic Christmas. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Greatest Hits Live, $38.99. Gorillaz Demon Days is $36.99. We have one copy left of Marshall Mathers LP 2, $46.99. One LP left of Meteora, $31.99. One Oasis left, $46.99. Rush, Spirit of the Airwaves, $39.99. And Ozzy and Motorhead, Hellraiser, $16.99. I've got two of those, Ozzy and Motorhead. Okay, so the Dire Straits, any Clash left? Yes, I think we have one, maybe two more, but yes, we do have more. Dire Straits is at $45.45, $50. Emmylou Harris is at $55. Dire Straits $55, Dire Straits $60, Dire Straits $65, Dire Straits $70. Brent Robley wants the LIP Christmas. Chad, see if you can pre-order Black Sheep, The Choice. It's yours, 12-inch single. Tanner will write that down. I hope he does. Tanner will write that down. He says he will. And we have LIP Christmas. What was that? Was that something in this bin? I don't remember having anything Christmas. Maybe not. But I'll go back through these albums one more time, or maybe I'm misunderstanding Brent's comment there. In the 80s and 90s, it was different with celebrities. You could wait outside of venues, and you could even wait for them in hotel lobbies, and they probably didn't mind you approaching them and getting their signature. People would camp out, know where they were staying. It was a popular thing. The same guy, the guy from Atlanta, the Atlanta collection, he did the same thing. He would follow these people around. He followed these people around. That's what he did. He'd follow them on the road. He would wait for them outside of venues. If he knew where they were using the bathroom, he would wait for them outside of the stall. He did that to get Graham Nash's signature, that guy in Atlanta. He had an amazing collection too, and I'm still finding stuff of his in the back. We still got lots of stuff from him. Autographs. As soon as we got all this stuff back from JFK, I just found from JSA, I just found a bunch more signatures in the back. So we're still finding more. So let's see here. We have Brent Robley. Oh, he wants, yes, I did have a Christmas. Linkin Park, the acoustic show. Yes, sorry. I forgot that was in here. Did I already pull that? Linkin Park? Oh, no, I didn't. Almost Christmas. Almost Acoustic Christmas. So that's sold to Brent Robley. Next comment, we got Jerry Stone's pre-order written down. Chad, can I get out of the Beatles box set? And I'll go ahead and put you down right now. There was somebody who commented just like 12 hours ago and said they wanted one. I'm right to that point, Darren, where I'm almost sold out, but I'll go ahead and take down your name. You may be getting one of the last ones. Stacy Linkin Park, I think she may have just been helping me out, but if that was a claim, let me know. I'm about to show the auctions one more time. Dire Straits 75. And we have Dire Straits 80. Dire Straits 80. Let me go ahead and show the puzzles right quick, because that's most of what this next crate is of new vinyl. It's mostly puzzles. I got new vinyl in here. These are all 500-piece puzzles from Rock Saws. These are $24.99. We have Elton John, Captain Fantastic. These are all $24.99. Elton John, Captain Fantastic. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. AC/DC, High Voltage. These are 500-piece puzzles. These are puzzles. Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Boy, that one looks tough of all the black around the edges there. Elton John and Rush, Moving Pictures. Rush, Moving Pictures, $24.99. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more puzzles I just got in. And we had somebody on a waiting list for Metallica, James Bragg. James Bragg was on a waiting list for Metallica, Jump in the Fire puzzle. We've already got that pulled. So there's 5 random restocks. Elton John, Pink Floyd, AC/DC, Elton John, and Rush. Now, Kara, you were first to Rush, or excuse me, Kara, you were first to Elton John. Let me know if you wanted Captain Fantastic, or if you wanted Don't Shoot Me. Christopher Morris, same thing, and then I can put you on a waiting list. Dire Straits 82. Jerry Stone wants Rush. That's sold to Jerry Stone. Kara Bauer gets the AC/DC, and Kara gets the Pink Floyd puzzle, and we're going to figure out which one of the 2 Elton Johns Kara wanted. And that was Captain Fantastic or Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Captain Fantastic, of course, there on the left, and Don't Shoot Me. Okay, she wants Captain Fantastic. So Christopher Morris, if you want on a waiting list for that puzzle, Christopher, he wanted that one as well. So if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list, and that just leaves one puzzle And I'll go grab the other ones we have in stock. If y'all didn't know about these, we've been selling these now for 4 years. I'll look back, we still got the Aussies in stock, and they're marked from 2019. I've still got Aussies in stock from 2019. I'll show those, but these are very popular. They're made in the UK. Very high quality puzzles, and I have sold literally hundreds of them. Very, very cool puzzles. $24.99. I've got some others in stock, and I'll show them. I'll show them in just a second. Kara says she'll take the other Elton John too. All those are now sold. Tanner, I need to get back on the ball on puzzles because those always sell very good around Christmas. Very good, especially during the winter time for anybody. What better way to do when you're snowed in than put together a puzzle, right, Tanner? Listen to some Elton John and put together the puzzle. That'd be pretty cool. All right, Dire Straits. Here's what we have up for bid. Dire Straits Viewpoint. This is a vintage bootleg by Dire Straits, live in Italy, 1981. When they bootlegged this version, they only made 500 of them. Overall, it's in VG Plus condition. The high bidder is Thomas Hujar at $82. Never mind, Michael Bohannon's at $85. Michael Bohannon at $85. Now, I've only shown this once. Very nice signature here from Emmylou Harris. I think there's only one bidder too, Debbie Blair. Debbie Blair has this for $55. It's an autographed copy of Emmylou Harris Bluebird. It's an extremely nice signature. It's not personalized. JSA authenticated Emmylou Harris Bluebird. High bid on that is $55. $55. Brian Arrigo wants on the waiting list for AC/DC High Voltage, and we got 2 people on the waiting list for Captain Fantastic. New bid on Dire Straits at $88. Time for new vintage arrivals. These are check condition. So these are in the condition that I say they're in whenever I show them. Like the first record's in VG condition. It's the Wild Angels soundtrack. It's actually in shrink wrap. Very cool. It has a Sgt. Pepper's price tag. That must have been a store called Sgt. Pepper's. That sounds pretty cool. VG condition, $12.99. The cover's in shrink wrap. So Dire Straits is at $90, and we have a final call now on Emmylou Harris for $55 to Debbie Blair. Jethro Tull's Aqualung, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Ian Anderson's Jethro Tull. Wild Angels sold to Colin Butler. Naz 2, Todd Rundgren. Naz 2, VG Plus condition, $29.99 for Naz. Naz 2, VG Plus $29.99. Blade Singletary on Jethro Tull Aqualung. That's sold to Blade. Jets and Gilberto. You'd think I'd have that right by now. Jets and Gilberto. VG condition, $19.99. Classic jazz album there. VG $19.99. And this looks, I've seen this before. This is an amazing compilation. VG Plus condition, $9.99. It's called Progressive Heavies. The first track is Cream, White Room. Also goes into Canned Heat, Johnny Winter, Spencer Davis. Traffic's on here. That's called Progressive Heavies. It's actually marked as a promo. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Elvis, GI Blues. EX condition, $29.99. Elvis, GI Blues. I've waited long enough, but no one else bid on Emmylou Harris. This is sold to Debbie Blair for $55. Nice pickup there. Very nice signature. We'll put that in a new sleeve for you. And Debbie Blair also gets the Progressive Heavies LP. That's sold to Debbie Blair. Jim Nielsen, you're second. We got a battle going on for Dire Straits. Michael Bohannon just hit $100 on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second while I take a drink of water. All right, so we got one bootleg up. I've still got lots of signatures. And yes, I still got several from Miss Coco Taylor. Here's another one. This one's also really nice. This one is, I guarantee it to be authentic. There's a couple good things and just one slightly, there's a lot of good things about this, and there's one slightly bad thing. The slightly bad thing is when he put the shrink wrap back on the album, which I'm amazed at how he was able to do that. When he put the shrink wrap back on the album, the hop sticker covers up the rest of her name. So I don't know if you want to take the shrink wrap off or just it's signed. I mean, you can obviously see it, but it's all underneath the shrink wrap. But when he put it back on there, she signed it where the hop sticker covers it back up. Other than that, very nice signature. This is another one on Alligator Records. Very clean, near mint minus. Coco Taylor, Queen of the Blues. $35 start for Coco. It also includes an Alligator Records, what does this say? Gators by Mail card. I've never seen that before. Gators by Mail. Looks like a solicitation form. But I've also never had this album, Queen of the Blues, Coco Taylor, shrink wrapped, autographed. That's a $35 start. That's now up for bid. So next is Thomas is out on Dire Straits. That's a final call for $100. And we have a final call on Dire Straits. Let's go back to the vintage check condition stuff. Jerry's putting together Ride the Lightning. Tanner, if you don't mind, will you grab all the other puzzles we have in stock and then one each of the Aussies? Looks like we definitely have some people interested in puzzles. Looks like we're going to have another great battle for Coco Taylor, too. We have the blue Yusef Lateef, VG Plus condition, $34.99. The blue Yusef Lateef, VG Plus condition, $34.99 on Yusef Lateef. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. VG Plus condition, $9.99 for Johnny Cash. And BG's Cucumber Castle, VG Plus $14.99. I think we just sold something on our website. I just saw the notification comes in, which is very odd because I only have 5 things listed on our website for sale, but I just saw a notification, Tanner, come in that we sold something. That's very unusual. Vanilla Fudge, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Vanilla Fudge. On the original label, You Keep Me Hanging On. You want to put them right here?
There's a both.
Okay. Blade Singletary gets Johnny Cash. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. That's sold to Blade Singletary. Vanilla Fudge, original label, $14.99. And the Drum Battle. I've listened to this before. It's very cool. Gene Krupa and Buddy Rich at the JATP. That's in VG condition, $14.99. The Drum Battle. Gene Krupa and Buddy Rich, VG, $14.99. All right. I almost forgot about Dire Straits. That's sold to Michael Bohannon for $100. And Coco Taylor is at $35, $35, $37, $39, and $40. Colin Butler wants the Drum Battle. That's sold to Colin Butler. Our next autograph. Oh, we got an autograph up. Let me do another bootleg. This is the last James Taylor I have. And this is called Isn't It Nice to Be Home Again? Very, very cool. Vintage James Taylor bootleg from the Pittsburgh collection. This is James Taylor. And where's my notes on it? Here we go. Thank you, Paul. This is live at the Anaheim Convention Center, March 21st, 1971. Disc 1 is EX Plus near mint minus. Disc 2 is in VG Plus condition. James Taylor, $35 start. Isn't it nice to be home again? It's actually a bootleg, it's a gatefold. Got some information here. James Taylor. Sweet baby James. Hey, mister, that's me up on the jukebox. I'm skipping around a little bit. Conversation, yeah, he does a lot of, I think this is one of those like straight concerts where he talks maybe in between tracks, kind of like the Jim Croce stuff. Country Road, Fire and Rain. Classic James Taylor, $35 start. One disc is really nice. One's about mid-grade at VG+. Andy Lewis is going to get the Vanilla Fudge LP. That's a 60s classic. James Taylor is a $35 start. The Best of Procol Harum featuring Wider Shade of Pale. Fantastic. VG condition, $9.99. It's actually a gatefold. This is Procol Harum, the best of. VG condition, $9.99. Salty Dogs on here too. VG, $9.99. Coco Taylor's at $45. We got 4 active bidders on the autographed Coco Taylor. T-Bone Walker, Dirty Mistreater. This is one we don't get too often. VG Plus condition, $24.99. T-Bone Walker, very desirable blues artist. VG Plus condition, $24.99 for T-Bone, just like on the Seinfeld episode. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass. This does have the hit song from his solo career known as Let My Love Open the Door. VG Plus, $9.99. And Magical Mystery Door, Magical Mystery Tour, VG condition, $16.99. The Beatles. This is on the orange capital label. Magical Mystery Tour, VG condition, $16.99. Hello, Goodbye, Strawberry Fields, Penny Lane, You're a Rich Man, All You Need Is Love, Full on the Hill, I Am the Walrus, VG, $16.99. Oh Waylon by Waylon Jennings, that's in VG condition for $12.99. Oh Waylon and the Argent Anthology, that's the greatest hits of Argent, a VG minus cover, VG vinyl, that has the hit song, Hold Your Head Up, VG, $9.99. All right, final call, Coco Taylor. Michael Nath has that for $45. Michael Swanger, you're out. Brent Robley, you're out. Chris Jack, you're out. Michael Nath has it for $45. It is autographed by Coco. Only one bid on James Taylor. These are surprising. Only one bid on both James Taylor. Here's another one. Final call to Michael Bohannon, $35. What's the condition of the book on Magical Mystery Tour? 9 out of 10 are usually there, but they're disconnected. This one is there, but it is barely hanging on. Actually, I think I was told you want to store your Magical Mystery Tours like this. That way there's no gravitational pull on the book, because they're known, this book was way too heavy to be stapled the way it is. They're always either torn or, loose. That one's barely hanging on. It's an orange capital label, $16.99 VG condition. And John, if you don't want it, it looks like Michelle wants it. Paul Brothers is at $38 on James Taylor. We've got a stack of puzzles here. Let me go through these. John Smetzer is going to go ahead and take the Beatles, so that means Michelle was next. Here's a few more puzzles we have. We have Ozzy, $24.99, Diary of a Madman. Bark at the Moon is $24.99, and Blizzard of Oz. So there's 3 different Ozzies: Blizzard of Oz, Bark at the Moon, and Diary of a Madman, $24.99. There's 3 more puzzles, and let me show you 3 more, and then I'll show some more in just a second. The other ones are Metallica, the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited. Metallica's $24.99. David Bowie, Let's Dance is $24.99. And the very popular Rush, Fly By Night. Very cool one there. These are all 500-piece puzzles, new and sealed, of course. Rush, $24.99. David Bowie, $24.99. Metallica, Garage Days Revisited. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Bark at the Moon. And Diary of a Madman. Those are all $24.99, and those will all come shipped in your record order, of course, with your $7 combined shipping. Michael Bohannon's back in on James Taylor at $40. Final call, though, on Coco Taylor. Michael Nath has that for $45. Colin Butler's going to get the Argent. Homeland Conspiracy wants the Rush, Fly By Night. I only have one of those. We got 2. Tanner says we got 2, so Homeland gets 1, and Brian, you get 1. James Taylor's at $45. And Brian, we had another high voltage in stock, so you also got a high voltage by AC/DC. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, VG Plus condition, $14.99 for Tommy Bolin. The Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever. This is like an Allman Brothers greatest hits, actually. VG Plus condition, $24.99. The Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever. It's a hits compilation. VG Plus condition, $24.99. The Stone Ponies, there's Linda Ronstadt in The Stone Ponies. That's one of the originals. VG condition, $14.99. Stone Ponies, VG condition. That's the first one, too. $14.99. And Staying Alive soundtrack, VG condition, $9.99. Debbie Blair gets the Stone Ponies. Michael Nath gets the Allman Brothers Band. Jim Nelson, you were second on Stone Ponies. Let's sell Coco Taylor. Coco is sold for $45 to Michael Nath. That's sold to Michael Nath for $45. I think we're done on James Taylor. We were at 40, 42, 45. Paul Brothers is out. Let's sell Michael O'Hannon, James Taylor for $45. I believe both those auctions sold for $45. They're done. Debbie got Stone Ponies. Jim was second. Henry, Chris, Sean, and Thomas. Several people on that one. The Pittsburgh collection, originally, he had some near mint copies of those. Of course, we have sold them all. And I think he had a couple extras. I think that was probably one of the extras there. Now, somebody earlier asked for the Clash. I think this is one of the few ones we have left here by the Clash. Let me get back over here to some of our vintage bootlegs. I'm going to do 2 at the same time. I still got almost a whole crate of auctions over here, not counting autographs that I have stacked off to the side. I have a lot of Poco albums autographed by Rusty Young. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start showing them like 3 at a time. And then you can just comment the name of the album. They're all going to be $9.99. They're autographed by Rusty Young. I've auctioned 2, and they've both brought $10 opening bid. So I'm going to show 3 Poco albums, and you can just comment the name of the album. I'll do all the ones that's not personalized first, but I think we have every Poco album autographed by Rusty Young, which is one of the members of Poco, of course. So these are all, I hadn't checked the vinyl. I'm assuming they're nice. Let me take a couple peeks, but these are just kind of sold Let me take a look at the first one here. These are just kind of sold mostly for the autograph. We hadn't cleaned them, hadn't even took them out of the original sleeve. But this first one is nice, original label, and it has the poster with it. So, I mean, you're getting a Poco album, and it's autographed by Rusty Young. So, comment the name of the album, because you may want one just for what it looks like. The first one is Good Feeling to Know, $9.99. Poco 7. They're all signed by Rusty Young on the front, and this one's Delivering. So 7, Delivering, 7, and A Good Feeling to Know. They're all $9.99, Poco. Our next two auctions, so there's 3 of them. I have literally an entire stack of them over here, all autographed, if anybody's interested. Badfinger. This is labels have correct track list, the studio tracks, and some demos. Okay, so actually, what's on here is the actual, what's listed on here is the actual tracks. So this is a Badfinger bootleg, $45 start, and it is studio tracks and demos from Badfinger, the classic Badfinger. I love their music. We've got it cleaned in Big Fudge, anti-static. So all these auctions, we've cleaned them, checked them. We've put a lot of them in new anti-static sleeves. Very cool cover here. It looks like a Capitol. Looks like something that would have been out by Capitol Records. Badfinger, and this is studio tracks and demos, $45 start. $45 start for Badfinger. So there's auction number 1. And number 2 is a vintage Clash bootleg. This is Clash at the Palladium in New York City. Very cool. Paul says great sound quality. This is a $65 start. Live at the Palladium in New York, September 21st, 1979. This was a WNEW FM broadcast. There's the insert with the Clash track listing. $65 start. $65 start. Clash, that is a $65 start. There's 1. There's 2. There's the Clash vintage bootleg, $65 start. Very cool. So $45 on Badfinger, $65 on Clash. Now back to the Pocos. There was 2 people on Good Feeling to Know. Jason Kenton was first. And Tanner, these are $9.99. There is Good Feeling to Know. That is sold to Jason Kenton. Mike Cochran was second. Kelly wants the Tommy Bolin that's in here. That's sold to Kelly. And we have Clash is at $65. And no bid yet on Badfinger. So Jeff's in on Clash. That's a very high quality Clash. Now, we have a couple questions, a Poco greatest hits. So I don't really know what's in the stack, and I haven't seen a copy of Legend, I don't think. I was actually looking for that one because I figured that would be a great one to actually auction because that's one of their better albums, but I haven't found that one yet, no. I think I've got literally a stack of Poco albums that I'm going to start showing just randomly, but I think there's more. I don't think they're all together, so there's a good chance we've got Legend, but I was like, well, that's their best album. That'd probably be the best one to auction, but I hadn't found it yet. Jim Croce, Photographs and Memories. Back to the check condition bin. VG Plus, $9.99. So we're right in the middle of a new check condition bin. Jim Croce's VG Plus, $9.99. Grand Funk Hits, that's in VG condition, $9.99. Grand Funk Hits, VG, $9.99. Mike and the Mechanics, Living Gears. Mike and the Mechanics is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Eagles, One of These Nights, VG, $14.99. Eagles, formerly known as The Eagles, VG condition, $14.99. And the Beach Boys, Little Deuce Coupe, VG condition, $14.99. That's an original mono pressing and shrink wrap. An original mono pressing and shrink wrap. VG condition, $14.99. Final call to get a bid in on Badfinger. Badfinger's a $45 start. Final call on the Clash. Daniel Booziden's at $70. I'm assuming Jeff McMaster's not done bidding. He's at $65. Daniel was at $70. Nicholas wants Mike and the Mechanics, MM. That's sold to Nicholas. That is right here. That's sold to Nicholas, Mike and the Mechanics. Also, America Homecoming. This one has Ventura Highway on it. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Rob Shandell, the Badfinger is a $45 start. I may have either misspoke or you may have misheard me. The Badfinger is a $45 start. $45 start on Badfinger. Wow, I was about to say, this is backwards. It is. The Beach Boys 2020. The Beach Boys 2020, that's a VG copy for $14.99. Kara Bauer wants the America album. That's sold to Kara Bauer. Michael Jackson Thriller, VG condition, $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, VG condition, $14.99. Time in a Bottle, Jim Croce's greatest love songs, VG Plus condition, $9.99. John Prine, Diamonds in the Rough. John Prine, just $24.99, VG Plus condition. And that is an original. That is a, 72. This is a 1975 pressing of Diamonds in the Rough. VG Plus, $24.99. The Clash is at 75, now 78. Kara Bauer is going to pick up the Michael Jackson Thriller. Michelle Miller is going to get JC, which is Jim Croce, and Dan Ray wants John Prine. Rob Schendell's at 45 on Badfinger, and Sean Mankel, you were second on Michael Jackson. So, now, Badfinger's the final call. We have our opening bid with Rob Schendell, and that is a very cool artwork on this one. It looks, kind of a cartoon drawing. It looks like it would be on like a Capitol album. $45, now $46 with Steve Botsford, and this is Rare Studio Tracks and Demos. $46 on Badfinger. The Clash is now out with Jeff McMaster. Daniel Bouzadin has that for $78. Final call. James Taylor, One Man Dog, VG Plus condition, $17.99. Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. Why does that cover look different? This cover looks different. VG condition, $12.99. Or am I crazy? Double Live Gonzo. This is VG, $12.99. Trying to figure out why that looks different. Maybe I'm crazy. But I've seen only 5,000 copies of that. It looks a little bit different than it normally does. That is in VG condition, $12.99. And Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, also a VG record, $9.99 for Iron Butterfly. Badfinger 46, final call on the Clash. Never mind, Ryan Vaughn has bid $80. Brian C is going to get the Ted Nugent. That's sold to Brian C. Now it's at 82 of Daniel. Blue Oyster Cult, Extraterrestrial Live. This is a live BOC album. VG condition, $14.99 for BOC. And Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG condition, $14.99. Two-tone reprise label, VG, $14.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG condition, $14.99. Badfinger's at 47 with Rob Schendell, so we got new bids on both auctions, and Chris B. Jack is going to get the live BOC. Okay, let me show 5 new puzzles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 5 more puzzles. We've had several puzzle buyers on tonight, and we're going through our entire inventory very quickly. We have Iron Maiden Killers, $24.99. These are new sealed 500-piece puzzles from the UK. Iron Maiden Killers, $24.99. Queen's Greatest Hits. These are all $24.99. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2. Use Your Illusion 2. David Bowie, Hunky Dory. And one of my favorite Pink Floyd covers, Delicate Sound of Thunder. Delicate Sound of Thunder, $24.99. So those are all 500-piece puzzles. We have Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder. David Bowie, Hunky Dory. We have Queen, sold to Michelle Miller. And we have Kara Bauer on Guns N' Roses. So those 2 are sold. That leaves Killers. David Bowie, John Duran is going to get Killers. So that leaves David Bowie and Pink Floyd. Those are still available. Also, earlier I showed 3 different Aussies, Metallica, and a David Bowie Let's Dance. Those are still available if anybody wants them. I've got another small stack I'll show in just a second. I also need to reorder a bunch of stuff. They were low stock, though. But evidently, they're still making these things. If y'all remember, about a year ago, I said, unfortunately, they're discontinuing. I got this email. I think it was a licensing agreement, but they still got them. So, Tracks on Badfinger. Tracks on Badfinger. I think what Paul said is what's on here actually is the right thing. So, yes, I'll read what's on the back of the jacket. Name of the game, Money Flying, Perfection, Suitcase, Sweet Tuesday Morning, Sing for the Song, I'll Be the One, Do You No Good at All, Loving You, Loving Me, Baby Please, Pete's Mambo, Come Back Love, Joey Speaks, He's a Regular, Do You Mind, Instrumental 1, Instrumental 2, Timeless, Blind Owl, I Can Love You, Vampire Wedding, Call Me, Strike While the Fire is Hot, Angels Like Us, Oh Yeah, The Source, and Apple Promo. Here are some gems we've unearthed spanning the entire length of their career, both alternate versions and some unheard stuff too. That's a vintage Badfinger bootleg. It's very nice. It's a 2 LP. The high bid on Badfinger, we was at $47, and now we're at $48 with Steve Botsford. Steve Botsford's at $48. A new bid on the vintage Clash just came in. The Clash is at $90 with Daniel Bouzadin. The Clash is at 90 with Daniel Booziden. We had a bid for Jetstream on 2020. So he got the Beach Boys 2020. That's sold to Jetstream. So let's have a quick recap of this bin. Very quick recap of this bin. This is all new vintage check condition stuff. Not much in here, so I can go through it one more time. I've got 2 more crates of vintage to go through, and I'll have a small crate of new vinyl to go through. Our 4th and final new vinyl crate, and then I'll do a big recap, especially for pre-orders and new releases. Still got autographs, still got bootlegs. It's only 9:30 too. And then I've got 3 crates of vintage on sale stuff. 3 crates of vintage on sale stuff. I've got a $9.99, a $14.99 together, and then 2 $6.99 crates. NAS 3, I think I said NAS 2 earlier. NAS 3 with Todd Rundgren. VG Plus $29.99. Jets and Gilberto, that's in VG condition, $19.99. Elvis and GI Blues, that's an original, 1960 Indianapolis Press, EX condition, $29.99. The Blue Yusef Lateef, VG Plus $34.99. BG's Cucumber Castle, VG Plus $14.99. The Best of Pro Call Harem, that is got Wider Shade of Pale on it. VG condition, $9.99. T-Bone Walker is still available. Dirty Mistreater, the classic blues of T-Bone Walker. VG Plus $24.99. Badfinger's now at $55, and Daniel Boozine's at $90 on the Clash. That's a final call. Ryan Vaughn, let me know if you're still in. I'm about to sell it for $90. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Old Waylon Jennings, VG $12.99. Staying Alive soundtrack, VG $9.99. Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. Grand Funk Hits, VG $9.99. This has We're an American Band. The Locomotion, Some Kind of Wonderful, VG $9.99. Chris Bijak gets the Pro Call Harem. Nicholas gets the Jets Gilberto. Those are both sold, Pro Call and Jets. Eagles, One of These Nights, VG $14.99. Little Deuce Coupe, The Beach Boys, VG $14.99. Corey Gaston gets the Grand Funk Hits. That's sold to Corey Gaston. Also, James Taylor, One Man Dog, VG Plus $17.99. Iron Butterfly was VG $9.99. And Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, VG condition $14.99. Purple Haze, Fire, When Cries Mary, Can You See Me, Hey Joan, Foxy Lady, Manic Depression, All Along the Watchtower, the Bob Dylan cover, and Crosstown Traffic. Kelly, you were second on Grand Funk. I'm going to change out crates. This crate over here literally just has about 5 titles in it. No, it has more than that. It probably has 10 or 15. And they're all music on vinyl. They're all music on vinyl. So, except for 2. Maybe 3. Actually, I have no clue what's in here. Let's just go ahead and show it. This is all new vinyl that just came in today. Sum 41, all the good SHIT. This is Sum 41, 14 solid gold hits by Sum 41. That's $33.99. Henry Pardidez wants the T-Bone Walker from that last crate I just set aside. And Jimi Hendrix is also sold. Let me pull those, T-Bone Walker and Jimi Hendrix. Nice pickups there. Those were 2 like, I can't believe these didn't sell. Now they've sold. The Clash, we had a new bid. Ryan Vaughn bid $95. Daniel Booziden's out. So Ryan Vaughn, I was about to sell that to Daniel, but I missed Ryan's bid. Ryan Vaughn's at $95. So now that's a new final call. Daniel's out. That's a final call, $95. There was no poster of Hendrix, unfortunately. Now we need to do a final call on Badfinger. Badfingers with Brent Robley at $55. I think everybody's done and out. Those are about to be sold for $55 and $95. Sum 41, Greatest Hits, $33.99. Iron Maiden, Made in England, 88. That's a live concert, November 27th and 28th, 1988. It's a 2 LP picture disc, $59.99. $59.99 for Iron Maiden. Danger, Danger from Music on Vinyl. Boy, when that originally came out, we sold a bunch of them. Danger, Danger. Not an easy original to find, $39.99. Jimi Hendrix. This is Are You Experienced, remastered by Music on Vinyl in mono. It's in mono. That's the U.S. version. $39.99 for Jimi Hendrix. Remastered in mono. Are You Experienced? We have 3 copies of King Diamond Abigail. Now, I sort of had Thrasher on a waiting list, but I think he said he would wait and maybe claim it live if we got him back in. We do. That's King Diamond Abigail on Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $33.99. Jeff Brindley wants a Danger, Danger. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. The Clash is sold for $95 to Ryan Vaughn. And let's go ahead and sell Brent Robley the Badfinger for for $55. So I've already showed these puzzles. Let me set these off to the side. And because they're taking up a lot of space, let me show the last 4 puzzles we have. Some nice ones in here. Nirvana from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. 4 more puzzles. Nirvana's $24.99. The Ramones, that one's cool. $24.99 for the Ramones. A Matter of Life and Death, Iron Maiden. That's $24.99. That one's really cool. And Rush, Permanent Waves. Rush, Permanent Waves, $24.99. So Rush, Iron Maiden, this is the last 4 puzzles that I have available to show you. Ramones and a very cool Nirvana. There's 4 more of them. We've all of a sudden sold a lot of puzzles tonight. Our next autographs, our next auctions is going to be an autograph. This is John Haidt, All of a Sudden. John Haidt, All of a Sudden, autographed by John Haidt. $45 start. It's JSA authenticated. Very clean vinyl, very nice. There's the LP. There's the cover, very nice. John Haidt autograph. We have it JSA authenticated. There's the sticker there on the back. There's the card. $45 start on that. John Haidt, All of a Sudden. $45 start. That's up for bid. Next is going to be a bootleg. Let me see what I have left over here. I think we've only done 1, 2 King Crimsons. Wow. We got Evanescence, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Joan Jett, King Crimson, Deep Purple, Jethro Tull, King Crimson, Bad Company, Badfinger, and another Jethro Tull. So I read King Crimson off the most, I think. So let's do this one right here. King Crimson Groon. This is live at Texas Hall in Arlington, Texas. Rare. I was about to say I've never been familiar with that concert before. King Crimson live in Texas. Texas Hall, Arlington, Texas, June 10th, 1973. Rare. EX condition. $65 start. This is a rare, scarce bootleg for sure. King Crimson live in Texas, 1973. EX on the vinyl. There's the cover. Got a one-eyed demon there on the cover or something. Groon, handwritten, looks like track listing on the back, and that's a $65 start. It's not a Kiss boot. It's a red vinyl Dressed to Kill, I think. It's not a Kiss boot. Chris Sheridan wants the Iron Maiden puzzle. That was A Matter of Life and Death. That's sold to Chris Sheridan. Iron Maiden puzzle. Fred Carnell, I'll put you on a waiting list for Danger, Danger. I'll put you on a waiting list for Danger, Danger. I'll put a Deep Purple on deck and King Crimson. So, $65 start on King Crimson, looking for a $45 start on John Haidt. Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia, $39.99 for Screaming Trees. Music on vinyl, new and sealed. Mark Lanigan. Blue Oyster Cult, somebody asked about this the other night. Did I have it in stock? About the only way I can get it is this music on vinyl pressing. New and sealed, Don't Fear the Reaper, $39.99, Blue Oyster Cult. Also, The Ladder, yes, we sold one the other night. I've stocked another one. Tough album to get an original of. It's a 2 LP for music on vinyl. Yes, The Ladder, $39.99. That originally came out in 1999. Thomas Hujar wants Screaming Trees. That's sold to Thomas for $39.99. Also, Blind Melon. I've got some music on vinyl staples here. Some stuff we've been selling for a long time. Big titles that music on vinyl did. This is Blind Melon, which has the hit song No Rain on it. $39.99. Bill Withers, his first album, which is getting very tough to find now in high grade. This is a music on vinyl remaster. It has Ain't No Sunshine on it, Grandma's Hand, Sweet Wyoming. Those are all great songs. $39.99. Joshua gets the Blind Melon. Also, Iron Maiden, Dance of Death. Dance of Death, $59.99 for Iron Maiden. Dance of Death, 2 LP, $59.99. Let's sell Anthony Gray. If it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for Blind Melon. Joshua wants a Bill Withers. Let's sell that to Joshua. Anthony on a Blind Melon waiting list. Brian Arrigo, I will start a waiting list for Screaming Trees. Uncle Anesthesia, if anybody else wants one, they'll be in next week. So they'll be on your next invoice. And then Shane Devers wants Iron Maiden. So yeah, those are all just like one there. So any of these, I know I can get more. They'll be in like next Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they'll be on that next invoice. So Anthony says he'll wait on the waiting list, but Michelle wants on there. Final call on King Crimson. I'm going to go ahead and make John Haidt a buy now. Just a $45 buy it now. JSA authenticated too. John Hyde, all of a sudden autograph. If anybody wants that, it's a $45 buy it now. That is sold to Jeff McMaster for $45. And King Crimson's a final call. Brent has that for $65. I'm about to sell that. And Tanner, that was in an old sleeve, so I'll let you please put that one in a new one. All right, so I had this. I've already showed that. Let's see right here. Okay, here's the next 3 Poco albums I have that's autographed. Please comment the name of the album. I hadn't looked at them. I just know they're autographed. This is Poco, Cowboys and Englishmen, autographed by Rusty Young, $9.99. Blue and Gray, autographed by Rusty Young, $9.99. And Head Over Heels, autographed by Rusty Young, $9.99. Those are all just $9.99. I guarantee them to be authentic, but it's just not something that was really worth us having authenticated. The authentication would be more than what I'm selling these autographs for. So that's sold to Jeff McMaster, $9.99, Tanner. Debbie gets Head Over Heels, and that leaves Blue and Gray. If anybody wants that, signed right there. Yes, Rusty Young. So I've got 3 now that hadn't sold, and I've got about 15 over here I hadn't shown. Let's go ahead and sell this to Brent for $65. Let me grab our next auctions. Time for new boots, new autographs, new whatever else is over here. Somebody asked for Deep Purple. I think we've already sold 4, or we've already sold 3. Here's number 4. This is Deep Purple Sonic Zoom. Deep Purple Sonic Zoom. This is live at the Auditorium Theater, Roosevelt University in Chicago, October 24th, 1971. So live Deep Purple, 1971, right in that classic era. This is a $35 start, VG Plus condition. Live, Roosevelt University in Chicago. Deep Purple, just this piece of paper on it, $35 start. Now, let's see what we have here with this Kiss album. Paul just found this in the back. This is Dress to Kill. It's an unofficial red vinyl Japanese replica with poster. Interesting. So it is an unofficial. It is a bootleg. It's Kiss, Dress to Kill on red vinyl. It's a bootleg replica of the Japanese pressing, $55 start, and it does come with a poster. Dress to Kill, limited edition red vinyl, $55 start. Dress to Kill, red vinyl, Japanese replica, bootleg, $55 start. That's now up for bid. Brian is at $35 on Deep Purple. So this crate, here's what's left. Yes, the Ladder, Blue Oyster Cult, King Diamond Abigail, Jimi Hendrix, Iron Maiden, and Sum 41. That's called All the Good, we'll just call it stuff. And that's still available. Let me do some condensing here. My battle stations here have got quite messy tonight. We've had a very busy night so far. Let me do some crate condensing. And I'll bring up the next crate in just a second, which is going to be new. We've still got 2 crates of new vintage stuff. And then I'm going to do the on-sale stuff. And at some point, I'll do a recap of new vinyl, probably sooner than later, since we've had so many great new arrivals. Let me figure out what crate I showed first so I can... That was the crate that I just showed. Yep, that was the crate I just showed. Let me go ahead and condense these with these then. I think we might need some crates too, so that's good. That was new vinyl for tonight. And that was new vinyl for tonight. Yep, so let me put these in here. Lots of great new releases. Lots of waiting list, which is a good thing. I'll definitely go back through some of the new releases that we're waiting list for, so you can get familiar with those. There's that crate. And grab this right here. Some more new vinyl. And the stack of stuff left over from this crate. Also, I've been through a lot of puzzles, which I'm going to hand these back over. So let me show these one more time. These are all puzzles. David Bowie, Let's Dance, Metallica, Garage Days, Blizzard of Oz, Bark of the Moon, and Diary, all by Ozzy. Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, David Bowie, Hunky Dory, Rush, Permanent Waves, Ramones, Road to Ruin, and Nirvana. That's from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. I'm going to set those back over here. So those are all 500-piece puzzles. They're still available. We got bids on Kiss. Still just one bid on Deep Purple. Final call to Brian Arrigo. He has that for $35. No one else has bid on that. Iron Maiden is $59.99. Iron Maiden is $59.99. I've emptied up 3 crates there. And there's the 2 crates of vintage left for tonight. There's some empty sleeves. I'll put those right in here. And let me figure out which crate we're going to go through next. I think I got another crate. Yeah, I've got another crate of new check condition stuff. Let's go through it. Always popular, new check condition titles. Let's see what we have in here. New check condition titles. Alrighty. So, Bush is in. Yes, the new Bush album's in. I also have not done a recap of any no bids. There's only been 2 no bids tonight. An autographed copy of Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart, autographed by Steve Cropper. $55 buy it now. Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart. $55 buy it now. That's one of the 2 no bids for tonight. That's a $55 buy it now. And for $45 was King Crimson. I can't believe it. Schizoid Man. $45. I had somebody offer $35 earlier. I said I'm pretty firm at $45 right now. I still am. Especially as popular as some of the other ones have been later in the auction. Thomas Hujar says he'll take it for $45. I can't believe it. When that didn't get a bid, I was like, wow. Thomas gets that for $45. Otis Redding, $55 buy it now, autographed by Steve Cropper. Now, these 2 auctions, before we get started in the bin, we just got a new bid on Deep Purple. Ryan Vaughn's at $40. Brian Arrigo, you've been outbid. And then we have Kiss, Dressed to Kill. Debbie Winstead was at $55. Chris Frazier's at $60. Chris Frazier has the high bid. That's a Japanese unofficial or a Japanese replica red vinyl. It's not actually pressed in Japan. It's made to look like a Japanese pressing. It's on red vinyl, and it's at $60 with Debbie. That's an update on our auctions. Okay, now, new check condition. There's 3 Ozzy puzzles. Bark at the Moon, Blizzard of Oz, and Diary of a Madman. Bark at the Moon, Blizzard of Oz, and Diary of a Madman. They're all new and sealed. Let me know if you want one. Billy Joel, The Stranger, VG Plus condition, $9.99 for The Stranger. The Alan Parsons Project, The Turn of a Friendly Card. That's in VG condition, $9.99. George Jones Salutes Hank Williams. That's a cool cover. VG condition, $19.99, and it's a white label promo. Very cool. White label promo, George Jones Salutes Hank Williams. VG, $19.99. Deep Purple's at $41. Kiss is a final call. Alan Jonason's out. Kiss is at $60. Henry gets Billy Joel. That's sold to Henry. Shane Devers gets the George Jones. Alan Parsons is still available. Silent Running soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. Silent Running soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. That's on a deck of color bars label. Randy Newman, Little Criminals, EX condition, $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup, VG condition, $14.99 for the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. Get Your Yayas Out, the Rolling Stones. That's in VG condition, $14.99. Get Your Yayas Out. So Deep Purple's at $41. Ryan Vaughn, you're out. And I'm about to sell Kiss for $60. It's about to sell. The Rolling Stones Now, VG condition, $14.99. The Rolling Stones Now. Ryan's back in on Deep Purple at $45. And the Best of Sam Cooke. Wow, haven't had one of these in a while. This is actually one of the original living stereo pressings. VG condition, $19.99 on the RCA label. VG, $19.99. Deep Purple, $45. Kiss is sold for $60. Kiss is sold for $60. Let's go ahead and grab one of our next auctions. We did one earlier. Here's another one. This is autographed by Emmylou Harris. And this is a unique album because I've never seen it before. The Collection, Emmylou Harris. It's autographed right here. Emmylou Harris, JSA authenticated. The certification sticker's on the back. It has been JSA verified and authenticated. And this is kind of like a compilation. It's called the Country Collection, Emmylou Harris. The vinyl itself is like near mint minus, pretty much unplayed. Once again, just like the other one, a $55 start. Autographed by Emmylou Harris. $55 start on that. Now up for bid. Emmylou Harris autograph. Sam Cooke, somebody needs to grab that. Wow, Elvis. A 1956 mono Rockaway press VG condition, $49.99. That's almost auction worthy. VG condition, $49.99. Elvis, self-titled, a 56 mono rockaway pressing, about a VG minus cover. That's $49.99. Did they make one of Pink Floyd Animals? Yes, they're just out of stock right now. The Pink Floyd titles are very popular. I just don't have any. I guess I don't have any left except that one. Did somebody buy Delicate Sound of Thunder? No, it's still available. But no, if I can get that one, I will. We have them either back ordered or, yeah, they're out of stock. Quincy Jones plays Hip Hits. VG Plus, $19.99. Davey's going to get the Elvis. That's an original 1956 mono pressing, his second album. That's pretty incredible. Like I said, that was probably auction worthy. Deep Purple's the final call to Ryan Vaughn for $45. Jim Nielsen's going to get the Sam Cooke. Those are both sold. And Black and White by Tony Joe White. This has the hit song Poke Salad Annie. VG Plus condition, $29.99. Not an easy album to get. It took me a while to find me finally a nice copy. Poke Salad Annie, VG Plus condition, $29.99. John Prine, VG Plus, $34.99. This is a 1975 pressing of John Prine's first album. VG Plus condition, $34.99. The Ozzy puzzles are $24.99. All the puzzles are $24.99. Jackson's Victory, VG Plus condition, $17.99. The Jacksons Victory, VG Plus condition, $17.99. And Marshall Tucker Band, their debut album, VG condition, $9.99 for the Marshall Tucker Band, VG condition, $9.99. James Gang Thirds, that's in VG condition, $9.99. James Gang Thirds and the Mothers of Invention, Frank Zappa, VG Plus condition, $34.99. The Mothers of Invention. All right, Deep Purple sold to Ryan Vaughn for $45. If anybody wants the Emmylou Harris autograph, it's a $55 buy it now. The collection, Emmylou Harris, it's autographed, JSA authenticated by Emmylou Harris, $55 buy it now on that. $55 buy it now on that. We had one of these last night. Here's another one. And this is a really cool one to have autographed because I'm going to check the vinyl. If anything, this is a great compilation to have. This is Creedence Clearwater Revival Chronicle. That is Creedence Clearwater's greatest hits. This is autographed by one of the original members, Stu Cook. And this is actually a near mint. I think I remember looking at this one. Yeah. This is a Canadian pressing, very clean vinyl. So the vinyl itself is near mint minus. It's autographed by Stu Cook, one of the original CCR members. It's been JSA authenticated. $45 start. $45 start. Chronicle. Creedence Clearwater's greatest hits. $45 start. Autographed by Stu Cook. Chris Bijak wants the Marshall Tucker Band. That's so to Chris Bijak. Debbie, you were second on Marshall Tucker. We have Shabam Shaid. Maybe. I'm not for sure. Sound Clash, produced by Nick Wiz. That's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book, a white label promo, but no comic book. VG condition, $24.99. That's a white label promo. Jim's in on the CCR autograph at $45 on King Crimson. Let me grab, speaking of King Crimson, do I have another one left? I do. But we haven't done Badfinger or Bad Company yet. Let's do the Bad Company. This one looks really cool. This is Bad Company Scrapbook. This is Bad Company. Tracks A1, A2, and B1 are live from a decade of electricity TV program. Tracks A3 and A4 are live in Germany, 74. Then there's 3 studio outtakes and 2 live tracks. So you get 3 studio outtakes and the rest is live from 74 and 75. And this is Bad Company Scrapbook. Bad Company Scrapbook, $45 start. Bad Company Scrapbook. This is a vintage bootleg. This is a vintage bootleg, $45 start. $45 start. Bad Company Scrapbook. Vintage concerts and studio outtakes. $45 start on that. Okay, so we have a bid on CCR, final call for $45 and looking for a $45 start on Bad Company. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits. Wow, with a really cool hype sticker on it. VG condition, $24.99. That's an older copy. That's definitely an older pressing. I can tell from the vinyl, the label, and that hype sticker. Greatest Hits, VG condition, $24.99. And the Delphonics, didn't I blow your mind this time, includes Over and Over. The Delphonics, don't see that very often. The Delphonics, VG condition on Philly Groove Records, 1999. There are some bad autographs. I've actually got all those set aside. I'm going to either post pictures or make a video and show y'all some of the forged autographs, or sometimes they're secretarial. So the bad autographs we got, almost none of them came from Dale's collection. We had other autographs already kind of stashed in the back. Fred Goodwin's collection. We got some that I've picked up over various other collections. What happened is Fred sent off a lot to people's mailing addresses back in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. And what happens is you could send off to like Clint Eastwood's fan club, and his secretary would sign stuff. So, you know, we've had several Clint Eastwoods in the back I hadn't sold. I didn't think they were real. They looked just like his signature, but his secretary signs them. So I've told everybody before, be very careful of autographs. Make sure if you're going to buy one from us, I don't sell it unless we know it's real or it's been JSA authenticated. I'm either going to sell it only authenticated, or if I can guarantee it because I've looked at it. But as usual, we don't sell anything expensive unless we have them authenticated. But yes, there are some forgeries out there. There's some secretarials. So a lot of people sent stuff off back in the 80s, and they think they've had it for decades, and they think it's signed. And I have disappointed a lot of people. I've had people like, Chad, I've got an autographed copy of this, and I'll look at it and be like, that's not real. That's a secretary signature, or it's a forgery. It's where somebody forged it and sent it back to you, you know. So that's out there. So before you buy autographs, make sure they're well authenticated, and you can buy them from somebody you can trust. And make sure, because the best thing, though, for an expensive autograph is to make sure it's authenticated. But just like these Poco autographs, they're 100% legit. They're just not really worth having authenticated. So Alum Die got DF. That's the Delphonics. That's sold to Alum Die. We have Jethro Tull Benefit VG copy, $9.99. Jethro Tull Benefit VG copy, $9.99. Great stuff there with Jethro Tull. The Monkees, their first album, VG condition, $9.99. The Monkees, Hey Hey We're the Monkees, and Loverboy, Keep It Up, VG, $9.99. No, that's a great question, because I want to show y'all some of the forgeries out there so you can be careful in the future. And I hope, like I said, if you're ever buying an autograph, you have a professional look at it, or it's something where I've seen a lot already and I can look at it. But usually it's a feel thing. You just got to look at it and be able to be like, yep, that's good. And then there's some that's just, they just don't look quite, you're just like, oh, there's something about this, and you might just want to stay away from it. So Stu Cook is sold for $45 to Jim Nielsen. If anybody wants the Bad Company, $45 buy it now for Bad Company. Very good buy it now if anybody's on standby. Great stuff here. Paul Rogers and Bad Company, live recordings and demos. Wow. $45 buy it now. It's on Bad Company Scrapbook. $45 buy it now if anybody wants that. $45 buy it now. Henry Pardidez wants the Monkees. That's sold to Henry. And CCR was autographed by Stu Cook. It has already sold. And we have Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound, shrink wrap and hop stickered. VG copy, $12.99. Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound, shrink wrap and hop sticker. The vinyl is in VG condition. Okay, we have 1, we have 2, and 3. Speaking of Poco, I have 3 more autographed by Rusty Young, $9.99. Crazy Eyes, $9.99. I don't recall seeing this one too many times. Inamorta, Poco Inamorta, $9.99. And Ghost Town. Those are all $9.99. Just as is, autographed by Rusty Young Poco albums, $9.99. Still in the original sleeves that Dale had them in. Ryan Vaughn takes the Hank Williams. That's sold to Ryan Vaughn. And classic here, Dance the Cool Jerk with the Capitals. Dance the Cool Jerk with the Capitals. VG condition. That is $19.99. Brent Robley first on Ghost Town. That's a cool one. That's sold to Brent Robley. Tanner, that was $9.99. Jeff, you were second. That leaves Inamorta. Let me see if this is actually a promo record, too. It's got promo markings on it. First time looking at it. And it's near mint minus for sure. It pretty much looks unplayed. And let's see, just for curiosity, let's see what Crazy Eyes looks like. Original inner sleeve. It's crisp. I have a feeling this is going to be nice too. Poco Crazy Eyes, it is. Original orange Epic label. Those are $9.99. Crazy Eyes and Inamorta. Okay, I've got one more John Mayall for tonight. Pretty late showing it, but we do have one more. And this is a really cool one here. The Diary of a Band, autographed by John Mayall. This is a, even though I thought I had the high bid on CCR. Let's see, did you bid on CCR? GC Colleton, 46. Oh, you did. You did. If you want me to bring that back over, I will. I didn't even see that. That's probably why you said CCR question mark. But he says, I'll pass on it. So I completely missed that. If you want it, I'll bring it back over and I'll do a final call for $46 and see if Jim Nielsen wants to bid. My bad. I completely missed that. I got to talking about autographs and completely missed it. So that's totally up to you. But I will let you know, Jim, GC, and everybody else, I do have at least 2 more autographed CCR albums by Stu Cook. John Mayall, The Diary of a Band, $45 start. John Mayall, autographed by John Mayall, The Diary of a Band. This is a UK, German, this is a German pressing. The Diary of a Band, Volume 2. Exceptionally nice vinyl. $45 start. Autographed right here on the side. It's a German pressing, JSA authenticated. This is JSA authenticated, $45 start. John Mayall. So he's going to pass. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jim for $45. Debbie Blair wants Crazy Eyes. That was from that other Poco stack. What have I done with those? Right here, Crazy Eyes. And that just leaves Inamorta. That just leaves Inamorta. So there's Crazy Eyes, and that is sold to Debbie, who was first? Debbie Blair. Debbie Blair was first, $9.99. Debbie Winstead was second. Okay, back to the check condition bin. The Guess Who, interesting. It's a Pickwick compilation. The Guess Who, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Jim was in first on John Mayall. Michael Nath second. Michael Nath was now back in at $50. Live, Johnny Winter, VG Plus, $14.99. Hansel and Gretel, as told by the Flintstones. Wow, I've never seen that before. VG condition, $14.99. Hansel and Gretel, as told by the Flintstones. I kind of collect Flintstone stuff. I got a lunchbox. I got a couple old tin toys. Very interesting stuff. Who else was asked about? King Crimson, Badfinger, Deep Purple. I can't remember who somebody asked for. I do have another Deep Purple. Let me run this one. I like Flintstone stuff, and I like Munster stuff, as far as comics and toys and just one of those 60s era things that I find very, very cool. Live at the Maple Leaf Gardens. This is Deep Purple. Live at the Maple Leaf Gardens. Here's one of the last Deep Purple bootlegs we have for tonight. Live Maple Leaf Gardens, April Fool's Day, April 1st, 1985. Paul says it has a fantastic set list. EX condition, $45 start. Deep Purple. John Lord, Richie Blackmore, Ian Gillian, Roger Glover, and Ian Pace, or Pace. That's a $45 start. Deep Purple. Vintage bootleg, $45 start. And that is 1985. Very, very cool. Deep Purple. $45 start. $45 start. So John Mayall was at 45, 45, 50, 55. Michael Nath's out. Jackie wants to know the Guess Who tracks. The Guess Who tracks are Wild One, Baby Feeling, I Want You to Love Me, Don't Be Scared, Tough Enough, Pretty Blue Eyes, Could This Be Love, Shot of Rhythm and Blues, If You Don't Want That. That is early Guess Who tracks. That is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. All right. Yes, I hadn't recapped new vinyl, have I? I'll show those. I'm about to recap new vinyl. Yeah, I'm going to recap it after this spin. And then we have new, and then I have on sale stuff. Wow. Another collection of golden hits by the Platters, the Diamonds, the Gaylords, and the Crew Cuts. VG Plus, $9.99. Chicago's Greatest Hits is VG Plus, $14.99. Chicago's Greatest Hits, amazing stuff there, $14.99. Jetstream wants the Guess Who, unless Jackie wants it. Let's go ahead and sell John Mayall to Jim Nielsen. Jim Nielsen gets that for $55. Final call on Deep Purple. Deep Purple's at $45 with Brian Arrigo. John Duran wants the collection of golden hits. That's sold to John Duran. And Rita Coolidge, VG Plus $9.99. We have Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 4, VG Plus $9.99, and Todd Rundgren is in VG Plus $14.99. Final call on Deep Purple. Let's see what I've got over here in the autograph department. Uh-oh. I've got one more for tonight. This is the last one of the night. Coco. Well, this one looks really cool. Coco Taylor, produced by Willie Dixon, the original chess masters. We'll start this one at 35.2. Coco Taylor. Now, this isn't JSA authenticated, but I'll guarantee it to be real. Coco Taylor. This is a $35 start. This is called The Songs. The Songs. And yes, it is near mint minus. That's Coco Taylor, the original chess masters, autographed by Coco. That's up for bid. Oh, I was about to sell Deep Purple. Never mind. Joe Willinger's at 47. Joe Willinger's at 47. We have the Romantics in shrink wrap with hype sticker, Talking in Your Sleep. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. So new bid on Deep Purple. That means Brian Arrigo, you've been outbid. He's back in at 48. Marshall Tucker Band. That's called Where We All Belong. It's a 2LP, VG $12.99. The Fix, Walkabout. The Fix is in VG Plus $17.99. And Jethro Tull Live, VG Plus $19.99. Coco Taylor, 35.35. 35.37. 40. Jim Nielsen gets the Romantics. And Debbie Winstead gets MT. And MT was... I thought I saw a comment that said The Fix pop up too. Maybe I'm going crazy. Jim Nielsen gets the Romantics, and Debbie Winstead wants MT for Marshall Tucker. Okay, all of a sudden, lots of bids on those two auctions. So I'm going to do a very quick recap and just read titles. This is our check condition bin, the last check condition bin of the night. But I still have a new crate of new non-check condition, three crates of on-sale records, and I've got to do a recap of 2 bins of new vinyl. Wow, that's a lot to go through. It's already 10 o'clock too. We've got great other auctions to run as well. What collection was that? That was a collection of records, collector's records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 4. That is on the Lori label, which has Lori artists such as Jimmy Clanton, the Chiffons, Dion and the Belmonts, Curtis Lee, and that is in VG Plus condition $9.99. There's a comment for The Fix. That's so to Daniel Booziden. Deep Purple's now at $55, and Coco Taylor's at $45. Collector's records of the 50s and 60s. Alan Parsons Project, the Silent Running soundtrack. John Duran says he'll take the collector's records. Silent Running, Randy Newman. The Rolling Stones is still available. Goat Head Soup, it's in VG condition, just $14.99. Do Heartbreakers on here. Angie, Silver Train. Can You Hear the Music? That's a great song. VG condition, $14.99. Shane Devers said yes, and that was on something. I'll find out in just a second. We have Alan Parsons Project, Silent Running, Randy Newman, Rolling Stones, another Rolling Stones, Quincy Jones, Tony Joe White, John Prine, the Jacksons, James Gang, the Mothers, Blues Magoos. We had the Shabam Shadiq, Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, an original with hop sticker, Jethro Tull, Loverboy, The Capitals, awesome artwork, Johnny Winter, Hansel and Gretel, as told by the Flintstones, Chicago's Greatest Hits, Rita Coolidge, Todd Rundgren, and Jethro Tull. The Alan Parsons is called The Turn of a Friendly Card, VG condition, $9.99. So, Coco Taylor, 45. We had The Fix, we had the collectors. Deep Purple, 56. Shane Devers commented yes. Deep Purple, 58, 59, and Deep Purple, 65. So, Coco has slowed down. Michael Nath has it for 45, going twice, going 3 times. But we still got lots of people that hadn't set out yet. So, if you want prices, or if you heard something and you want me to show it again, I don't mind doing that at all. Don't mind doing that at all. But we have went through a lot of vintage tonight. Everything is almost condensed. Everything's almost condensed into one. It has been condensed into one bin over here. Amazing. Got several empty crates over here. So I've got 2 crates of new vinyl to recap. But before I do that, I want to go through all of our new vinyl titles tonight just very, very quickly because there was some great stuff. Ryan Murray says he'll take the Alan Parsons for $9.99. Now, Ryan, if you're a first-time bidder, thank you and welcome. I will sell you the Allen Parsons project for $9.99, and I will tell you about what we need from you to get your information. So we need you to send us a Facebook message. That is our Facebook page, CollectCo. That's the name of our business. We need your email address and mailing address. We do $7 in limited shipping for everything we sell, which starts on Monday. That starts the billing cycle. We do live streams on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, sometimes on Sundays. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. That's sold to Ryan Murray. Joe Willinger's out on Deep Purple. No one else bid on Coco Taylor. No one else said out. That's sold to Michael Nath for $45. He gets that Coco Taylor. And we have Deep Purple. Deep Purple is sold to Brian Arrigo for $65 because Joe Willinger said out. Yes, there was no one else bidding, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and sell that. That is sold to Brian for $65. Okay, if you're local, please send us a message that so we know that you're picking up. All the pickups are ready on Monday. So if you're picking up, we will have them ready on Monday because we have everything kind of, we sell them, we tag them, we key them in, then we got to sort them, then we got to organize them, and then we got to print invoices, but we'll have them ready for you. Okay, I've got 3 more Poco albums, and these are some good ones. Popular albums, they're all autographed by Rusty Young from the Pittsburgh collection, $9.99. The very best of Poco, that's worth $10 by itself, autographed by Rusty Young, $9.99. We also have Indian Summer, that's autographed by Rusty Young, $9.99. And Poco, this is the Rose of Cimarron, that is $9.99. The Rose of Cimarron, Indian Summer, and the very best of Poco, those are just $9.99, autographed by Rusty Young. And guess what I found? It's going to be our next auction. It's a copy of Legend. I hope Jerry Stone's still watching. This may be Poco's most popular album. Let's put this one up for auction. It's Legend. It has several big hits on it. And actually, Dale had a note on it. Dale had a note. He says, cover art. The cover art was done by comedian Phil Hartman. I didn't realize that. The cover art there for Legend was done by comedian Phil Hartman. So this is going to be up for bid for a $10 start. I'll start this one. Same price we've been selling the other ones. Legend. It was at the bottom of the stack. I just said I didn't know we had it. There it is. $10 start on Legend. And also somebody asked for that one too. I'm just now looking at a lot of these. There was a whole chunk of Poco. I was like, I pulled them out and brought them up here not last night, today. We pulled them out last night. I brought them up here before the sale started. Okay, back up to the top. Jim Nielsen was first on this one, Tanner. That one was probably auction worthy as well. That's sold to Jim Nielsen, $9.99. Debbie was second. Can you run the Creamer Clapton from the Hype yet? I haven't, but I'll do it next. Chris was third. Stacy was fourth. Tommy was fifth. Stacy was sixth. Brent Robley first on Rose. That's sold to Brent Robley, $9.99. And Mark Fallon, Tommy was next. Mark was next. Legends at 10, 10, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Very cool autographed copy of Poco Legend. Their classic album, autographed by Rusty Young. High bid on that is $30. Now, this one's still available. If anybody wants it, $9.99. Indian Summer. Indian Summer. That's just $9.99. That one hadn't been claimed. That one hadn't been claimed. Here's tonight's new vinyl. Debbie Blair gets Summer. If you want these, when I show some more, please make sure you're commenting the name of the album. Make sure you're commenting the name of the album. And this is sold to, let me make sure no one else was, hold on a second. There was a lot of comments there. IS, I saw an IS earlier. Indian Summer. Debbie Winstead had already claimed it. Yeah, right here. Debbie Winstead, Indian Summer. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. She was first to that, actually. She was first to that one. And then I opened it up again, but Debbie had already claimed it. Debbie Winstead, then Debbie Blair, and then Tommy Flowers. Tommy said, I commented earlier. Did you put actually Indian Summer, though? He did. Indian, the other. He did. Well, Tommy was first. We got another correction, Tanner. Tommy Flowers. Tommy Flowers was first. Then Debbie. My bad. There was When I showed those, it was like, phew, my bad. Okay. So, sorry about for all that. Asked for best earlier. You did, but I didn't know I had it. And that's not really something I can like request. It's all like a first come, first serve. Sorry about that. Now, Legend is up for bid. Jim Nielsen has it for $50. We have Five Finger Death Punch, Fate, also known as F8, $36.99 on gold vinyl. $36.99. Fate is $36.99. That's a new Five Finger Death Punch album, gold vinyl, $36.99. New album by Five Finger Death Punch. Cher, Dancing Queen, $31.99 for Cher, Dancing Queen. And Dokken, Heaven Comes Down. Dokken's on purple vinyl. That's the new album by Dokken, $39.99. Scott Smith wants the new Five Finger Death Punch. We have Cher, Dokken, Creed, Human Clay, $39.99. A Perfect Circle is $46.99. Poco is at $55 and now $60s. Lots of bidders on that. Somebody asked, could I put up the Clapton and Cream bootlegs that was in the picture? I'm glad you asked. I completely forgot. Let's do Cream first. This is Cream live in Amsterdam, 1967. That's the Royal Albert Hall classic concert there. Cream. And that's a $45 start. And Henry's Choice, sorry about that. But what happens is if I have a stack of autographs and I say I'm about to do a bunch of Pocos, there was 3 other people. Somebody asked for Legend. Somebody asked for another one. I'm like, well, I really can't show them to you because that would be kind of like jumping ahead. It's all got to be the way we normally do things, first come, first serve. Cream is a $35 start, live at the Royal Albert Hall, 2 LP, vintage bootleg. That is now up for bid. Cream, $35 start, Royal Albert Hall. Legends at $55, Legends at $60. So we had A Perfect Circle, Kicks, Blow My Fuse, $39.99. Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, $46.99. Seven Dust was $36.99. Cake, $33.99. Old Dominion new album, $39.99. Grateful Dead, new release, Without a Net, comes out Friday, $84.99, 3LP live. Also Christmas with Buck Owens, $33.99. This is Power Man 5000, Mega Kung Fu Radio. First time on vinyl, out officially on Friday, $38.99. The Scream soundtrack, $34.99. Albert King, I'll Play the Blues for You, $33.99. Jack Russell's Great White, Once Bitten Acoustic Bites, $28.99. Jason Aldean, Highway Desperado, $31.99. Grateful Dead is $31.99. Built to Last, also Queens of the Stone Age, $48.99. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade is $74.99. New reissue of REM's Up, first time on vinyl in a long time. REM, $46.99. Also Typo Negative is $38.99. Update on our auctions. The autographed copy of Legend, autographed by Rusty Young, Poco Legend. The high bid is Jim Nielsen at $60. Brent, you're outbid. That's a final call. Cream is at $36 with Jesse Rome. Cream's at $36 with Jesse Rome. That's a final call. I just know I went through that album extremely fast, that crate extremely fast. But if anybody wants to see anything again, let me know. The Buck Owens is Christmas with Buck Owens, $33.99, and all analog holiday cheer. It's on colored vinyl. It's cut from the original master tapes, $33.99. Nat's back in on Cream at $37. We had Typo Negative, REM, Twisted Sister, Queens of the Stone Age, Grateful Dead, Jason Aldean, Great White, Albert King, Scream, Power Man 5000, Grateful Dead, Old Dominion, Cake, Seven Dust, Eminem, Kicks, Perfect Circle, Creed, Dokken, Cher, Five Finger Death Punch. That was crate number 1. Now, the biggest titles for this week are waiting list. I have 3 waiting lists on these, and there's a lot more waiting lists, but these are ones that you might want to get on before it's too late. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. We sold out. We sold all the pre-orders, of course. Limited edition 500 pink and purple vinyl, $29.99. Big release, KC and the Sunshine Band, the best of, $29.99. And the Jimi Hendrix Experience live, 1967, never before released concert, $33.99. $33.99. The Jimi Hendrix Experience Hollywood Bowl, $33.99. Jesse's out on Cream. When I come back, I'm selling Cream for $37 and I'm selling Poco for $60 as soon as I come back with our next crate of new vintage arrivals. Wow, I'm showing new vintage stuff. I'm selling new vintage stuff, showing new vintage stuff at 15 after 10. Usually I'm done with that stuff by 10 o'clock. We're already in discount mode. But there's that. That's all new vinyl. That's all available. I have another crate, but we'll do that later. I've got new stuff to show you. And if you wanted these, please, actually, you know what? This one's difficult. Let me just show this one first because the actual name of the album is Poco. But if anybody wants this, $9.99. Poco, signed by Rusty Young. $10. $9.99. There's another one. That one's just called Poco, so I didn't want to confuse anybody with that one. That one's just called Poco. If anybody wants it, $9.99. Okay, so put Scott Smith on the Oingo Boingo waiting list. Put John Duran on the JC waiting list, which was what? I think you meant KC, right? KC. Jeff's also on the Oingo Boingo. I did want the Guess Who from the last crate. Okay, we've already tagged that with somebody else. I can't remember who. Maybe Jetstream. That was already been tagged. So we need to change that to Jackie Reynolds. John Duran on KC. Debbie Blair gets this Poco for $9.99. Jeff second. Tommy Flowers third. Jim Nielsen gets this for $60. And the Vintage Cream bootleg is sold to Nat Reynolds for $37. Wow, that's a great deal. Cream at Royal Albert Hall, $37. Let's see here. So there's these. I have two that are personalized. I'm going to show these, and then I'm going to go through the ones that's still left for Poco. So this is Pick Up the Pieces. It says To Dale, Rusty Young, Poco, $9.99, and Cantamos. So please comment the name of the album, Picking Up the Pieces and Cantamos. This one says To Dale, Best Always, Rusty Young. This one says To Dale, Rusty Young, Poco. Those two are actually personalized, $9.99. Those are both autographed. If anybody wants those, please comment the name of the album. And then here in a minute, I've got like 5 more over here. 2 I hadn't shown, I think, and then the ones that didn't sell. Okay, Jackie, we've got you taken care of on the Guess Who. Okay. Let's see here. I have, let's see here. What is going on this? Okay. Here's another John Hott autograph. This is called the Eclipse Sessions. This was originally a Barnes & Noble exclusive. This is also, I've lost, do you have YouTube pulled? No? We've lost Facebook. I'm not connected to Facebook right now. Do you have that stream pulled up? Because I'm only showing one of one over here. I may have missed some comments recently on Facebook. The last comment I see is Tommy Flowers Poco, which was for that. So I may have missed some stuff. It looks like our internet has... Let's see. Thanks, guys. Nope, no one else has commented. So nobody wanted the personalized ones. But unfortunately, I can't see Facebook right now. It has complete... I wish there was a way you could like it would just refresh this because I don't know what happens. It just drops off and then we don't see it anymore. Oh, it's wanting to connect. Hold on. It's trying. Okay, we're back connected. Okay, we're back on Facebook. So the last thing that was on Facebook was Tommy Flowers trying to comment Poco. He was third. It went to Debbie. Jeff second. Tommy Flowers third. Now we're back. I've got new arrivals to go through. Here's our next autograph, which is autographed by John Hott. This is called the Eclipse Sessions. It's a Barnes & Noble exclusive. It's autographed, JSA authenticated. Not only did Barnes & Noble, you got to be careful with these like exclusives that say they're autographed. They're not sometimes actually signed by the artist. It's secretarial or it could be an auto pen. So make sure if you ever have something like you see an exclusive and you own it your whole life thinking it's signed, you might want to make sure it's actually signed. Maybe Google it, look it up in a forum or something, because not all the time they're actually signed. So sometimes there'll be these indie exclusive signed copies. Sometimes they're not actually signed. JSA authenticated on this one. This one's for sure signed by John Hott. $45 start, the Eclipse Sessions. The Eclipse Sessions. That's up for bid. I've got more vintage bootlegs over here. I still got the Eric Clapton. Let's go ahead and run that one. Eric Clapton's going to be a $45 start. Eric Clapton live in 1970. This is on the trademark of quality. Very cool cover here. He looks like a stick man on a guitar. Eric Clapton. That's live November 20th, 1970. Eric Clapton live November 20th, 1970. Santa Monica Civic Center Auditorium in California. That's a $45 start. $45 start. So there's our next 2 auctions, John Hott and Eric Clapton. $45 starting bids on those. Okay, new vintage arrivals. We have Drums of Passion, all one, I cannot say his name. It's even in a Bob Dylan song, but I can't say it. All-Dungy, something like that. $17.99, Drums of Passion on the original or on a Columbia 2i label. It may have been on a 6i before, but that's on a 2i. Drums of Passion. Glenn Campbell, Hey Little One. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. We also have the Glenn Campbell album, $9.99. That's in shrink wrap, back-to-back Glenn Campbells. We hadn't had any Glenn Campbell out in a while. Love Songs by Elvis Presley, $9.99. Grover Washington Jr., Inside Moves, that's $9.99. Conway Twitty, Play Guitar, Play, $9.99 for Conway. Final Call on Eric Clapton. Brent Riley has that for $45. Also, a final call if you want to get a buy it now in on John Hyatt, looking for a $45 start. 16 greatest hits of The Impressions, $24.99 for The Impressions. Also, He's a Friend, Eddie Kendricks, $14.99 for He's a Friend, Eddie Kendricks, $14.99 on that. B.B. King, Live and Well, very cool, $19.99 for B.B. King, Live and Well. Don't see that one as often. CD Band, Hoodoo Voodoo, CD Band is $9.99. Sam Lay in Blues Band, Sam Lay is $24.99. Jesse Colin Young, The Soul of a City Boy, that is $19.99. Jesse Colin Young, $19.99. The Soul of a City Boy, Jesse Colin Young from the Youngbloods. Also, Ellen Foley, this is called Spirit of St. Louis, $9.99. And Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, a half-speed master, Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, half-speed master, $34.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Eric Clapton to Brent Riley for $45. If anybody wants the John Hyatt, $45 buy it now. John Hyatt, the Eclipse Sessions, $45 buy it now. That's available if anybody wants it. We have The Duke is on the Air, Duke Ellington at the Blue Note, Chicago, Illinois, $9.99. $9.99. Fred Carnell is going to get the John Hyatt. That's so to Fred Carnell. Nice pickup there. $45 on the Hyatt. And we have over here, let's see what I have. I've got the following. I have a Joan Jett, and I've got another King Crimson. Wow, we've only done one Badfinger, and I have 4 over here I hadn't done. Let's do these 2 next. Let's do Joan Jett and Badfinger. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts is the greatest hits from Walmart on Cherry Bomb Red Vinyl. It is sealed. It's going to be a $25 start. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, $25 start. Bad Reputation, Cherry Bomb, I Love Rock and Roll, her cover of Clemson and Clover, Everyday People, that is a $25 start. Joan Jett, that is a $25 start. Greatest hits, Walmart exclusive red vinyl. Badfinger, the best of Badfinger. This is actually studio demos. So it's studio demos from Badfinger. Very cool. From the Badfinger self-titled artwork. This is going to be a $35 start. Vintage Badfinger bootleg. This is on the, is that the Cornyphone label? Looks like the Cornyphone label. Badfinger, it's studio demos. Come and Get It, Day After Day. Some of their best songs on here. Baby Blue. Very cool. No Matter What. That's a good track listing. The best of Badfinger. Studio demos. Some of their best songs is on there too. That's up for bid. Joan Jett's at 25, Joan Jett's at 26, and Badfinger's at 35. We have a tribute to Duke Ellington. That's $19.99. It's a 2 LP on Verve. Artists include Gene Krupa, Billie Holiday, Oscar Peterson, Louis Armstrong, Ella Fitzgerald, Stan Getz, Coleman Hawkins. Classic Jazz, tribute to Duke Ellington. The first annual Prestige Swing Festival, 1961. Wow, that is $19.99. That's on Prestige Swingville. Things ain't what they used to be. It has a antique Edison phonograph wax cylinder on the front of it. $19.99. Let's see what these labels look like. Red Prestige label. I was about to say this is an older record. That probably actually is from 1961. The first annual Prestige Swing Festival. Joan Jett is at 26, 27, 30, 31, and Badfinger's at 40. Santa Esmeralda, starting Leroy Gomez. Santa Esmeralda is $9.99. Mr. Bluegrass, that's an earlier Bill Monroe there, $14.99. Bill Monroe and his Bluegrass Boys. Decca Color Bars label, Bill Monroe, $14.99. Hubert Laws, Make It Last. Hubert is $9.99. Pleasure, Future Now. Pleasure is $19.99. Grover Washington Jr., Come Morning. $9.99. Give Peace a Chance. That's by the Jazz Crusaders, $19.99 for the Jazz Crusaders. Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind, $9.99 for Martin. Duke Ellington and his orchestra in a newly recorded versions of Billy Strayhorn's compositions, $16.99. And His Mother Called Him Bill. Duke Ellington, very clean looking copy. Joan Jett's at 36. Rob Schindele's back in on Badfinger at 41. Jetstream wants Dean Martin, and Heather Feather wants the Crusaders. Dean Martin, Jetstream, Heather Feather, Crusaders. Nick Bargeron, you were second on Dean Martin. The Righteous Brothers, $14.99 for the Righteous Brothers. It's Donna Summer, Bad Girls, $14.99 for Donna Summer, Bad Girls. Frank Sinatra, My Cole Porter. Haven't seen that one in a while. My Cole Porter, Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Badfinger's at 42. Also, we have Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Russ Never Sleeps, $34.99. This is actually new arrivals. These are new arrivals, so these are all sticker price. I know it's late, but we are still going through new stuff for tonight. Russ Never Sleeps, the classic live Neil Young album. Hey, Hey, My, Out of the Blue, Into the Black. $34.99 for Russ Never Sleeps. Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time, $14.99. If you're just joining us, we got two auctions going on, a Joan Jett Greatest Hits, red vinyl, and a vintage classic Badfinger demos recordings. We're going through our last crate of new vintage arrivals. I don't think we're going to be able to go through them all tonight, but I've got 3 crates of on-sale stuff. $9.99 records, $14.99 records, and I've got 2 crates of $6.99. We'll try to go through as much as we can. As long as y'all are on buying, we'll keep selling them. Right, Seth? Seth's already looking out the door. He's already getting ready to leave. Oh, my gosh, already packing his bag. He's still got 35 minutes. Michael Neff said I need to fire you at 10:59. So get ready. Joan Jett, 37. Joan Jett, 38. Badfinger, 43. Jackie Reynolds on DS, and that was for Donna Summer. The thing is, I've got 2 of them. I've got Bad Girls, and I've got Once Upon a Time. So Jackie, let me know which one you want. Joan Jett's at 38. Joan Jett, 39. And we have Joan Jett at 40. So update on Badfinger. Brent Robley, you're out. Rob Schindele has it for 43. Pleasure price, please. My feed is wacky. It has been all night because it is raining here in Lebanon. When it's raining, our feed is always bad. Pleasure is $19.99. Future Now. Future Now on the fantasy label. Okay, we have Vassar Clements. We had his autograph the other night. This is the Bluegrass Session. Vassar Clements, $19.99. Brent's back in on Badfinger at 44. We have an out on Joan Jett. Debbie's at 40. We have the very best of Frankie Valli, $9.99. Grease is the Word. $9.99 for Frankie Valli. The Cole Porter Songbook by Ella Fitzgerald, $24.99. Jetstream says, I have Frank. You did, right after Dale's question. So we pulled D. Did we pull DM? Or that was a second. Jetstream got Frank Sinatra right here, my Cole Porter. That's so did Jetstream. Also, I missed Chris's question. Price on Duke Ellington. Duke Ellington was $16.99. Duke Ellington was $16.99. Chris, Joan Jett, 37, Badfinger, 43, Joan Jett, 38. Jackie's going to let us know which Donna Summer she wanted. She wants both Donna Summers. That's so did Jackie Reynolds. Joan Jett, 39. Joan Jett, 38. Joan Jett, 39. Joan Jett, 40. Jeff's out on Joan Jett. Brent's at 44 on Badfinger. Jetstream got Frank Sinatra. Both Jackie Reynolds. Rob Schindele's at 45 on Badfinger. We have the Nylons, Happy Together, $9.99. Molly Hatchet, a very clean-looking copy of Flirting with Disaster, $19.99. A little bit of wear right there on the cover, but other than that, very nice. Chris B. Jack says he will take the Duke Ellington. So the high bid on Joan Jett is $40. This is a sealed Walmart exclusive on red vinyl, and the new high bid on Badfinger, which is studio demos, vintage bootleg studio demos, has some of their great music on too, like Baby Blue and No Matter What, Carry On Till Tomorrow, very psychedelia song. Come and Get It, Day After Day. That's some of their best stuff right there, and those are demos of those songs by Badfinger. Very cool to see what those sound like before they turn into the polished product. Grand Funk, we're an American band, $19.99 on Grand Funk. John Anderson, Oasis of Sunwillow. Now, we showed one of these, I think, last night or the night before. One claim and 2 or 3 backups, and this is the Yes John Anderson, the progressive rock John Anderson, $19.99. Speaking of John Anderson, Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. We don't get this one as often, $19.99. That's called ABWH, Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. That's John Anderson, Bill Bruford, Rick Wakeman, and Steve Howe, pretty much a Yes album. That is $19.99. That is got the original hop sticker with it. Also, America Live, $9.99 for America Live. Rob Chandell's back in on Badfinger at $50. I'm about to sell Joan Jett. Joan Jett's about to be sold for $40. And Commodore's All the Greatest Hits. Lady. She's a brick house. 3 times a lady. Easy like Sunday morning. $14.99 for the Commodores. Tommy Flowers wants J.A., which is John Anderson. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. We have Commodore's Natural High, $14.99 for the Commodores, and Santana Welcome, $19.99. Jim and Ingrid Croce, $14.99 for Jim Croce, some of his earliest recordings there. Glenn Campbell, Letter to Home, that is sealed for $14.99, and Three Dog Night, $19.99. Tommy Flowers says he wants the other John Anderson. He wants the Anderson Buford Wakeman Howe. He wants the Anderson Buford Wakeman Howe album. That is sold to Tommy Flowers. Chris Bijak wants the Commodore's Greatest Hits. That's sold to Chris Bijak. Kara's back in on the Joan Jett at $45. We have Ryan Murray on the Molly Hatchet. That's sold to Ryan Murray. Very clean copy there. Flirting with Disaster. Frank Fazetta artwork. That's sold to Ryan Murray. Darren Davis, you were second on the Commodores. Ryan Vaughn, you were third if you was wanting the Commodore's Greatest Hits. There still is the album Natural High in there. Also, we have America Live and the other John Anderson still available. So, we have a new bid on Joan Jett. I was about to sell it, but we got a new bid, and the new bid is $45. Debbie Winstead, you were at $40, so we have an out, or we have a new bid. Kara's at $45. So, Debbie, let me know if you want back in. Jim Nielsen's going to get the America Live. Debbie's back in at $46. And where are we on Badfinger? Brent Robley, you're out. If you're still on, Rob Chandell has this for $50. It's a final call, and I'm about to sell it because I think it's just between y'all two. I'm just going to read what's left in here. I'm just going to read the titles, and then we're going to go do our last crate of new vinyl, just as a recap. Our last crate of new vinyl. It's just one crate very quickly of new vinyl, and then we're going to go ahead and do that on-sale crate, and we'll see where we're looking like on time and viewership and participation. We have Drums of Passion, Glenn Campbell, Elvis, Grover Washington, Conway, The Impressions, Eddie Kendricks. If you hear something and you want to see it again or know a price, let me know. B.B. King, CD Band, Sam Lay and Blues Band, Jesse Colin Young, Ellen Foley, Charlie Daniels, Half Speed Master. Here's another Duke Ellington, Air Check number 4. That's Duke Ellington at the Blue Note in Chicago, $9.99. New bids on both auctions. Badfinger's at $55, Joan Jett's at $47. Attributed to Duke Ellington, the first annual Prestige Swing Festival, Santa Esmeralda, Bill Monroe, Hubert Laws, Grover Washington Jr., the Righteous Brothers, Neil Young, Pleasure, Vassar Clements, Frankie Valli, Ella Fitzgerald, the Nylons, Grand Funk, John Anderson, Commodores, Santana, Croce, Campbell, and Three Dog Night. Three Dog Night. So let me set this right over here. I think we started the night with 5 crates of vintage, or 5 crates of pre-owned vinyl, and everything left can fit into 2. So that's fantastic. We've sold a lot of albums tonight just in pre-owned stuff. 5, pretty much, it's going to end up being 5 full crates so far. That's fantastic. Let me show you some of the other new vinyl that's left over from tonight very quickly. These are all new albums we just got in. Some new releases, some new restocks. We have Linkin Park, Hybrid Theory, $31.99. The Cure, Disintegration was $44.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $36.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's Greatest Hits, $38.99. Gorillaz, Demon Days, $36.99. Gorillaz, and that has the song Feel Good Inc. on it. That's $36.99 for Gorillaz. Eminem, Marshall Mathers 2, $46.99. Linkin Park, Meteora, $31.99. The new Oasis, the Master Plan, Anniversary Edition on colored vinyl, $46.99. Rush, Live 1980, blue vinyl, $39.99. All the Good Stuff, Sum 41, that's a new Sum 41 Greatest Hits, $33.99. We have the Ozzy and Motorhead Hellraiser, $16.99 on that. Update on Badfinger, Brent Robley has this for $55, and that means Rob Chandell, you're outbid. Brent has that for $55. We're still bidding on that, and we're still bidding on Joan Jett and the Blackheart Greatest Hits on Walmart Red Vinyl. No longer. Kara's out. Debbie has that for $51. That's for sure now a final call. $51 on that. Kara's out. Rob is the new high bidder on Badfinger. Iron Maiden, Made in England 88, $59.99. Jimi Hendrix is $39.99. King Diamond Abigail, $33.99. Blue Oyster Cult is $39.99. And yes, The Ladder, $39.99. That was some new vinyl from tonight. Restocks. Not really any new release. A couple new releases in there, I guess. Mostly restocks. Let me move the camera. I'm going to step right over here. I'm going to go ahead and do the crate of $9.99 and $14.99 stuff first. And I think y'all are really going to like some of these titles. They're all going to be $14.99, and then we're going to jump over to some $9.99 stuff, Tanner. I hope you're ready. Are you ready, Tanner? Tanner's ready. So the back half of the crate, starting right here, is going to be $14.99. Let me make a sticky note of that. So from here, whoop, y'all can't really see yet. Hold on a second. Let me move my cart back around. All right, so we're done on Joan Jett. Let me go ahead and sell this. Debbie Winstead gets that for $51. Now I'm waiting for Mr. Brent Robley, if he's back in on Badfinger. Rob Shindell has that for $56. It's really just between Rob and Brent. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. Rob has that for $56. Brent can come back in, or if he's out, he can say out. Let me show you what I have left with Rusty Young signatures. If you missed out on one, let me show you what I have left with Rusty Young signatures. None of these are personalized, and these are all the ones I have left. They're all $9.99. Comment the name of the album, okay? I hadn't shown this one live. That one's live. Poco Live. These are all $9.99. We still have 7. These are all $9.99. Delivering. These are also all autographed by Rusty Young. That's Delivering. Blue and Gray. Blue and Gray. All you got to do is comment the name of the album. And M. Amorta. M. Amorta. $9.99. All autographed by Rusty Young. $9.99. First is Rob Shindell. You're out on Badfinger. Brent has bid 57, so that's back to you. Rob just bid 58, so they're still bidding on that. Tommy Flowers was first to Poco Live. Debbie was second. Brent Robley was third. Tommy Flowers was first on Poco 7. He also gets that one for $9.99. And Tommy Flowers was first on Blue and Gray. So that leaves only 2 that wasn't authenticated, or excuse me, that wasn't personalized, which was Emma Morta and Delivering. I always thought that one was pretty popular. We have a lot of copies of that come through. So there's Delivering, there's Emma Morta, and then we have those 2 other that was personalized. And that's the end of the run tonight with Rusty Young signatures on Poco albums. I may have more, but right now that's all of those that I have on hand. So, okay, we have a slot open for an auction. Also, I think Brent just bid 65. I do have a Jethro Tull bootleg. We haven't ran any Jethro Tulls tonight. This is a very good, first of all, I just need to show it to you first. This is Badfingers at $65. That's the starting bid here for Jethro Tull. Starting bid for Jethro Tull. Let me lead you Paul's note on it. Paul's note says, live at the Anaheim Convention Center. This was a live Jethro Tull concert from June 19th, 1971. June 19th. Whoop, let me say that a third time. June 19th, 1971. It is a trademark of quality. Paul says the vinyl looks odd, almost like it's splatter vinyl. Let me take a look at it. Wow, it does. It looks like it's black splatter vinyl, if that makes sense. It looks like they were trying to do something with it. Yeah, it looks like black and gray splatter vinyl. Very cool. $65 start. Paul says it's excellent sound quality. Excellent sound quality. $65 start. Nothing is easy. To Cry You a Song, Aqua Lung, Cross-Eyed Mary, Wind Up, Locomotive Breath. I'm sure that's not all the tracks, but you know how these bootlegs are. Okay. Now, I'm going to take a drink of water or drink of my caffeine because it's definitely my rate of mispronunciations are increasing. Right, Seth? I'm also getting very hungry. My Jersey Mike's from like 1 o'clock is wearing off. Thinking Wendy's, Tanner. Yeah? Taco Bell, Seth? Seth said never. He's got this thing against Taco Bell. I'm like, are you American? Okay. Rob Shindell is out on Badfinger. Looks like Brent's going to get that for $65. I got to do my final call. If anybody wants to bid on Jethro Tull, it's a $65 start. These are all discounted for $14.99. I've been talking about them for 3.5 hours. We have finally got to them. The first one is Hank Williams Jr. This is $14.99, which pretty much makes it half off. It's called The Early Years. It's a 2-record set in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $14.99. There are some major discounts in here, like half off. There's some stuff that's marked 30 and 35 that I've went ahead and marked 15. They're called price to sell, which means we are highly motivated to sell these. They are $14.99. Also, the Mothers of Invention Golden Archive Series, $14.99. Golden Archive Series. This is a Mothers of Invention Frank Zappa compilation. It does have a clip corner, $14.99. That was originally $36.99. First 2 records are $14.99. The Monkees, a very clean copy in mono of their first album. It's in mono, no condition notes on the vinyl. It's about an EX Plus. It's not near mint minus, but it's very clean, $14.99. And Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, that is half off. It's a 2 LP Jefferson Airplane Greatest Hits. So far, great stuff there. Badfinger sold to Brent Ribley for $65. Blade Singletary gets Jethro Tull for $65. Seth, you actually got 2 people on your side for once. Michael Marth and Tony Murphy both agree with your Taco Bell stance. Taco Bell they have amazing food. That is my opinion, and I'm sticking with it. I might eat it again tonight, just to spite Seth. Here's our next auctions. King Crimson, Heretic. Here's our next King Crimson. Here's our next auction, and it's also our next King Crimson. Heretic. This is live at the Stanley Theater in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. April 29th, 1974. Great set list. $45 start. King Crimson live at the Stanley Theater. Vintage bootleg here. Pittsburgh, 1974. Very clean vinyl. Vintage bootleg. $45 start. King Crimson Heretic. Next Badfinger is Badfinger at the Beep. Now the Beep is kind of like the BBC, I'm pretty sure. Badfinger at the Beep. That's live at the Beep in 72 and 73. Rotten Apple Records. How fitting. Rotten Apple. Super clean vinyl. $35 start on Badfinger. Live at the Beep. There's our next 2 auctions. King Crimson and Badfinger. Those are now up for bid. There is the King Crimson notes. There's the Badfinger notes. All right. So first sell out of here is Chris B. Jack on Mothers of Invention. Craig is on Team Seth. Michael Marf says everyone has an opinion, especially about food and Taco Bell, evidently. And King Crimson's at $45 and Badfinger's at $35. Back to the $14.99 stuff. I'm kind of shocked those 3 are still there, but we will continue. Magic Slim and the Teardrops, Raw Magic on Alligator Records. It does have a clip corner. I'm thinking about food. $14.99, Magic Slim. Also, the History of British Rock, Volume 3, $14.99. The History of British Rock. Great stuff here. It's a white label promo, too. Let me hit some highlights. Deep Purple, Cream, Derek and the Dominoes, Elton John, Badfinger, Dave Clark, Peter and Gordon, The Zombies, Dusty Springfield, Them, Donovan, Troggs, Searchers, Hollies, Eric Burden. The Beatles is on here. The Kinks, British Rock Volume 3. Daniel Bouzadin on JR. JR was Junior. I think that's for Hank Williams Jr. Is that right? JR. That's the only junior I think I have in here, Daniel. Tanner, these are officially $14.99. That's so to Daniel Bouzadin. Tommy Flowers on Magic Slim. Kara Bauer first on the History. Tony Murphy, you're second. Final call on these auctions. Badfinger is a final call for $35 to Brent Ribley. King Crimson's a $45 final call to Dave Deckenberger. $45 final bid on that. Cat Stevens, Buddha in the Chocolate Box. This is actually a promo copy, $14.99. Promotional record for broadcast and review, not for sale. It also has the hype sticker with one of his hits, Oh Very Young. Cat Stevens is $14.99. I don't have any more Stu Cooks up here. No. Autographs. The only autographs I have up here, I've got 2 other John Heights. I have the Rusty Youngs that no one did buy it now's on, and then I've got the stuff that didn't sell, which is Steve Cropper, Emmylou Harris. Everything else is sold, and that's all the ones I had pulled for tonight. Badfinger, 36, 37, 37. We got some activity now all of a sudden on Badfinger. Magic Slim and the Teardrops, Gravel Road. This is actually sealed from 1990. $14.99 for Magic Slim, sealed from 1990. Junior Wales, Universal Rock, classic Chicago blues of the 50s and 60s, just $14.99. Junior Wales, some great deals in here. Tommy Flowers is going to get the Magic Slim. Junior Wales, Rosington Collins Band. This is the way. That's what they say on The Mandalorian. $14.99. Mandalorian? Is that the name of that show? The Mandalorian, right? Okay, I thought I was crazy there for a second. I Love ABBA. I Love ABBA. This is a compilation in shrink wrap. It's called I Love ABBA. $14.99. We have Michael Nath on Junior Wells. This Badfinger is now at $38 with Rob Schendel. No one else bid on King Crimson. That sold to Dave Deckenberger for $45. And Jim Nielsen's first on ABBA. Chris Bijak second. Ryan Murray, you were third. Let me grab another auction. What was that, King Crimson? I think I got one more King Crimson. As far as bootlegs, I got one more King Crimson, one more Jethro Tull, and one more Badfinger. Let me do King Crimson since we just sold that one. This is King Crimson, Offenbach, October 16th, 1981, Volume 2. Numbered out of 1,000, live in Offenbach, October 16th, 1981. Somebody hand wrote out the track listing here. Paul says that is the correct track listing. $35 start. King Crimson, Offenbach. Numbered. It's hand numbered here. Wow. Your copy is number 929 of 1,000. King Crimson, Robert Fripp, Adrian Ballou, Tony Levin, and Bill Bruford. Classic King Crimson there. $35 start. Super clean vinyl. You can tell that was pressed in Germany. Wow. Or it's a German concert. Yes, it's made in Germany. That's some of the nicest looking bootleg vinyl I think I've seen before. King Crimson, just like a rubber stamp right there on it. That's up for bid. Very cool. Okay, so we sold ABBA, ABBA, ABBA. Badfinger's now at $39, and we have a bid on King Crimson for $35. Next in the $14.99 stuff is Annette's Beach Party. This is a 1963 mono, incredibly clean. Just $14.99 for Annette's Beach Party. $14.99. That used to be a very pricey album. Annette's Beach Party, $14.99. The Poppers. This is Ellis Island. We sold one last night in the $19.99 bin. This is EX condition. The Poppers, Ellis Island, $14.99. Jane Fink is going to get a net. That's $14.99. No Dice. Speaking of Badfinger, VG Plus condition, $14.99. No Dice, Badfinger on the original Apple label, $14.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, Pendulum. This is EX condition, $14.99. CCR, original blue and gold label, $14.99. Final call on King Crimson. Brian Arrigo has this for $35. We are about to sell it. Steve Botsford's the high bidder on Badfinger. Rob Schendel, you're out. Brent Robley, you're out. Rob Schendel's back in at $40. Scotty Hops is going to get CCR for $14.99. Let me remind you of what's left in the $14.99 stuff before I go through the $9.99 stuff. Here's what's left in $14.99. The Monkees, their debut album, in mono, no condition notes. Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, that's a 2 LP. Somebody to Love, live. White Rabbit, 2 LP. It's got some live cuts on there too, $14.99. Scotty Hops is also going to get the Monkees. Jefferson Airplane. Cat Stevens was a promo copy, $14.99, Buddha in the Chocolate Box. Rosington Collins Band. We couldn't sell or we couldn't keep enough of those the other night. That one's on sale actually, $14.99. The Poppers is $14.99. And Badfinger No Dice, VG Plus condition. Now we're going to change over to $9.99. Not before I sell King Crimson to Brian Arrigo for $35. And we still got three active bidders on Badfinger. Let me bring over one of the last Jethro Tull boots. This is Jethro Tull, a sack full of trouser snakes. Jethro Tull, a sack full of trouser snakes. Sounds very Jethro Tullish. This is live at the Anaheim Convention Center, April 6, 1977. That is Jethro Tull live, a $45 start. That's a 2 LP live in Anaheim, $45 start. Jethro Tull, that's on Ruthless Limes. That's one of the more recognizable, respectable bootleg labels. $45 start. Jethro Tull, a sack full of trouser snakes. Jack and the Green, playing some stuff off Songs from the Wood on there. Very cool. $45 start. Kyle Gregory's in. Now let's do the $9.99 records. First is Cat Stevens. I've got several in here. There's going to be a lot of Cat Stevens. I think there's 3 or 4 different Cat Stevens. A lot of them are these unique import compilations. Like this is made in New Zealand. Cat Stevens, self-titled. $9.99 for Cat. $9.99 on Cat Stevens. Hall & Oates, Along the Red Ledge. That's in shrink wrap, a very clean copy. Hall & Oates, Along the Red Ledge. $9.99. Badfingers at $43 with Rob Schindel. Rob Schindel. Steve, you're out. Brent, you're out. Kyle Gregory's got Jethro Tull for $45, going once, going twice. Tommy Flowers gets Hall & Oates. Tanner, that's the official first $9.99 record. 24 of Hank Williams' greatest hits. 2 LPs, super clean, just $9.99. That's Hank Williams Sr.'s greatest hits. Henry's Choice wants to know the Cat songs. The Cat songs are Here Comes My Wife, Lovely City, The Tramp, Come On and Dance, Image of Hell, Moonstone, Where Are You, It's a Super Duper Life, It's a Bad Night, Come On Baby, The View from Top, and Blackness of the Night. Now that is exactly one I would want to listen to because I do not recognize nothing on that album. That'd be one I definitely want to listen to. I don't know any of those. Brent Rively's at $55 on Badfinger. Chris Bijak got Hank Williams, $9.99. Ryan, you were second on that one. We have Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants, $9.99. Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. That is near mint. This album always has a saw mark on it too. Has the braille on the front as well. $9.99, very clean. Joe South, Introspect. That's an original sealed copy. It does have a punch hole, but that is sealed and never been opened. An original Capitol pressing, $9.99. Joe South. Rod Stewart, live. Now just $9.99. Rod Stewart, live. Chris Bijak on Stevie Wonder. That's So Did Chris Bijak. And the Moody Blues, a classic. We had one last night in the discount bin. I've always got to convince everybody they need it. In Search of the Lost Chord, the Moody Blues, $9.99. We're still battling out over Badfinger. Rob Schindel's at $56. Let's go ahead and sell Kyle Gregory, Jethro Tull. Only bidder on that. That was surprising. Sold to Kyle Gregory for $45. And Wings at the Speed of Sound, $9.99. Wings, Paul McCartney. Original inner sleeve, $9.99. Here's another Cat Stevens. The World of Cat Stevens, $9.99. The First Cut is the Deepest is on here. Yes, he originally wrote that. This is a Canadian. The first one was New Zealand. This one's Canadian. Another Cat Stevens import, The World of Cat Stevens, $9.99. Sir Douglas Quintet, Quintessence. Sir Douglas Quintet is sealed from 1983, sealed, unopened, $9.99. Rob Schindel gets Wings. Jane Fink gets the Cat Stevens. We have an out on Badfinger. Brent is out on Badfinger, and that means Rob Schindel has it for $56. Steve Botsford had already set out, so Rob Schindel has that for $56. Final call. Let me go ahead and grab our next couple auctions. We have Evanescence, and after we sell this Badfinger, I've got one more for tonight. And then I've got a whole nother crate of auctions over here. We'll start on those, and we'll probably resume them again tomorrow. So, Corey Gaston, you were second on Cat Stevens. Back to the $9.99 stuff. Cat Stevens Sitting. I haven't really ever figured out what this is. 18th Avenue, Angel C. This is pretty much like Catch Bull. Let's see. That's from Catch Bull at 4. I think this may be just like a different version of Catch Bull at 4. $9.99. It's on Glasser Records from Hendersonville, Tennessee. I don't think it's official, but not really. It's one of those loophole records. It's got a very odd cover too. It's got a cat with something going on here in the back cover. So that's sold to Henry's Choice. That's $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell Badfinger to Rob Shandell for $56. That's sold to Rob Shandell. And our next two auctions are going to be Evanescence Fallen. And this is a Target exclusive on silver vinyl, $25 start. Of course, this has their hit song, Bring Me Back to Life. Bring Me to Life. Not Back to Life, Bring Me to Life. They were, I guess, Bring Me to Life, not Back to Life. Maybe they weren't dead. I'm not for sure. Bring Me to Life. $25 start. That is sealed on silver vinyl. That was originally a Target exclusive, Evanescence. Here's one of the last bootlegs of the night, and definitely the last Badfinger. Badfinger's greatest hits. Interesting, right? Paul says it's an unofficial compilation. So it's actually their greatest hits. It's an unofficial release. Let's start that for $45. EX condition, $45 start. Badfinger's greatest hits. It's got 14 tracks on it. Maybe Tomorrow, Come and Get It, written by Paul McCartney. Better Days, Baby Blue, Perfection, Apple of My Eye, Day After Day. That's up for bid, $45. Micah's at $25 on Evanescence, looking for a $45 start on Badfinger. I bet Rob Shandell, Brent Robley, or Steve Botsford will bid. We'll find out. Those are our next two auctions. Back to the $9.99 stuff. Madonna, Material Girl. That's a special priced maxi single in shrink wrap, $9.99 for Madonna. Cat Stevens, this is called Numbers, a Pythagorean Theory Tale. Cat Stevens, Numbers, $9.99. There's another Cat Stevens, Numbers. CCR, Bayou Country, VG Condition, $9.99. CCR, original label, Bayou Country, Born on the Bayou, VG Condition, $9.99. Proud Mary's on that album too. We have Pat Travers, Making Magic. Somebody asked for Pat Travers earlier tonight. This is $9.99. That makes it officially half off on the original red Polydor label from 1977. Pat Travers, $9.99. Pat Travers. We also have Sir Douglas Quintet, Border Wave. That is sealed. That is $9.99. Evanescence, $25, $25, $26, $27, $29, $30. Badfinger, $45. Evanescence, $30. Corey Gaston got CCR, and Evanescence is at $31, $32, $33. So several bidders on Evanescence. Badfinger is at the opening bid of $45. Going once, going twice. Power of Zeus. The Gospel According to Zeus, Power of Zeus, 180 gram. Paul had a note on the back when we showed this a few months ago. He said recommended, $9.99. That's on the Rare Earth label. This is a 180 gram reissue of it, $9.99. Final call on Badfinger. Steve Botsford has it for $45. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty with the original inner sleeve. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. Jeff McMaster says he'll take the Power of Zeus. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Tommy Bolin, we sold a copy earlier. Private Eyes, Tommy Bolin. This one has the original inner sleeve. No condition notes, extremely nice. $9.99. Evanescence is now at $37. Silver vinyl limited edition from Target. Billy Preston, I Wrote a Simple Song. VG Plus, $9.99. Now on sale. Billy Preston, I Wrote a Simple Song. $9.99 for Billy. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, VG Plus condition, $9.99. VG Plus has their hit song, Ooh, What a Lucky Man He Was. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. The Who is in VG condition, just $9.99, but a great track listing. I Can't Explain, I Can See for Miles, My Generation, The Seeker, Pinball Wizard, A Legal Matter, Boris the Spider, Magic Bus, Substitute, I'm a Boy. That's in VG condition, $9.99. That's the MCA reissue of that. Stephen Stills' Manassas, Down the Road, always great music, and Early Cream of Eric Clapton, Jack Bruce, and Ginger Baker. That's on the Springboard label. Actually, no condition notes, just $9.99. Chad Smith gets the Who comp. Let's go ahead and sell Badfinger. No one else bid. That is sold to Steve Botsford for $45. Yeah, Rob didn't bid on that one or Brent. So that's sold to Steve Botsford for $45. Terry, you were second on the Who. Eric, Evanescence is at 40 and 40. So Nick Bargeron was in first at 40, and Jetstream wants Cream. Let me remind you of everything that's left in here for $9.99. $9.99. And I'm going to do a recap of some of the auctions that hadn't sold tonight. Only 3 auctions hadn't sold, and I only really have 3 others that I hadn't put up yet. So first is we have this, I guess one of the only Cat Stevens, one of 2 that hadn't sold. That was that New Zealand compilation. I think that's earlier stuff maybe. Cat Stevens, $9.99. Here's what's left for $9.99. Brian, you were second asking about cream, and Nick was third claiming it. Joe South was sealed. Rod Stewart live. Surprised no one got this. Has Every Picture Tells a Story. Stay With Me's on here. I Wish It Would Rain. $9.99. That's live Rod Stewart. Don't see that one as much, actually. Evanescence is at 40 with Nick Bargeron. Micah's out and Craig's out. So Evanescence is now final call. I've got another John Haidt with Jeremy Douglas. This is a Barnes & Noble exclusive. It's autographed by John Haidt and I believe Jeremy Douglas. Here's one of our last John Haidt autographs we have. Barnes & Noble exclusive, limited edition autographed black splatter vinyl. It's actually sealed. So this is sealed, Barnes & Noble, JSA authenticated, $45 start. $45 start. John Haidt with the Jeremy Douglas band. JSA authenticated signatures, $45 start. That is now up for bid. Evanescence is a final call to Nick Bargeron for $40. Corey Gaston got Rod Stewart for $9.99. Leslie, you were second. We have Moody Blues. Somebody want to pick this up on a Chad recommendation? In Search of the Lost Chord. Sir Douglas Quintet. Madonna Material Girl. These are all $9.99. Sir Douglas, Madonna, Cat Stevens, Pat Travers, Sir Douglas, Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. Tommy Bolin, Billy Preston, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and Manassas. Those are all. Okay, my mic's back on. Seth, I was going to fire him when he was walking out the door, and my mic died. Y'all missed it. Tanner will vouch. I fired him, though, so he'll be back to work on Monday. Okay, let's see where we had. So Henry's going to let me know which Sir Douglas he wants. Henry Pardidez. Yeah, they're both sealed, $9.99 if you want Quintessence, however you say that, and Border Wave. Henry, and audio, mic, no audio, sound. Seth is left and turned off the mic. He did, and I fired him. Audio gone, sound is on. He says not Border Wave. He wants this one right here, the Quintessence. Thank you for purchasing it. I don't have to say it again. Evanescence is also sold at auction for $40 to Nick Bargeron. And if anybody wants a John Haidt, final call to get a bid in for $45. That is autographed by John Haidt. It's sealed, Leftover Feelings. Sealed, autographed. It was a Barnes & Noble exclusive. Here's what I have left that didn't sell. Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart. This is a autographed copy by Steve Cropper, famous guitar session musician. It's JSA authenticated. We had it authenticated. JSA, the vinyl, the album itself is not in the best of condition. The vinyl's like VG-. It's autographed by Steve Cropper. We sold one last night. This one's $55. Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart, autographed by Steve Cropper. $55. That is available. Also, Emmylou Harris. We sold one. Here's another one. This is autographed by Emmylou Harris, the Country Collection. JSA authenticated as well. Autographed by Emmylou Harris. That is a $55 buy now. So both of those autographs are $55 and $55. Otis Redding, Emmy Lewis. And here's the only bootleg that didn't sell, and I was surprised. The classic Bad Company. Can't Get Enough. Bad Company. Rocksteady. Shooting Star. They're all live and studio outtakes. There's three studio outtakes on here and other live tracks. And Daniel, this is Bad Company. Sold to Daniel Booziden for $45. Also sold for $45 is Tommy Flowers. He bid on John Hyatt. Let's go ahead and sell that to Tommy Flowers for $45. So the only auctions that didn't sell was Emmylou Harris and Otis Redding. And I think I'm going to stay at those prices right now. If somebody wants to make a very, very, very fair offer on Steve Cropper, I may consider it. I'm going to stay at 55 on Emmylou Harris, but I know I've sold a lot of Steve Croppers. That may be one of my last, but just so you know. I've got a quick buy it now here. A quick buy it now on this one. It's my last John Hyatt autograph that I know of, especially that's authenticated. This one says to Dale, Ravon, John Hyatt. We had it a JSA authenticated. That wasn't cheap. It is authenticated. To Dale, John Hyatt, warming up the Ice Age. $35 buy it now. That is JSA authenticated if anybody wants that. $35 buy it now on John Hyatt, warming up the Ice Age. That is JSA authenticated. $35 buy it now. So that's available. And let's see what else I have over here that I hadn't got to tonight. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and knock these out. I bet I can make somebody a bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Did he sign this one? No. Nice copy though. 5. Let's see. 35. Let's see if anybody wants these for $35. $35 for 5 Poco albums. 4 of them are autographed. $35. It's a bundle deal. We're going to clear out the Poco Rusty Young autographs. Poco Live. This isn't autographed. We had a copy earlier. This one's not autographed, but it's clean. Poco Live. The Emma Morta. That one's autographed. Deliverance autographed. And then we had these two. We had these two that were autographed, but they're personalized. Picking Up the Pieces and Cantamos. That's all 5 of those for $35. Poco bundle. And 4 of the 5 are autographed by Rusty Young. Picking Up the Pieces, Cantamos, and then the 2 non-personalized were Delivering and Emma Morta, and then a nice clean copy of Live. Bundle deal on Poco, $35. No dice is still available. Badfinger, VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. This has the hit song No Matter What. Henry's offered $50 for Steve Cropper. I consider that a very fair offer. And let's sell that to Henry for $50. Very cool. Steve Cropper worked with Booker T. He worked with Otis. He worked with the Blues Brothers, of course. That's sold for $50 to Henry. So that just leaves the John Hyatt for $35. That just leaves the Emmylou for $55. We got the Poco bundle for $35. And Chad Smith said he'll take no dice for $14.99. So that's all what's left from that flip crate. Let me see what I've got. Okay, I've got one record left in this crate. Paul says this is sealed, started for $25. This is a Walmart exclusive Led Zeppelin 2. The Walmart exclusive from Led Zeppelin 2 came with like pieces of memorabilia. This has a collectible backstage pass replica from Led Zeppelin 2 around this era. Is that 1970? Yeah, this album came out in 69. They started playing these tracks in 69 and 70 from Led Zeppelin 2. This is sealed. It's a $25 start. Led Zeppelin 2, Walmart exclusive. It comes with a replica backstage pass. $25 start for Led Zeppelin 2. That's one of our last auctions of the night. $25 start on that. I can't convince anybody on the Poco bundle. That's unfortunate. And John Hyatt and Emmylou Harris. That's my last 3 of those. Let me set this crate right over here. I got to keep these flip crates. I'm about to make a big one of leftovers and then add new stuff to it to post in our private group. By the way, if you're not in our group, make sure you're in our group. It's called Whole Lot of Records. That's a Facebook group. That's where we do most of our posting, announcements, sharing, etc., etc. Do you still have the Moody Blue for $9.99? Sherry Darnell, I do. In Search of the Lost Chord. I will gladly sell it to you for $9.99 In Search of the Lost Chord. All right, we have a bid on Led Zeppelin. I guess one of the last things we can do tonight is, let's see here. Let's just do a recap very quickly of new vinyl. I'll do the $6.99 crates tomorrow. It's getting kind of late. We still got a lot of people on. We still, between Facebook and YouTube, we still got over 100. We got 118 people watching right now on Facebook and YouTube. But let me do a recap on new vinyl. Somebody asked for that. And I'll make some other random buy it nows. And we'll do that. But somebody asked, who asked about new vinyl earlier? Somebody asked Micah. I'll make sure Micah's still watching before I officially grab that crate. Let me try to do some condensing too. See what we have left here. That's what's left of the flip crate. Let me put these in here. Give me 1 second. Let me do some sorting because I may have some stuff I'll show kind of just maybe random buy it nows in just a second. So here's some $9.99 stuff. Let me put those. What was that? 9. Yeah, there's some 9. Let me put those in there. I'm trying to keep all this that's left over so I can post them later. There we go. All right, now I've got some stuff I found, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show them, and I'm going to be like, these are buy it now or best offer, okay? I've got some stuff buy it now or best offer that I found in the back, and some stuff I've recently shown that I would love to sell to somebody. So, and there's a couple things in here. Yeah, I've got about 30 Clapton albums. I've got about 30 Clapton albums that we hadn't put up for auction yet. So, various stuff, compilations. Okay. Yeah, let me get these. Here's the first 3. While I'm grabbing maybe this crate of new vinyl to flip through. Evanescence. I can. Yes, we probably need to make a note to order that. Evanescence. I don't think we have any over there, but that's that one we auctioned. That's Sherry Darnell's for $9.99. So I'm going to show these. You can go ahead and buy them, or you can make a best offer. This is David Bowie, Changes. These are like some great albums. I was like, can't believe no one's bought these. Changes, which is like a greatest hits. Space Oddity, Changes, Ziggy Stardust, Suffragette City, Gene Genie, others. Also Diamond Dogs, Young Americans, Fame, and Golden Years. That's $34.99. $34.99. That's David Bowie. This didn't get a bid the other night. I'll look for a fair offer. Eric Clapton live at Budokan. That was December 4th, 2001. Sealed. I was looking for a $55 start the other night. No bid. Also, Patti Smith Group, Wave. That is sealed with a hop sticker. There's no saw marks and no cutouts either. Sealed with hop sticker, Patti Smith Group, $49.99. So Led Zeppelin's got a lot of bids. Let me recap some of the new vinyl from tonight. I'll go back to that very first crate one more time. And there's a couple in here I'm like, man, I can't believe no one bought this, including the REM. There's a couple, 3 there that I'm just like, wow, I can't believe no one's bought these. And now they're up for offer. Patti Smith, Eric Clapton, and David Bowie. So very, very quickly, it's going to take a very quick run through. This is all of the newest stuff we got in tonight. Five Finger Death Punch new album, Fate, $36.99. Also, Cher, Dancing Queen, $31.99. Doc and Heaven Comes Down, their newest album on purple vinyl, $39.99. Also, Led Zeppelin's A Final Call, Michael Now's out. Daniel Bouzad has it for $40. Creed, Human Clay, $39.99. A Perfect Circle, Mur-de-Noms, $46.99. Kelly Gabney says, I'll take one of the new Dawkins. That's so to Kelly Gabney. Also, we have Kicks, Blow My Fuse, blue vinyl, $39.99. Eminem, Marshall Mathers LP, $46.99. Seven Dust is $36.99. That's called Truth Killer. Seven Dust. We got a restock of Cake Fashion Nugget featuring He's Going the Distance, $33.99 on Cake. Old Dominion new album, Memory Lane, $39.99. New bid on Led Zeppelin, Kara Bowers at $45. Daniel, you're back out. Grateful Dead, Without a Net, 3 LPs of Live Dead, 2 hours of music, $89 and $90, $84.99 for the Grateful Dead. Power Man 5000, Mega Kung Fu Radio, $38.99 for Power Man. Scream, music from the motion picture, $34.99. Albert King, I'll Play the Blues for You. Albert King is $33.99. Jack Russell's Great White, Once Bitten Acoustic Bites on pink vinyl, $28.99. Daniel's out. So, Kara, you have Led Zeppelin for $45. That's A Final Call. Jason Aldean, Highway Desperado, $31.99. Grateful Dead, Built to Last, $31.99. Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf, $48.99. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade, 40th Anniversary Deluxe Edition, $74.99. We have REM Up, $46.99 for REM Up, $46.99. Typo Negative is $38.99. And Christmas with Buck Owens and his Buckaroos, $33.99. Kyle Greger, if you want Eric Clapton, Kyle, I will sell that to you for $45. new and sealed 2 LP, live at Budokan. Kara Bauer gets the Led Zeppelin for $45, and Sherry Darnell wants the Grateful Dead Built to Last. That's this one right here. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. Kyle says he'll take the Clapton for $45. So Led Zeppelin sold to $45 for Kara. Eric Clapton sold for $45 to Kyle Gregory. Anybody else? That's some of our newest new vinyl of the night. Does anybody have any requests or maybe something you saw that I hadn't got to? But I think everything that I posted and said I would sell tonight, we have got to, except those $6.99 crates. I went through all the new stuff. I've went through all the other stuff as well. There is one more crate of new vinyl, but I'm just kind of opening up right now for last minute request. Maybe we can sell a few more out of this crate. I figured at least one person would get the new Old Dominion and one of those REMs. That's why I ordered 3 of them. Any other Eric Clapton? Yeah, there's probably 30 albums over here that's tagged for auctions that we hadn't got to yet. So, let's see, we're here. This is a German compilation, I believe. Yeah, After Midnight, Tell the Truth, Bell Bottom Blues, Slunky, Layla, Have You Ever Loved a Woman, and Blues Power. This is a German compilation. It's called Eric Clapton After Midnight. It's a $25 start. It's a German compilation from the Pittsburgh collection, $25 start. I might have missed any of the new Jimmy Buffett's. No, the Jimmy Buffett's back ordered. The new album, the album is back ordered, so we're just waiting for more of those to come in. So no offer on the David Bowie Changes, no offer on Patti Smith Group. I guess I'll do some. I may start those one night. We may slip those in one night and do them like for a low start or something, like $5 start or something. And they'll probably bring $35 and $50. But right now, you can make an offer on them if you're interested. I got a Zappa here that's never been shown. I'll make it a buy it now best offer. This is Frank Zappa in New York. Frank Zappa, New York. This is Frank Zappa in New York. That is $49.99. Very, very clean copy. An original on the discreet gatefold Frank Zappa in New York. That's kind of like a buy it now best offer. Never been shown, though, before. Have you seen JJ with Eric Clapton? We auctioned one the other night. But I don't have any more, unfortunately. But I think I might can order it, Sherry, if you want me to look into it. Linkin Park, Hybrid Theory, $31.99. The Cure, Disintegration, $44.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $36.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's Greatest Hits Live, colored vinyl, $38.99. Gorillaz is $36.99. Eminem, Marshall Mathers 2, $46.99. Linkin Park Meteora, $31.99. Oasis, The Master Plan, 25th Anniversary, colored vinyl, $46.99. Jesse's at $25 on Clapton, going twice, going 3 times. Rush is $39.99. Micah Santo on Gorillaz, that's sold to Micah. Also, All the Good, Sum 41, $33.99. Ozzy and Motorhead, Hellraiser, $16.99. Iron Maiden, Made in England, $59.99. Kelly Gabney just commented Iron Maiden. I have a feeling that was for Somewhere in Time. That is sold to Kelly Gabney. Let's put down Sherry Darnell on a wait list or inquiry list on J.J. Cale with Eric Clapton. Jimi Hendrix, Our Experience, $39.99. King Diamond Abigail, Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $33.99. Blow Us to Cult, Agents of Fortune, $39.99. And yes, The Ladder, $39.99. Let's go ahead and sell Clapton to Jesse Rome for $25. Anybody want to make an offer on Frank Zappa in New York? Gatefold 2LP, $49.99. Very clean. Duran Duran or Kiss. I have nothing like original up here available. I've got all kinds of new Kiss albums. I've got about every new Kiss album available except for a couple, actually. We even have Sonic Boom and Unplugged and Kiss Alive 3, I think. Nothing in stock from Duran Duran. I have Kiss, The Carnival of Souls. I have Alive, their self-titled first album, Hotter Than Hell. Ace Frehley Origins, Rock and Roll Over. Ace Frehley solo album. I have Crazy Nights, Destroyer. Asylum, Animalized, Unmasked, Dressed to Kill, Creatures of the Night. Dynasty, Greatest Hits Live by Ace Frehley. Kiss, Lick It Up. Did I already say Dynasty? There's more Unmasked, more Destroyers, and Kiss World, which is like a greatest hits. Now, somewhere we have Unplugged, we have Kiss Alive 3. I think I've got one copy left of Sonic Boom. And let's see here, Sonic Boom, and what's that other one? I think they're about to, let's see, New Killers album, early December. Yes, I have that on my extended list to post, Heather. Yes, for sure. Micah Santo wants Blue Oyster Cult. And what's the other Maiden? The other Iron Maiden was called Maiden England 88, which is $59.99. That's a 2 LP live Iron Maiden concert. I've got several other Iron Maidens as well. Casey Musgrave's Trope Princess, so you had it a while back. I don't have that right now. I could try to order you one, but I don't have it right now. Let's see. Kicks, Winger on green vinyl. We still got that James Taylor, Taj Mahal. Yeah, that's my last copy right there of Psycho Circus. Queen's Rock. There's a Zoetrope. No, that's just the black vinyl. Nightmare Before Christmas, Coldplay, Boingo, Pantera, Halloween, Jeff Beck, Rob Zombie, Ministry, CSN, REM, Velvet Underground, Golden Earring, New Wave Collected, Cody Jinks. Let's order Debbie Blair a Casey Musgrave Zoetrope picture disc if we still got it. Slipknot. I will walk across the room and read you my Slipknot titles. The first Slipknot title I have is the newest release. It's called Live at Madison Square Garden, $44.99. We have Slipknot Iowa. These are all on colored vinyl except Live. Slipknot Iowa is on colored vinyl, $36.99. We Are Not Your Kind, $36.99. Their self-titled first album on yellow vinyl, $28.99. Volume 3 is $36.99. All Hope Is Gone is $36.99. And that's it. Then we have Sly and the Family Stone on red vinyl. There's a riot going on. And that's it on Slipknot. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 different albums. I think I'm missing one. I'm missing one of their albums. Somebody asked for it. They was like, you don't have everything. You're missing this one. And I was like, well, I am missing it. What is this stuff right here? Judas Priest, America, Charles Wesley. Oh, yeah, I was looking for this stuff. Yeah, that needs to be brought over here, actually. That's a crate of pre-owned stuff. And I was condensing this night, Tanner, and I put these. I saw Judas Priest here in the front, and I've been looking for these. This is some fairly new stuff, and I mixed it in with some pre-owned stuff that's relatively new, and I've misplaced them. So, Slayer, Repentless, camera's way off. Slayer, Repentless, $31.99. Motorhead, Another Perfect Day, $39.99, 40th anniversary colored vinyl. White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $39.99. Billy Joe Piano Man is $31.99. Deftones on red vinyl, $31.99. Charles Wesley Godwin, Family Ties, $34.99. America, that's on gold vinyl, $39.99, Friday Music. And British Steel, $29.99. Any more Alan Parsons? Ryan, we have a lot. They're probably just in the vintage bins, which are mixed and throughout the store. So I know for sure we've got lots more. I just can't go to them right now. I really don't have anything new vinyl on Alan Parsons. The Rob Zombie album was called, I think that's the Regeneration, the Venomous Regeneration Vendor, $33.99. Micah wants a self-titled and All Hope Is Gone on the Slipknots. Self-titled and All Hope Is Gone. Let's make a note to order more self-titled because that was my last copy. And All Hope Is Gone is right here. All right, so that was my last self-titled. Those are sold to Micah and Micah. I think we have reached the end of the show because I am all of a sudden getting really hungry. I've also looked at the clock. A lot of restaurants start shutting down around midnight here in Lebanon, including 2 that I'm thinking about going to, which one of them is Wendy's. So I better get going. Usually right after I say goodnight, I grab my keys and I go get something to eat. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Micah says, want to pull Blue Oyster Cult. Yes, Blue Oyster Cult was pulled for you. We're doing this again tomorrow, 7 o'clock. We do this every night. Tomorrow we will have new auctions. I hadn't decided. I got a poll up in the group. Let me see how that's doing. I've got 36 Facebook notifications. That's no surprise. Let's see how the poll looks. Pre-order. What happened to it? Let's see. Oh, I should have turned off where y'all couldn't add anything. I need to turn all that off. Usually the polls, people put their own suggestions in there. It was really just those choices. Posters. Wow, the Beatles is leading the poll. I got to turn off all these other ones. Let me do that right quick. Can you just hit delete here? Oops, sorry, everybody. I got to turn that off. There we go. That really narrows it down. How do I edit that? I'll do that later. So, add, how do you turn that off? Can you turn that off? Add poll option? I guess not. Well, that's no good. not good when you can, because like that's the only choices. This isn't a democracy here, okay? That's the only choices you get. You can't add your own. I'll delete them. It's either Grateful Dead, Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Bruce Springsteen, The Who, autographs, or posters. And right now, the Beatles are winning by a long shot. I don't know if I have enough time to promote the Beatles, though. That takes a lot of time and advertisement because we have some very expensive records. So thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with something. Either Grateful Dead, Hendrix, Beatles. I guess second is Jimi Hendrix. That could be done because I have enough for a solid auction night of Jimi Hendrix records. And Clapton. We might do Guitar Gods tomorrow. We might do Clapton and Hendrix Guitar Gods for tomorrow. So thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll be back at 7 o'clock Central Time. Thanks for watching, and good night. I'm going to go get some food and start pricing stuff for tomorrow. Thanks, and see you.